Chapter 26 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 26. Lady Jim boarded a special train to Firmingham in a royal rage, the more riotous for necessary suppression. After the shock of the unexpected had passed, she gave a flitting thought of pity to her drowned relatives, and reverted hastily to selfish considerations. Solitude permitting the play of temper, she punished the fetish by flinging its outward and visible sign of a peacock's feather from the compartment which witnessed the unmasking. That her Baal should have played her such a trick was intolerable, and still more intolerable the thought that circumstances muzzled her. For the first time in her victorious life, Leah Kaimes dealt with a fixed decree against which there was no appeal. What could she do? Nothing. To make chaos of a continent would not have relieved her feelings, and there was nothing to wreck in the limited space of the carriage. Unable to sit still, she threw herself from seat to seat, feeling like a caged tiger with the added savagery of a trained intellect. Unlike the beast, she had the use of speech to vent her wrath, but this she did not utilize, from a conviction that no words would do justice to the situation. A Texan mule driver's vocabulary would have fallen short of her requirements. Her impotent anger was like that of a dog leaping and slavering against an offending but unreachable moon. And the facts, the hard, ironic facts, which she could not do away with, scheme as she might, those inflexible actualities buzzed in her brain until repetition took the rhythm of the droning wheels underfoot. Pentland was dead, along with his son and heir, Hilda a widow with two girl babies who did not count in the succession. Jim was wiped out of social existence, and by her own act. Remained Lionel, the curate, the prig, her one honest man, the Duke of Pentland. Leah could have screamed in the face of this crushing truth. A title at the best, 50,000 a year, 3 country seats, a town house, spacious and crammed with beautiful things, and a Scotch moor with an adorable shooting box. This was the heritage of the new peer. Of a milk and water parson, raged Lady Jim unjustly, who will waste everything in charity and turn the houses into pigsties for the unclean. Oh, Lord, to think that such a clerical ass should get the inside runnings. This latter phrase she had picked up from Miss Mulrady, and at the moment it seemed expressive. The position would not bear thinking about, yet she had to think, appealing betweenwhiles to the gods of things as they are for reasons to justify such shabby treatment. What had she done that they should be so disagreeable? It was enough to make a truly virtuous woman, as she assuredly could call herself, dance a can-can in Piccadilly. Then she desisted for a few moments from calling the unseen bad names, to lament over her own short-sightedness. To think that she should have sold Jim's birthright for £30,000. It was not even 1 year's income of the Pentland estate. She would have been a duchess too. Not that she personally cared for rank, but with a higher position she could have trampled the more easily on her enemies. A thought of these, flashing into her mind, made her clench her fists and grit her teeth. How they would rejoice, the beasts, to think what she had missed, and by how short a period she had missed it. If they had only one neck, as Caligula desired for his enemies, how she would have enjoyed a chop at it. "Oh!" cried Leah, banging the cushions and choking in the dust thus raised. "If I could only bring Jim back!" It was a kindly wish, as she desired him to enjoy the good things that had fallen into his sham grave, but there did not seem much chance of achieving the impossible. Jim was dead and buried, and the interment had been legally sanctified by her tears. If he came to life, it would be difficult to explain how a corpse in his name came to occupy a niche in the Kaimes vault. Also, inquiry might lead to the production of a Siberian exile. If Demetrius told the truth, which he assuredly would do in the face of a betrayal he must guess was her work, there would be no place for her in society, and she would starve, a social Peri at the gates of a forbidden paradise. No, think as she would, and think she did, till her brain ached, things had to remain as she had foolishly arranged them. It was a galling thought to think that none but she who suffered was responsible. She could not even lay the blame on the stars, but she could and did on the fetish. It was something of a relief to have thrown its peacock manifestation out of the window. 2 hours in the railway carriage tamed her unruly nerves into some sort of submission, and partially schooled her into accepting the inevitable. To make the best of it, to rob the new Duke shamelessly of money, and the Curzon Street house on the plea of disinheritance, were the results at which she arrived. By the time Firmingham appeared through the carriage window she had ceased to kick against the pricks. The mask was on her face when the train stopped, and it was a quiet and demure lady who alighted at the station. Even the sister-in-law who entered the great house to console the Marchioness was as sympathetic as the most exacting could have required. She suppressed a groan when she passed through the doors of the lordly mansion that was really and truly her own, but managed by a steady exercise of her strong will to greet Colley with great calmness. The butler intimated that Lady Frith wept incessantly in her boudoir, and that the Duke "What?" queried Leah, sharply, adding more grammatically, "Who?" "His Grace the Duke, my lady. He is in the study." "Mr. Lionel Kaimes?" "As was, my lady. His Grace came down last night." "Ah, why wasn't there an accident on the line?" muttered she, who longed to announce herself as a genuine duchess, and could not. "I beg pardon, my lady." "Oh, I'll go to my room, Colley. Tell his Grace I shall see him in an hour." When she had changed her dress for one heavier with crape, as a sign of additional grief, and had lain for a miserable 40 minutes without closing an eye, and had swallowed a much needed dose of sal volatile, and had relieved her feelings by scolding an unoffending maid, she went before the footlights to play her most difficult and unpalatable part. The former nobody, seated at his predecessor's desk, rose, looking pale and careworn. "A terrible thing," said the new Duke, giving his hand gravely. "Awful. I can scarcely believe it. Is it really true?" And she had a passing hope that it might not be, seeing she could not benefit. "Only too true, unfortunately." "For those two, I suppose you mean. You're all right." "A square peg in a round hole, I fear," he sighed. "I would give much that both had survived." "How unnatural," commented Lady Jim, with a grimace. "But you always were eccentric. People won't mind that now you are a duke. But I am sorry, really, for them, I mean. Such an awful thing to be cut off before you've made your arrangements for an agreeable reception in the next world. What a mercy they went together, for company, you know. And they say drowning is really quite nice after the first choking is over." Lionel looked at her sternly, but felt helpless. She played with the solemn issues of life and death as a child with a bauble. Would nothing touch her heart? Would nothing make her serious? The flippancy jarred on his overstrung nerves. "Please do not talk like that," said he, harshly and emphatically. "Please do not." "I'm only trying to cheer you up," she answered, opening her eyes wide, and with a faint smile softening her hard mouth. "I really cried. You mustn't think me hard-hearted. Really I cried when I heard of the accident. I suppose it was an accident." "I should call it the act of God." "Oh!" Leah could find no very pertinent reply, and glided dexterously into another subject to prevent religious instruction. "I came down to see poor Hilda, as she wanted me so badly, but I thought it best to learn details from you first. We must spare the poor thing's feelings, you know, Lionel," ended Lady Jim, thoughtfully. His face brightened. "I'm glad you call me that," said he, earnestly, "for I confess it is difficult for me to respond to my title." "You'll get used to it," she assured him. "I suppose you will drop the parson now?" "Certainly not. I am still my master's servant. He has merely raised me to a higher and more responsible position in his household." "Raised your wages also," murmured Leah, shrugging. "I beg your pardon, Lionel. I should not have said that." "You should not, indeed," was the pained response. "It's a kind of hysteria," apologized Lady Jim, almost at a loss for an excuse, "like that man who botanized on his mother's grave, you know. Besides, people who really feel laugh awfully when sorrow comes, and Jim's death took most of my tears, poor dear Jim. I daresay you think that I am unfeeling, but I'm not, really and truly I'm not. What with these dear things dying so unexpectedly, my own feeling of widowhood, and condolences from people who will say the wrong thing, I feel broken hearted." Lionel smiled grimly at this incoherent and wholly false explanation. "You have a strange way of showing grief, Lady James." "Don't be nasty. Now that you are up in the world, I'll be quite different with Hilda, poor soul, though I must be natural with you. It is a compliment, if you only look at it in the right way, which, of course, with your priggishness you won't. And you needn't use that cheap title of mine just to remind me how nearly I've missed being called by a more expensive one. I suppose Joan will be your Duchess. Do you think she will fill the position?" "Admirably." "How curt! There's still a lot of the parson about you, Lionel." "And ever will be." "World without end, I suppose. Hysteria again, Duke, so don't look shocked. Give me details." The young man looked again at this wonderful being. For many months he had known the impossibility of altering Leah's view of things seen and unseen. The most sacred subject seemed to appeal to her sense of humour, and no solemnity could banish the ever ready smile from her lips. In reality, he was unjust in thinking thus. Lady Jim, considering her losses and the ironic position she occupied, only kept herself from shrieking out the truth by giving vent to ill-timed frivolities. Her greatest relief would have been to tell this prig that he was a supplanter. Hysteria, said she, was the excuse for unnatural merriment, and truly hysteria it was, although she could not swear to it. Unaware of all this turmoil in the mind of the mourner in motley, Lionel positively thought that troubles had rendered her distraught, and so passed over her incongruities. The yacht was on her homeward way, he explained, in the eminently laboured fashion of a landsman when dealing with ships. During that storm a week ago she went down off Brest, Cape Brest. Struck on a reef? No. She sprang a leak, and the boats were stove in, so no one could be saved in that way. By clinging to a spar the steward reached shore. He alone survived, and Lionel covered his face to indulge in a silent prayer for those who had perished. Lady Jim was more practical, according to her lights. "Why did you only hear this week-old news yesterday?" "The steward, the survivor, was ill with fever. Also he was wounded in the head, against a rock, I suppose. The yacht was seen to founder far off shore, but no one at Brest knew her name. When the steward came to himself the other day, he explained, and the news was telegraphed to the Duke's lawyers, who sent for me. I expect we shall not learn full details till this steward arrives. He is now on his way to London." "And the Duke, Frith?" "Their bodies are in the depths with the ship and those who formed her crew. Peace be to their souls." "You needn't worry about that," said Leah, tartly, and paying her tribute to the dead. "I am quite sure that the Duke and Frith have gone to that heaven you're always talking about. It is awful," she added pensively and with a shudder, "but talking only makes it worse. I'll go and see Hilda, poor dear." Lionel followed her to the door. "Lady James, let me beg of you to keep the hysteria in check." "Of course," she assured him, giving her hand frankly. "I always adapt my mood to my company. It would be useless for one woman to waste hysteria on another. Both know too much about it. I'll be nice. Oh, you can be sure of that. I'm not a bad sort, my good man." "Sometimes I think you are a very decent sort, Lady James." "And on other occasions?" she questioned, unmoved. "Don't ask me." "I won't. You can't explain, and will only fib. Parsons can't keep back an answer whether they know anything of the matter in hand or not. But I'll be good to that poor baby woman. Indeed I will." And indeed she was, swinging round to the opposite extreme with the protean adaptability of her nature. Besides, after the interview with the new Duke, she felt able to command her feelings better. It is only possible to act perfectly when the emotions are under control, as Lady Jim found, and if she said what she did not mean, and acted as she did not feel, well, that was the fault of the circumstances into which her treacherous fetish had thrown her. But at heart she really had some pity for this useless doll of a woman who sobbed in her arms. "Don't cry, dear," said Leah, ardently, beginning to console. "You know how I feel for you. I also have lost a husband. Owing to circumstances," she rather choked over this lie, but it came out pretty readily. "I shall never, never lift up my head again," sobbed the latest widow. "Oh, yes, you will, dear," replied the earlier one, cheerfully. "Look at me." Hilda shook her head and declined to look. "Frith wasn't Jim," said she. "And he wasn't my husband either. You feel Frith's death, and I feel Jim's. We each have our own sorrow, and time alone will help us to forget the dear departed." "Leah," Hilda sobbed more violently than ever, "I shall never, never forget. Never, 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 never." "I didn't mean forget exactly," murmured Leah, who had been more candid than she intended. "But time will soothe us, and we shall all meet on a happier shore." "I hope so. I hope so." The Marchioness clasped her hands devoutly and raised her eyes. "I can see our three dear ones meeting now." "I wish I could," said Lady Jim, truthfully, and she felt that the meeting of the Kaimes family in heaven would be a sight worth witnessing. Of course Jim was alive, but even if he were dead, she did not think that Hilda's vision could possibly become fact. The Duke, who had turned angel in his old age, and Frith, who was always pious, had a chance certainly, but Jim, when his turn came, would probably not be of the party. However, the business of consoling a sore heart had to be attended to, and Leah dosed Hilda with all the platitudes which the Marchioness had used during a similar and earlier event. And Lady Jim was so admirable an actress that she really deceived herself into thinking that her stage play was real life. Her eloquence, her attentions, her hoverings like a guardian angel over Hilda, her bringing in the children, that was a master stroke, and her general zeal in drying a mourner's tears were truly wonderful. By the time she left the Marchioness sitting up with his children on her lap, soothed and comforted, and grateful for Leah's kindness, poor Lady Jim felt quite exhausted. "I do hope there will be a decent dinner," she soliloquized in the seclusion of her own room. "I can't stand much more of this without food." Through the troubles of death and the joys of birth, the worry of weak minds and the scheming of strong ones, ever moves the solid business of life, connected with eating and sleeping. Therefore the Firmingham cook, being a hired servant, was sufficiently master of his emotions to send up a really tempting repast. The new Duke and the disinherited Duchess partook of this meal in a small room without attendants. Wishing to talk family matters, they did not desire eavesdropping footmen. Besides, Hilda remained in her own apartment, nourishing her emotions with red lavender, and calling at intervals for Bunny to come back. Lady Jim paid several visits to the poor little soul during the evening, and each time was successful in cheering her up. But it was trying work, as again and again she had to begin from the beginning. No wonder she looked harassed when seated opposite to her host. Lionel thanked her gratefully, and with reason, for Hilda had eulogized Leah and her work of mercy. "I knew you would prove yourself a true woman," said he, pouring her out a glass of champagne. "Oh, Lord!" said Lady Jim, sipping the wine, and wondered what he would say could he see into her mind. "Give me some of that vol au vent, Lionel. It is really very good." The man felt slightly disappointed. "You can eat?" "Do you require me to tell you that?" she asked lightly. "I have enjoyed every course." "Eat! I should think so. You don't want me to faint, as Hilda has been doing." "But your feelings?" "Oh, they are well under control now. And after all," Leah paused with a fork half way to her mouth, "it's best to be sensible even when things smash. If I had come down to howl about the house, where would you have been?" "I really cannot understand your nature." Lady Jim nodded. "Same here. I never know what I shall do under given circumstances, save keep my poor wits about me. We're strange beasts, Lionel, strange beasts." He disagreed, mindful of her good Samaritan kindness. "You make yourself out to be worse than you are, Lady James." "Don't you make any such mistake. I never seek cheap praise by crying down my virtues. Were you my father confessor, which you are not, and I religious, which I have no inclination to be, I should shock you into Hilda's state. Poor little thing, what an undisciplined mind she has, and how she does work for those tyrants, the emotions. I think you had better send for Joan. She is used to women who run wild." "You put things unpleasantly," said he, uneasily. "And truthfully. Answer my question, please. Joan arrives to morrow with her mother." "I am glad," Leah assured him fervently. "Too many female cooks can never spoil the funeral broth. The more women you have in a mourning house the better. We like to weep in company, and to talk obituary notices. That is, other women do. I fancy I have a dash of the man in me, and this sort of undertaker rejoicing gives me the creeps." Lionel secretly agreed with her, although he disapproved of the mode of expression. Ostentatious grief he disliked, as most men do, and discussing funeral emotions threadbare was not to his healthy liking. Therefore did he talk business with Lady Jim. It was necessary to distract his attention, she said, and so set about plundering the air. By the time coffee arrived, Lionel had promised her the Curzon Street house as a gift, and had agreed to pay all debts as the late Duke had arranged. Also, untruthfully assured by Leah that her temporal prosperity had suffered by the untimely demise of Jim, he promised to pay a quarterly 1,000 a year for the rest of her life. "Yes," said Lionel, emphatically, "even if you marry Lady James." "I have no intention of marrying yet," said Leah, who was busy with Kümmel. She really felt that the consoling of a tearful widow required Kümmel. "I thought that Mr. Askew admired you." "He admires a new schooner he has bought, and some woman in South America. Oh, Mr. Askew has a Catholic mind, I can tell you." "Dr. Demetrius? He has gone to Russia, I believe, on business connected with his pardon. Didn't Joan tell you how he was taken ill in Paris?" "Yes. What a strange thing." "Oh, I don't know. He once told me that he inherited fits, mother's side. It was very rude of him to have one in my rooms, but some men are so inconsiderate." "He loves you, or loved me. Which?" "Present tense, I fancy. Will you marry him?" Will I marry the Emperor of China, you mean? No, thanks. I have no wish to live in a country of bouncing bombs, and I never could read those novels written by men with unpronounceable names. Besides, I can't bear dapper little men with waxed moustaches. I only tolerated Dr. Demetrius because he was useful to Jim." "A great friend of your husband's, I believe." "Do you? Does one generally make a friend of one's doctor?" "The man was certainly credited with being your friend. And more, he talked openly of his love for you." "What bad taste! I don't see how you can hold me responsible. He did love me, I believe. At least, he pestered me with attentions. It's a mercy he has gone to to Russia. I hope he'll stay there and be eaten up by white bears like those poor brats Elisha was so spiteful to. As to marrying," her eyes twinkled, "it won't be easy to replace poor Jim. He was such a good husband." "You never said that when he was alive." "Of course not. He would have taken advantage of the compliment. But Jim wasn't bad on the whole. He left me alone, at all events. Perhaps his successor will bother me to show public affection, as if I would or could, for the matter of that." "Lady James, do you love any one but yourself?" "You and Joan, dear little innocent glass case dolls that you are. Yes, you may blush and smile, but I am really in earnest. You were always so rude to me that I knew you to be genuine." "Oh!" Lionel exhibited shocked surprise. "I hope I was never rude." "Horribly, on all occasions. If you had not been, I never should have believed that you were genuine. When people mean what they say and don't want anything from one, they are always rude. It's a kind of trade mark. I am sure Socrates was a man you could always trust, and would never have invited to dinner. You're something like him, only you don't ask questions, and are better looking. I always consider you the one honest man in a world of rogues, and if you were not engaged to Joan, I should marry you." Lionel coloured still deeper and laughed in an embarrassed fashion. "I might have something to say to that." "Not at all. Didn't you hear me say that I should have married you? What could you or any man do against me?" And she laughed with an insolent pride in her beauty and powers. "By the way," she added, "I have to run up to town to morrow on business. Do you mind?" "Not at all. Joan and her mother will be here. Do exactly what you please, Lady James." "Call me Leah, now that you are the head of the family," she murmured, and laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. He threw back his head and met her eyes with a boyish blush. "Leah," he breathed. "Very well, then, Leah." Lady Jim tapped his smooth cheek indulgently. "You foolish thing," she said kindly. "If it was worth my while, I could " Leaving the sentence unfinished, and Lionel furious, she left the room. That she, this hardened coquette of the world, should dare to think he would forget the sweetest and best of girls. Let her sing the song of the sirens as she might, he would never, no, never, prove false to Joan. But honest as were these thoughts, Lionel was but a man, when all was said and done, and the touch on his shoulder, the look in her eyes, the cooing murmur of her voice, made him wince, and not unpleasantly. Well was it for the young man that Leah did not choose to try her wiles, else he might have been lured towards that pit, the edges of which are wreathed with roses. Had his future Duchess been any other than Joan the simple, a perverse spirit might have led Lady Jim to indulge in some perilous amusement. But she liked the girl, and honestly respected Lionel. Therefore did the lover scoff at her magic arts, strong only in escaping temptation. Had Leah put forth her powers, "Silly little donkey," she thought, climbing the stairs, "as if I couldn't do what I liked. It would be a hard battle, but I could. Only I shan't," she finished. "Joan is a dear girl, and I am the most worried woman in the world." She made the latter part of this final remark again, when she conned a brusque and somewhat imperative letter which had arrived by the evening post. It came from one Richard Strange, and purported to be written from a third-rate Strand hotel. This uncivilised communication intimated that the aforesaid Strange would be obliged, this underlined, if her ladyship would afford him an immediate interview. Commented Leah, glancing suspiciously at the underlined word. "He isn't sure of his money, and means to be nasty if he doesn't get it. Well," she heaved a sigh, "he must be paid, I suppose, the blackmailing beast. And the whole sum down, I expect. Time payments won't be acceptable to a man who writes in this fashion." She wrote an artful letter stating that Dr. Demetrius had spoken of his travels with a Captain Strange, and solely because she wished to hear of poor Mr. Garth, who had been a protege of her late father-in-law, she made an appointment at 10, Curzon Street, for 5 the next evening. This epistle, which did not recognise existing facts, and could be shown to the whole world without betraying anything underhand, she sent off at once. If possible, she would have shirked meeting a man she more than suspected of being a brute, but to vanquish danger one must meet it, as she very well knew. "And if he wants more than his 1,000," thought Lady Jim, again on her way to the widowed Marchioness, "he'll find that I am quite equal to deal with him, and with a dozen like him, if need be. £1,000! Oh Lord, the greedy wretch!" Then she spread her wings as a ministering angel. CHAPTER XXVII. Chapter 27 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 27. "No," rasped the lean man, and his eyes hardened like those of a cat with her claws out. "You figure it out, ma'am, in your own way, very prettily, I don't deny, but my Pisgah sight's got to be took, you bet. Guess we'll do the view in a bunch and toss fur lots." Leah smiled vaguely, because she was not sure of her ground, and required a translator badly. Jim had been abstruse on occasions, but this seafaring person spoke the shibboleth of a shifting population to excess. Never having met one of this breed before, she did not know how to handle him. Captain Strange was not a Muscovite diplomatist who would call black white, or even grey, to please her, and moreover he appeared to be extraordinarily unsympathetic in the presence of lovely woman. The magic of sex had worked weakly hitherto, and this brusque visitor gave her to understand that he was not to be cajoled into make-believe conversation. He required, and declared emphatically that he did require, an unvarnished statement of facts, to be argued exhaustively, so that he might know, as he tersely put it, where he dropped anchor. "You don't chuck orange peel my way, ma'am," said the mariner, and intended to clinch his assertion by spitting, but the sight of the carpet pulled him back to civilization. The friend of Demetrius, owner and captain of the Stormy Petrel, presented himself as a tall, small-boned man, with no superfluous flesh on his frame work, and with a jaw as hard from bullying underlings, and as blue from close shaving, as were his eyes. The tint of these, added to the blackness of curling hair, combined with the racy vernacular which he flung fairly in her face, inclined Lady Jim to class him as an Irish American; but from the discourteous way in which he spoke, as they never would have spoken in dear dirty Dublin, and from his habit of interjecting slang words chosen from the domestic speech of the Five Nations, she was puzzled to fix his nationality accurately. As a matter of private history, and this she discovered later, he was entirely cosmopolitan, and, out of sheer contrariety, owed allegiance to no particular flag. Not a bad-looking freebooter, Leah decided, with his regular features and well-shaped head and white teeth and ruddy, clean-shaven face. But dangerous was her second and wiser thought. She was right. The man of many lands was also of many minds. But at the back of them all lay the unalterable determination to ride roughshod over any one who would submit. As Lady Jim also held to the same theory of individualism, it was not unlikely that a brisk encounter might ensue, and for this she was quite prepared. Meantime, she decided that he was picturesque, and in his rough blue clothes, with a red necktie and barbaric gold rings in his ears, and a general air of you-be-damnedness, would have amused her as a new figure from the underworld, but that the large issues of the conversation induced seriousness. "I don't understand you, and I am sure you do not understand me," was her observation, after digesting the orange peel parable. "Let it go at that, ma'am, but I reckon I can make myself as clear as any man, livin' or dead, when dollars are in the pool. Now you," he shook a large brown finger, "you, ma'am, give me taffy." "What is taffy?" "What you might call sugar. Best brand, and no sand in it, anyhow. I've struck heaps of the female in my time, and it's all taffy with them, till they annex the outfit, and then y' kin go hang, I guess." He fixed her with a true quarter-deck eye. "I surmise as you're tryin' t' play Sally Waters low down. Not much, oh no. I should smile considerable to think as any gilded female got the bulge on me. Go slow, ma'am. Make no haste when the fat's afire, says Isaiah. Beckon he knew things, did that prophet." Leah smiled again at this Wild West outburst. "You are a free child of nature, Captain Strange." "Taffy again. I'm a man, you bet. Same along as your husband." "I should think you and he would get on together extremely well," said Lady Jim, dryly. "But don't you think you could contrive to be a little less rude?" "Why, bless y', this is civil for me." "How your crew must love you." "I'd boot 'em round the ship if they didn't," snapped Strange, very ferociously. "They've got to love me up to the level of workin' their insides out, else I'd lay out every man jack in his little wooden overcoat." "What a sweet nature you have. Are you married?" "Got a wife o' sorts," said the mariner, indifferently, "and 2 kids o' the best." His eyes softened. "Now, ma'am, you could talk to me for a millennium 'bout them little nippers." The last word was pure Whitechapel, and Leah wondered if that parish could claim this buccaneer. But time was too valuable to go into his private history, so she replied gently, quick to perceive that there was a flaw in his armour. "On another occasion I shall be delighted to talk nursery, Captain Strange, but the millennium has not yet arrived in Curzon Street." "You've got me there, I don't deny," cried Strange, hardening. "Now this here racket as I've sailed 'longside's t' fix up." "It will be fixed up, as you call it, at once," said Lady Jim, sharply. "The matter is very simple." "Is it now? Lay on the paint, ma'am." She passed over this insolence very wisely. "You were kind to that poor Mr. Garth," she explained calmly, "and besides, took Dr. Demetrius to my husband in Jamaica. For these services I am willing to give you £1,000 in gold, if you like." She thought the metal might tempt him into closing with the offer, but it did not. "Shucks, ma'am, shucks! You've been talkin' paint an' putty fur the last hour an' more. 'Tain't no good nohow, not a bit, seein' as I'm bein' paid fur cold drawn kidnappin' of your husband, so as y' might loot a company of sorts." Leah winced at this rude blast of speech, which blew to shreds the verbal draperies with which she was trying to clothe naked and unpleasant facts. "I object to the word kidnap. Lord James went with you of his own accord." "You can lay to that, ma'am, and mighty spry was he in lightin' out of these gilded halls into the free and wild. Kidnappin' it ain't, if you come to the bone, so I climbed down slick. Oh, there ain't no meanness 'bout me, ma'am. Prove me wrong, and I go pious right along." "As you are apparently pious now, Captain Strange, there may be a chance of our arriving at an understanding." He nodded. "If as how you'll talk down to the bedrock level o' what we've been doin', ma'am." Leah winced again, not liking to run with this ruffian in iniquitous harness. "You want £1,000?" "Well," drawled the captain, "y' might say fairer than that." "Which means that you intend to ask for what you won't get?" "Huh! Guess thet'll be as right as pie when I open out." "You can open out now," said Lady Jim, coolly. Her antagonist admired this bluffing to the extent of slapping his thigh and chuckling like a blackbird over a worm. "You're a dandy one to deal with, fur sure, and a woman at that. My word!" This was Australian. "If my missus hed been your sort, ma'am, I'd 'a been walkin' a liner as a golden barred skipper. You can freeze on to that, straight." Lady Jim laughed, not ill-pleased. Aksakoff had paid her some such compliment, and it was interesting to see the diverse ways in which the same idea can be expressed. "Go on," said she, nodding her thanks. "Don't waste y'in music, neither," mused the captain. "Wants to git at my cards afore she shows her own." "You are in the right so far, Captain Strange." "Talks book English like print, if she ain't a queen of diamonds and hearts. I have no doubt you will be some day," interposed Leah, before he could get the word out. "But until you are, suppose you open out. Touchin' the passage money, as you might call it, in a highfalutin way, ma'am." "Passage money for my husband?" "And fur a double of his, as negotiated the New Jerusalem on the v'y'ge," nodded the captain, extending his long legs. "Then there's the man we planted at Funchal." "Your nephew, buried in place of Mr. Garth." "Nephew? Oh, he wasn't any relative o' mine." "Dr. Demetrius informed me that he was." "Huh! Guess he was filled up with thet idear by me. Yes, ma'am, I reckon t' make more dollars by supplyin' a nevy as a corp. But he was a pick up, bless y', racketin' off chain, without friend, wife, or kid, till I helped plant him in Madeira." "Will inquiries be made about him?" she asked carelessly. "Y' make me smile some, ma'am. Why, I picked up a stray dog a purpose." "H'm," said Leah, lying back comfortably. "It would have been better for your pocket had you withheld this information until you cashed my cheque. It will make a difference." "Goin' to cut in t' the 1,000?" asked Strange blandly. "He was not your nephew, remember," she retorted. The mariner stared and chuckled. "Donner und Blitz." "I know German, if you prefer to talk in that tongue." He recovered with another stare. "I reckon y've hed a board school eddication all along the line. I swear in any lingo handy." "So I hear," she informed him swiftly. "But I don't stock furrin chin nohow. And now, ma'am," he expanded his chest and puffed out his cheeks, "I'll trouble y' t' hand over $10,000." "What's that in English?" "£2,000." Evidently Strange had gone to considerable trouble in calculating his blackmail. "And if you do not get it, then I guess you'll be sent up." Leah laughed scornfully. "I understand. Unless I submit to extortion, you will tell this story about your supposed nephew and Mr. Garth." "I'll rip out everything," the captain assured her without flinching, "and to the nearest copper." The last word, she observed, was popular Cockney. "Be careful," she warned him. "Our police make capital out of rascality." The sailor choked, and his eyes bulged. Rascality?" "Blackmail, in plain English, Captain Strange." "Now, don't get me riz," Strange implored her. "I'm a holy terror with m' hair off. Oh, we can tame wild beasts in this country." "But if I tell——" "Tell what?" "Damn!" breathed the astonished man, then almost shrieked in explanation. "Why, that Dr. Demetrius brought Garth as a corp to Kingston, and yanked your husband int the Blue Mountains to sham death. Ay, he did, you bet. And that Baron, Lord James you call him in your cussed fine way, come aboard my barkie, while the corp, as was called by his name, lighted out for the old country, so that ye might run rings round a company of sorts." "How interesting! And what has it all to do with me?" "My stars!" Strange rose to stamp the more freely. "Sit down, please," said Lady Jim, sweetly. "I do not allow people of your class to show their manners in my drawing room." "It should be a prison with you in it," he raged. "What a brute you are! Because you think that I am under your thumb, you not only attempt blackmail, but add insult. I'll make things hum, I can tell y'. I'll bust up this conspiracy." "What conspiracy?" asked Leah, stubbornly. Strange made for the door with a nautical roll. "You can arsk the nearest copper. I'll give him details, never fear." "Close the door after you, please," said Lady Jim, as he wrenched it open fiercely. The captain immediately banged it again with a naughty word, and turned to behold her opening a book. "Cold drawn cheek of the most freezing style," murmured the almost stupefied man. "Oh, my country! 'Tain't no wonder he took leg bail. If I wos married to her, I'd larrup her every day, and twice on Sundays." "Not gone yet?" inquired Leah, glancing over the top of her book. "Oh, please do. I dislike hearing an illiterate person muttering." "Lord keep me from murder!" gasped Strange piously. "Say, ma'am, ain't you afeared?" "Awfully. And as there are several policemen within call——" "Bring 'em up. Bring 'em all up, right along." "I will, if you do not go away," and she reached for the bell. "Snakes! Y' must hev a card up your sleeve." "Perhaps I have." "Or y' may be bluffin'." "Perhaps I am. Don't you think it would be better if you sat down and talked pleasantly?" "If I'd a wife like you," commenced the captain, obeying, "I am quite sure you would. Bullies like you always enjoy wife beating." "I ain't a bully." He wiped his face with a flaunting red bandana handkerchief, breathing heavily. "Yes, you are, and a coward, who thought to frighten me. Now I am about to frighten you." "Huh!" Strange laughed scornfully. "There ain't man, woman, or kid kin make me sing small. Though I don't deny," he added gracefully, "as you'd make old Nick squirm." "Thanks, but I am rather tired of costermonger compliments. Come to business. You accuse me of being mixed up in a conspiracy." "Well, and ain't it true?" "As gospel between ourselves. To the world it is a lie." "I bet you can't prove 'tis so," sneered the sailor. "Proof is not required. Denial is." "Not when I'm in the witness box." "Not when you're in the dock, you mean, my good man." Her visitor grew purple. "Me? In the dock?" he thundered. Lower your voice, please, or I shall order my servants to turn you out. Yes, in the dock, your natural place. This conspiracy of yours." "Engineered for your little game, mind," he gasped. "Not at all. I have nothing to do with it." Her hard eyes held him as he blankly considered her astonishing impudence. "You tell me that Dr. Demetrius buried a man at Funchal in place of Mr. Garth, and then, when Mr. Garth died on board your ship, sent home his body as that of my husband. As Mr. Garth and my husband resembled one another closely, I can see how I and the family were mistaken when we beheld the substituted corpse. But I do not understand why my husband should have consented to this, no more than I understand how you dare accuse me of conspiring." "But I do. You bet, ma'am, you played low down on a company." "Where is your proof?" "You've got the dollars." She played a bold stroke. "Ignorant that the money was paid under false pretences, it shall be given back." Strange turned white and jumped up. "My share?" he cried. "I know nothing of your share. Apparently Dr. Demetrius, who happened to admire me, kidnapped my husband in order that I might think myself free to marry him. A thing," said Lady Jim with scorn, "which could never, never have occurred. It seems that my husband was taken away by you and Dr. Demetrius against his will. I shall communicate with him now that I know he is alive. Oh, I assure you, search shall be made, Captain Strange, and the money, every penny, shall be paid back to the defrauded insurance company. As for you, blackmailing hound and bully and coward, the law shall punish you." And she, daring greatly, was again about to touch the bell. Several times during this clever explanation Strange had gasped and sworn softly, almost helpless with rage, but by the time she ended his anger had cooled, and he was regarding her with profound admiration. Her astonishing boldness, her dexterous turning of facts into fiction, and fiction into facts, and the unbroken nerve which she displayed when at bay, commanded his respect. Unknowingly he fell into line with Monsieur Aksakoff, and rendered homage to superior wickedness. "Don't shoot, Colonel. I'll climb down," said he, collapsing. Lady Jim, knowing the old 'possum story, laughed and withdrew her hand, secretly relieved that he had not dared her to press the button. "Ah, now you talk reason, Captain Strange." "You bet I'm goin' to," he retorted bluntly. "Ye've played your hand fur all you're worth, and mighty prettily bluffed it is. But I guess," he swung back in his chair largely, "I guess I hold the ace." "You do?" She eyed him uneasily, for he appeared to be much cooler than she approved of. "And the ace?" "Your husband." "Jim?" Leah started forward, grasping the arms of her chair. "Huh?" grunted Strange. "I thought you gilded bummers were allays lords and ladies to one another." "Jim?" she repeated blankly. "Jim?" "You bet. Kidnappin' wus the word I used, and kidnappin' it is. That there bearin' your husband, sailin' under false colours, come along with me to Buenos Ayres, there's no denyin' that. But," here the freebooter winked significantly, "he didn't get set ashore there. Oh no, not much, you bet. I gummed on to him as my ace till I landed stakes. He don't mind, bless you, likes the life wonderful. We've been cavortin' round Pacific waters for months till the dollars ran low. Then I brought the barky nor'ard, with him under hatches, and now," he stretched out a huge paw, "ye kin pass along thet 10,000." Her brain was working so hard that she scarcely heard half the speech. At the back of it she began to see possibilities. "My husband is in England, then?" Within reach, anyhow, and with my first mate hangin' on to him. Maybe the bark he anchors in a French port might be Spanish for choice, if y' like. There's no knowin'. But he's within hail, same as them coppers of yours. The ace, ma'am, the ace. You might put in a day arskin me why I let him go at $10,000. The hull shoot is worth heaps and heaps more." Leah watched his face closely. "Worth £5,000, perhaps." "Well," he drawled, equally watchful, "I shouldn't mind goin' nap on that, all things being on the square. Now, if " "Wait, I tell you." She clasped her hands across her forehead and paced the room with slow steps, which did not betray the nervous hurry of her overwrought brain. Strange watched her as a naturalist might watch an entirely new animal. Clever and hard as he was in his bullying way, he felt instinctively that he had little chance of getting the better of this woman, unless, as he phrased it, he kept his tail up. "She's the dandiest devil I ever sot eyes on," was his admiring verdict. "Golly, what a flyer, huh?" Lady Jim, twisting her hands distressfully, strolled slowly up and down, with bent head and thoughtful looks. At times she would halt and reflect deeply. Then her face would brighten as she resumed her prowling. Sometimes she glanced at Strange, sitting like a graven image in his chair, and occasionally she peered into any near mirror, as if to seek inspiration from her own wicked eyes. For 10 minutes, amidst a petrifying silence, she behaved thus. Then, having solved part of her problem, the solution of the other part depended upon Strange's consent. She returned to face him. "Do you mind imprisonment?" she asked casually. The sailor jumped. "Goin' to begin again?" he demanded irritably. "Answer my question. Do you mind imprisonment?" "I do and I don't, accordin' to the dollars. Give it a name." "£5,000." "25,000 States currency," mused the captain. "You wish me to sample one of your gaols for that?" She nodded. "On charges of conspiracy and blackmail." Strange jumped again. "My gun, do you intend to advertise the circus?" "I intend to have my husband set free to enjoy his own. Since you have kidnapped him, you shall confess and suffer for £5,000. "Leavin' you out, ma'am?" "Oh, I had nothing to do with it, nor had my poor husband. You and Dr. Demetrius are the rascals." "Huh! And what'll y' pay the doc?" "Nothing," she said serenely. "The Russian government is paying him." "Whew!" Strange whistled with a stare. "They've got him at last." "If you mean the Russian authorities, yes." "Poor chap, he wasn't bad fur a foreigner. I kind of froze on to him somehow. But this catchy biznai ain't none of mine, so let him slide." He shook his head vigorously. "Slide it is. And this new game of yours, ma'am?" Bending forward until her mouth was almost at his right ear, she explained a very pretty scheme which would oust Lionel and restore Jim's birthright without inculpating her. Strange listened calmly, and nodded heavy approval at intervals. All the time admiration deepened in his hard eyes, but this did not prevent him bargaining. "Yes," said he, balancing his hat carefully, "it kin be done. 6,000, ain't it?" "5,000." "6," he insisted. So much was at stake that Leah yielded. She could afford to do so with 50,000 a year in prospect. "6, then, to be paid when you leave prison." "Huh! And when might that be?" "How should I know?" said Lady Jim crossly, for the strain on her nerves was great. "Ask some lawyer." "Blackmail and conspiracy," murmured Strange reflectively. "Sounds like a few years of oakum pickin', don't it? Not as I intend to give my opinion on these British gaols. Sing Sing's good enough for me." "What do you mean by that?" "Never you mind, ma'am. But if the dollars ain't plunked down, they will be. Can't you trust me, ma'am?" "I guess not. You're what I call a holy terror, and no mistake." "Firmingham. Y' said Firmingham?" He nodded. "I've nailed it." "When will you go down?" Arter I've seen thet land shark, 'bout the kind of poppycock the bloomin' judge 'ull talk. Go slow, ma'am. You get along with your share, and I'll do mine. So long." Leah did not like to grasp the tarry hand extended, but out of diplomacy she was forced to touch the pitch which was defiling her. "I can depend upon you, Captain Strange." He nodded. "Ye kin let it go at thet. So long again. An' if I'd married you," he added with genuine emotion, "cuss me if I wouldn't have been runnin' the U.S.A. in the presidential chair." Chapter 28 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 28. After that momentous interview, Lady Jim realized the truth of Strange's scriptural quotation, although he had translated it into his own lax vernacular. Unfortunately, hearing it after the event, she could not take Isaiah's advice, and had too hastily condemned the fetish. She would have given much for the recovery of that precise peacock's feather, for having freely thrown it away, it was doubtful to her superstitious mind if the luck would hold. Certainly she had arranged judiciously for Jim's return to civilization, and the unscrupulous captain appeared willing to earn wages as a scapegoat. But there was always the unforeseen to be reckoned with. A chance word, a chance discovery, a too minute inquiry, these might wreck the whole scheme, and she would reap a whirlwind, stormy enough to sweep her out of a social paradise into the bleak desert of sinners found out, a most uncomfortable locality. She did what she could, poor woman, to propitiate her bail. A new peacock's feather was procured, and she apologized for her want of faith. Also, she experimented with the new symbol. Would a particular costume arrive at a certain hour? Would some very doubtful stock, which she held, turn honest? Would Captain Strange, after consulting a lawyer, still hold to his nefarious bargain? The test proved satisfactory, for her bail, apparently amenable to apology, worked excellently through the new semblance of his deity. The dress duly arrived within the fixed time. The shares rose rapidly, and enabled her to sell at a profit which she did not deserve. Finally, a grubby note from Strange assured her without detail that he was on his way to Firmingham. It would seem that the prospect of picking oakum for a livelihood appealed to him at the agreed price. Pending the explosion of the mine to which Strange was about to apply a match, Leah possessed her sole impatience. 3 days did she wait, and they were days of purgatory. For obvious reasons she did not return to Firmingham, but wrote to Lionel, stating that she had received a terrible shock, nature not mentioned, and intended to consult the family solicitors about the same. She thus made herself safe about the sailor's visit, in case any one might wonder why he had come to her in the first instance. And in the letter she told the truth for once, since she paid a visit to Lincoln's Inn Fields. An explanation of her errand startled the suave head of a justly celebrated legal firm. On recovering from pardonable amazement, he gave his client the full value of her 6 8d. "Kidnapping," explained Mr. Hall to a tearful listener, for Lady Jim thought that the circumstances demanded emotion, "is not in itself a serious offence, and really applies only to persons under 14 years of age. In the case of an adult like Lord James, this sailor would be punished with maybe 2 years' imprisonment. He might even be let off with a heavy fine." Leah's face fell considerably. She would have to pay that fine, and did not relish parting with more money. "How interesting!" she murmured vaguely, and waited for further information. Blackmail, however, pursued the lawyer emphatically, is a very grave offence, and can be punished with 5 years' imprisonment, involving penal servitude. That would be better, agreed Lady Jim, thinking that Strange, at hard labour, would earn 1,000 a year, and have an extra 1,000 over when his term was ended. A profitable imprisonment for him, truly, she reflected, and extremely costly for her. Then again, Lady James, if the offence is committed by letter, sentence for life can be passed. Oh, he didn't write, she said hastily, and congratulated herself that Strange had not done so, since, even for so many thousands, he would not be inclined to remain a prisoner for ever. But perhaps Mr. Kaimes may receive a letter. The man hinted that he would try in that quarter, seeing that I would not yield to his extortion. You should have had him arrested. I had not my wits about me. He would have shot me had I summoned the servants. Bless me, Lady James, had he a weapon? A revolver, she replied unscrupulously. So you can see how I, a poor weak woman, was intimidated. That will add to his sentence, said Mr. Hall, upon which she wished she had checked her imagination. It would be foolish to push Strange into a corner, for as yet she could not reckon the exact power of his greed. However, she could not unsay what she had said, and nothing remained but to pray to the fetish and hope for the best. The Duke must be warned, went on Mr. Hall. Who? asked Leah, just as sharply as she had asked Colley. The new Duke. I beg your pardon, for, of course, if this story is true, Lord James is the Duke of Pentland. You doubt the story, then? Hall raised his eyebrows and shook his head. I cannot give an opinion until I have seen this man and sifted his statements. He paused and looked at her inquiringly. I presume, Lady James, that this man closely resembles your husband. What man? Oh, Garth. Yes, you may guess how closely, when the late Duke, Lord Frith, and myself were all deceived. Certainly the likeness was well known in Firmingham. There were reasons, she added with hesitation, family reasons. Oh, quite so. Mr. Hall, who knew something of the Adamite side of his late Grace, coughed away a laugh. I can see how the mistake arose, Lady James. Natural enough. Oh, dear me, natural enough. Why do you not give me my proper title? She asked haughtily. Pardon me, but the truth of this man's wild story is yet to be proved. May I ask a few needful questions? A wave of her hand signified that he might, and she had submitted to a tolerably stiff examination. Being prepared with artless answers to every question, she emerged triumphantly from the ordeal, and when in possession of her facts, Mr. Hall subscribed to the wickedness of Demetrius and Strange. A pair of villains, my dear lady. The one sinned for love, and the other from avarice. Astonishing, whither those passions lead us. Astonishing. Well, well, we must hope. I trust, for your ladyship's sake, that the story is true. So do I, wept Leah, producing her handkerchief. Not for the sake of the title or the money, dear Mr. Hall, but because my poor husband. Oh! Here she skilfully broke down for want of something to say. Pray calm yourself, Lady James. Let us hope that in a few days I shall be able to address you as the Duchess of Pentland. Give me back my husband. I ask no more, was her magnanimous reply. And while driving to Curzon Street, she reflected how very magnanimous it really was, seeing that she had no wish for Jim's company. To be tied to that log again was scarcely worth the income. Besides, Jim, who had no sense of decency, would assuredly laugh his loudest at the thought of her unnecessary trouble. He would not even thank her for giving him his rights, although he must know that it was sorely against the grain for her to put up with his boring society. But in spite of Jim's probable ingratitude, she would behave as his wife, as the lenient woman she felt herself to be. Certainly her common sense recognized that he was returning from his sham grave with gifts in his hands, but of those she was the giver, and seeing that she could betray his share in the conspiracy without inculpating herself, Leah foresaw the possession of limitless power to enforce obedience. That power she resolved to utilize for the purpose of getting her own unfettered way, and all the money she required for contemplated extravagances. Also, she intended to stop Jim's illicit flirtations. Now that he was a peer of the realm, he would have to purge and live cleanly, after the fashion of one Sir John Falstaff, knight. "We owe that much to society," thought Leah, virtuously, and considered the rumoured doings of black sheep who would be cast out of the Mayfair fold were their housetops removed, that the shifting of the Curzon Street mansion tiles might also be attended with danger she did not pause to consider. On the ensuing afternoon Askew arrived to say farewell, but as circumstances were too embarrassing to permit of her taking any interest in other people's affairs, she declined to see him. Nevertheless, he urged a personal interview on the plea that he would be absent for months. She yielded very unwillingly, as her nerves clamoured for some outward sign of emotion, which by the rules of society she would be obliged to suppress. "I know I shall be horribly rude," murmured Lady Jim, when the footman left the room to introduce the visitor, "but he has brought it on himself," which excuse she considered ample for ensuing impoliteness. Askew, with mistaken consideration, entered the drawing-room almost on tiptoe, and proceeded forthwith to condole with her in stage whispers. She soon put a stop to this artificial sympathy. Further reference to life beyond the grave she could not and would not stand, as she told him crisply. "Don't talk funeral unless you wish to see me wreck the room. I have had months of crying and crape and condoling." "But the sad circumstances are such that I did not wish to see you," she retorted, finishing his sentences for him as usual after her old fashion. "I feel so scratchy that I declined your visit out of sheer pity. But you would insist, so don't blame me if I am disagreeable." "You can never be disagreeable," said Askew, soothingly. "Can't I? You wait 10 minutes and see." "I think I had better go, Lady Jim." "For your own sake, I think you had. Good bye." Askew still kept his seat. "I only wish to say that I am very, very sorry for your terrible loss." "Lady Frith's terrible loss, you mean. Go and see her if you want to play the hired mourner." "Ah, poor Lady Frith!" "Now don't begin about her," snapped Leah, viciously. "But you must be sorry." "I am for myself. I have been dosed with the post mortem virtues of those three Kaimes men, until I feel that only wicked people are truly agreeable. I regret the Duke, who was a nice old sinner turned saint, and I lament Lord Frith for his goodness and sweetness of disposition. There!" "I never heard that Lord Frith had a sweet disposition." "He hadn't, but I'm only saying the kind of things you expect me to say." "Oh!" Askew looked shocked. "Have the bodies been found?" "I don't think so, but you can ask the executors, who look after these things. Any more questions?" "No, only I am sorry. You said that before. You are sorry. I am sorry. We are sorry. I think that conjugation exhausts the subject. Let us talk of your yacht, Mr. Askew." "She's all right," he murmured, confused. It was difficult to comprehend this woman, who so lightly dropped a family sorrow to take on a subject which he knew interested her but little. "And when do you sail? To morrow or next day? I came to say good bye." "Oh!" said Leah, carelessly. "I fancied you came to sympathise." "Well," she rose and extended her hand. "Good bye." Askew clasped her hand coldly, wondering how he ever came to love so heartless a woman. As Jim was returning in glory, and had not seen Señorita Fajardo since his reported death, Leah felt that she could safely dismiss this boy to go where he would. Besides, she was beginning to find him a bore. He took things much too seriously, and was by no means so good-looking as she had imagined. All the same, after the manner of woman who wants to have her pie and eat it, she by no means approved of his readiness to depart. "You don't seem to care much," she said reproachfully, and felt quite ill-used. Askew coloured boyishly. "I am not broken-hearted, certainly. I do not believe that you have a heart." "You are right. It is at Rosario." "Then I advise you to go after it, lest it should get mixed up with other men's hearts." "Lola is no flirt," cried Askew, loyally. "Then she must be altogether too good for this world. Good bye. Bring Mrs. Askew to see me when you return. I fear you would be bored with her," said he, sore and sarcastic. "Probably. Married women are not interesting, except to people like you and Jim, who persistently break the 10th commandment." "I know one married woman who has just said good bye to you and repeats it," snapped Lady Jim, seeing he was about to be rude. "Oh, very well, then, good bye," said Askew, going out in a rage with her and with himself, and so they parted. Leah returned smiling to her seat, delighted that she made him lose his temper, as by doing so she had recovered her own. It was so satisfactory to a deserted woman to think that a man whose love had cooled should go away uncomfortable. "And what a mercy he is gone," said Lady Jim, settling to read fashions. "I hope he'll stop in America with that Lola creature for the rest of his silly life. I suppose he won't turn over this page of his book of life, but tear it out." And in this she was perfectly right. He did. Towards 5 o'clock Lionel arrived. Although she had no intimation of his coming, she quite expected to see him, and was prepared to make any necessary scene. The young clergyman looked white and excited, entering the room so rapidly that the footman had hardly time to announce the title that he was losing. Lady Jim, recognising a crisis, came forward rapidly with studied emotion. "You know all," she said in a choking voice, and caught his hands. He was taken aback. "Yes, if you mean that your husband lives." "It is true, then. It is true." She tottered to the sofa and cast herself down with passionate emotion. "Say that it is true." "I think so." "But how do you know?" Leah sat up with a puzzled look. "Did you not get my letter saying that I had had a shock, and intended to consult Mr. Hall?" "Yes, but you did not explain." "I could not, seeing the position it places you in." "Never mind me. If Jim is alive, he takes the title. So this man came to you?" "He did, and tried to extort money. Because I refused, he hinted that he would buy your silence. I never thought that he would dare to go to Firmingham, but when you entered, a look told me all. But can you believe this story? It seems incredible." "The police did not think so," said Lionel, grimly. Lady Jim dropped on to the sofa again. "The police?" "Of course. This scoundrel came to Firmingham, and said that if I gave him £3,000 he would keep Jim away from England, so that I could enjoy the title. I learned the truth about this conspiracy of Dr. Demetrius, and then had Captain Strange arrested. To day a policeman brought him to London. He is in prison." "Serve him right, the brute. Did he not tell you how he threatened me?" "No. I never guessed that he had come to you." "But he did, and said that if I gave him £2,000 he would bring Jim back. Failing me, he tried you at a higher price. I should have had him arrested, Mr. Hall says, but I could not. I was bewildered, quite bewildered. It seems incredible. Oh, Lionel!" She laid her hand imploringly on his sleeve. "Surely Demetrius did not behave so vilely?" "I fear that he did. The man, as every one in London knows, was madly in love with you. I never encouraged him. Really, I didn't." "No," said Lionel, bluntly. "I do not think he was rich enough for you to encourage." "How can you think so badly of me?" "Because you are all self. You admitted that long ago. To do you justice, I think you were a good wife to Jim." "I am a good wife. Don't make me out to be the widow I am not. Of course this story must be false," she ended, helplessly. "I think not. It is too circumstantial. And, moreover, this man, who appears to be illiterate, could not invent such a tale. Plainly the Russian, who seemed to be clever, conspired to get rid of Jim, so that you might be induced to marry him." "As though I would ever do such a thing. I told you at Firmingham that I had no intention of marrying. I daresay Jim and I will come together again, and be very happy." "I hope so. I trust so," said Lionel, with solemn emphasis. "Remember, God is giving you another chance." "I made very good use of the last one," she retorted sullenly. "Jim was always to blame, and not I. I suppose this insurance money will have to be given back." "Certainly. You can hardly complain of that, seeing the income you will now receive." "Jim will, you mean? I expect he'll turn out a screw now that he is rich. Your spendthrifts are always old misers, and I don't see why you should be nasty. I'm sure I have had a miserable time." "You will have a happy one now," he said, relenting. "With Jim?" she cried derisively. "How optimistic you are! Surely I have a right to be, when God is so good to you." "God?" she echoed, vaguely, and thinking of the obliging fetish. "Oh, yes, of course. I'm awfully thankful. The insurance money would not have lasted for ever, and I might not have found so manageable a husband as Jim. Things will be jolly now." Lionel groaned. "Is that as high as you can rise?" he asked, rebukingly. "Oh, Lord, what do you want me to say?" cried Leah, with the causeless anger of the overwrought. "I can't think of pious proverbs when I am like this. What with supposed deaths and real deaths, and nothing but funerals to amuse one, I don't know if I'm on my head or my heels. There, that's vulgar, and you needn't look disgusted if it is. I feel vulgar. I could run out and howl up and down Curzon Street like a Whitechapel woman in a tantrum. And if you preach, if you oh, what fools men are!" She choked, rolled in her chair, ripped a handkerchief, and kicked away a footstool. The curate, as he was once more, saw how she tried to fight down the hysteria, and wisely refrained from speech. A single word might cause the primitive emotions to burst with volcanic force through the imposed customs of civilization. Considering the joyful news of Jim Kaimes' resurrection, and the trouble of the attempted blackmail, it was natural that she should suddenly betray feminine weakness. She was but a woman, when all was said and done. Leah would have repudiated this conclusion with scorn, as she had small regard for her sex, but a woman she was at the moment, unstrung, foolish, wild with dread that the unforeseen might happen. Lionel moved silently to the door. In a moment she was at his side, reaching him with the bound of a pantheress. "Don't be angry," she panted, laying her hand on his arm, "but you do worry me so, and if you really knew," she gasped, and bit her lip to prevent an unguarded tongue blurting out the whole. "There, there." He patted her hand, and she could have slapped him for the caress, which revealed his knowledge of her weakness. "It's all right, all right. Be calm. There, there." Oh, Lord, what tact! And so disgusted was she with the stupidity of the man that her nerves relaxed. "I say, Lionel," with an artificial laugh, "aren't you sorry for yourself?" "Not in the least," he replied promptly. "I am no Jacob, to usurp the heritage of Esau. High or low, we can all serve God in our degrees. Ask Jim to make me vicar of Firmingham." "I will, if you promise not to preach." "How would you have me earn my salary, then?" he asked humorously, and glad that she appeared more composed. "Now I advise you to lie down." "Yes," she assented submissively, "I will lie down. And you?" "I go at once to see Mr. Hall about getting Jim set free. Good bye, Duchess." And in a moment he was gone, anxious to escape further irresponsible speech. "Duchess!" echoed Leah, staring at the closed door. "Duchess!" It was all right, then, so far as Lionel was concerned, seeing that he gave her the title which Mr. Hall withheld. He at least believed in the wonderful story of Strange. With Lionel on her side, things would be bound to come out all right. Still, although the trees were thinning, she was not yet out of the wood. The green light of safety had not yet been substituted for the red danger signal. "I am aching all over," said Leah, addressing her reflection in the mirror. "There's a twist of nerves between my eyes, and I could scream the house down. But I shan't." She flung away from the glass, gripping her courage with both hands. "I'll be calm and easy in my mind till Jim comes back. When the worst is over, I shall collapse. I know I shall. Till then, oh, God!" The weakness she declined to recognise broke forth in prayer. "Give me grit and pluck to fight through to the end." So she prayed, but not to the fetish. In this uplifted moment Leah felt that Chapter 29 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 29. Then did rumour, painted full of tongues, enter into Lady Jim's strictly private life and depart with half-truths for the bewildering of gossips. In some marvellous way the news leaked out, as news will, despite careful caulking of the human vessels containing it. Lord James Kaimes, ran the babble, had been kidnapped by his medical attendant, who, substituting an illegal corpse for that of the husband he wished to supplant, had plotted to secure the wife. This was the tune, correct enough. Then came its variations. The hurdy-gurdy of society ground out wonderful twiddles and twists of false notes, distorting the original theme into a melody Leah herself would not have recognized. Not that she heard any of the fioritura. Prudence counselled a retreat to Firmingham, pending the home-coming of Jim, and thither very wisely she went. At this crisis of her fortunes, Lady Jim felt that she required the countenance of all truly respectable people, however dull, and therefore sheltered like a maltreated chick under Hilda Frith's wing. To console the widowed and orphaned was her obvious excuse, so obvious, indeed, that she declined to make it. Thus did she escape questions about the one engrossing topic of drawing-room, club, and public-house bar. Every one from the lowest to the highest talked exhaustively, and the newspapers, cheap and costly, printed scandal with alluring recklessness. Out of London, E.C. issued halfpenny journals with lurid headings over incomplete histories of the plot, invented on unsound premises. These transparent fictions began with the Russian's snake-in-the-grass intrusion into the happy home of an attached couple, and ended with a political cry for the exclusion of such immoral aliens from the island of the blest, which is England. The more expensive small beer chronicles refused to believe that so fantastic an occurrence could have happened in these enlightened days of police courts and publicity, but nevertheless supplied middle-class breakfast tables with equally doubtful data out of which to weave romances of the minor peerage. The triangle of Dumas the younger, cried one scribe, with a fine disregard for meaning and metaphor, must never be sounded in our dear motherland. A sufficient sample, this, of the stuff supplied, but since the silly season prevailed when reporters, one and all, were credited with March hare madness, such incongruities were pardoned, and the public gaped to swallow full-sized camels. The clubs buzzed like hives at swarming time, for their members wondered at Jim's adventure, wondered also how so knowing a Johnny, so they put it, could allow himself to be diddled by a measly little foreign beast. All were agog for the hero's appearance, and curious friends thirsted for a first-hand account of the enforced Odyssey. Many speculated as to the probability of Jim being sobered by untoward experience into becoming a truly respectable duke, and a few made original observations anent a much-quoted leopard and his unchangeable spots. In this way was the statement that men are not born gossips contradicted, for the Eveless Edens of St. James's Street, Pall Mall, and Piccadilly resembled a village sewing class in mid-career. The drawing-rooms, as was natural, interested themselves chiefly in Leah, and chafed that she should become an unexpected duchess. Hitherto Lady Jim's skilful manoeuvring had saved her reputation, but as animals fall upon the wounded of their kind, so did the pack of hounds she had never hunted with fling itself forward, full voiced and open mouthed. Rejoicing women cried her sins on the housetop with surprising details. She must have encouraged Dr. Demetrius shamefully, else he never would have gone to such lengths, though why he should do so for such a woman it was impossible to understand. They had never admired her, said the pure-minded, and had always suspected her of being no better than she should be. Poor Mr. Askew, too! Had she not put an end to a family matrimonial arrangement by her arts? Had she not inveigled him to Paris in the hope that he would marry her in haste to repent at leisure? Certainly, aware of her character before it was too late, he had sailed to the South Pole or North Pole, or to somewhere she could not follow, as she was certainly dying to do. Her vanity was insatiable. She had flirted quite indecently with Sir Billy Richardson, though he was but an infant lately breeched. Julia Hengist had only snatched her lord from the claws of this harpy by the very merest chance. And the money she wasted! Oh! Why, the bailiffs had twice and thrice been in the Curzon Street house. Also, she was so lucky at bridge that she assuredly must cheat, and it showed what a blackleg she was, that no one had ever caught her cheating. Then her dresses were ridiculous for a woman with her poor husband's income. She had ruined him completely. That was why he ran away in a dying condition. And the money had not gone to discharge lawful debts. She never paid anything. Therefore she must have spent the cash on some secret vice, which she certainly must have, since she always posed as being so very correct. She ought to be cut. She ought to be in jail. Whipping was too good for her. Put her in a pillory and throw stones at her, and let such a creature be anathema maranatha for ever and ever and ever. Amen. But for all this throwing of stones by ladies who were without sin, Leah had her supporters in some, who must have been wicked, since they declined to condemn her wholesale on hearsay evidence. These pointed out that she had behaved admirably when Jim's supposed death had been reported. The late Marquis of Frith was himself deceived by the likeness of the corpse to his brother, though of course there were family reasons for such a likeness. Also, the old Duke had paid the Curzon Street debts, which so good a man would not have done had they been of a questionable character, and the very respectable Hengists, kind things, spoke highly of Lady Jim's patience under trying domestic difficulties caused by an unfaithful husband. Besides, Leah, poor dear persecuted woman, was now the Duchess of Pentland, and could do no wrong. She was a misunderstood angel. Hilda Frith doted on her, and every one knew how very, very particular Hilda Frith was. To decry a woman who had suffered so much, and who had so nobly borne suffering, was a crime. Worse, was a blunder, seeing that the latest Duchess would assuredly sway society to bless or damn at her good pleasure. The peerage, the immaculate peerage of Great Britain and Ireland, would stand or fall by Leah Pentland as a perfect example of what a titled woman should be. In this way raged the war of tongues, while Lionel, in Mr. Hall's company, and with the assistance of Scotland Yard officials, sought for the missing prodigal. Strange, playing the game with characteristic stubbornness, refused to indicate the whereabouts of his victim's floating prison, and as the Stormy Petrel, under a new coat of paint, with readjusted rigging, and bearing a prettier but unknown name, could not be found in any shipping list, there appeared little prospect of finding the kidnapped. The telegraph wires sizzled in the air and under the sea, with messages to home and foreign ports. Bills with Jim's portrait and a most flattering description were scattered broadcast. A reward large enough to tempt Mammon himself was offered in every journal, and in many languages, and the journals themselves denounced the police authorities, who were merely mortal, poor scapegoats, for not producing a mislaid nobleman in 5 minutes. It was an enjoyable time for arm-chair critics, who, on insufficient evidence, knew exactly what should be done, and blamed the police, confronted with hard facts, for not doing it. As to the culprit, he might have been Nero, Judas Iscariot, and Captain Dreyfus rolled into one, from the obliquity which was heaped upon him. Since he refused to produce his prisoner, inquisitive people were frantic with annoyance. One enthusiast even suggested that torture should be used to make him speak. Another considered that so recalcitrant a brute should be starved into submission. A third that he should be offered a free pardon on condition that he sent back a regretted duke to his lonely wife. But Strange, chuckling over the storm he had raised, hugged his secret close. Hall, the ducal lawyer, knew what his terms were, and if Hall did not choose to accede, he would have to remain without an aristocratic client. Hall, however, had no notion of losing the money with which the accession of Lord James Kaimes to a wealthy title would probably fill his pockets. Still, Strange's terms were too preposterous to consider for one moment. He had to consider them for a fortnight all the same, and finding that they did not vary, he came down to consult Lady Jim after a lengthy interview with the Reverend Lionel Kaimes at Lambeth. Even though Jim had risen from the dead, Leah had not laid aside her mourning. Indeed, she added fresh crape to show her grief for the recent deaths, and greeted the lawyer with the air of one to whom life is a burden. And so it was to her at the moment. The funereal atmosphere of the great house, the delicacy of her position until Jim returned to tell her that all was safe, and the constant boredom of listening to Hilda's wordy lamentations, these things wore her out, and Mr. Hall noted that she looked fatigued. Natural, very natural, thought Mr. Hall, unfortunately aloud. What is natural? asked Leah, seeing his eyes on her. The man's parchment cheeks reddened. "I beg your pardon, Duchess. I did not intend to speak aloud. A trick of mine when I am interested. Bad habit, bad habit. I was thinking that you looked weary." "Natural, very natural." "Weary?" Leah placed her elbows on the table which stood between them. "I tell you what, Mr. Hall, unless you bring my husband back soon, I shall take to drink." "My dear Duchess!" "Well, and don't men take to drink when they are worried? What better can a poor woman do than imitate the lords of creation? You are so inconsistent. What about my particular lord? Has that beast spoken out?" "No, he refuses to speak save on his own terms, which are, I may say, preposterous, extremely so." Leah thought of the price to be paid for the imprisonment Strange was now undergoing, and smiled dryly. "He is the kind of man who would ask for the sun and get it," she added as an afterthought. "Whether he gets it is for you to determine, Duchess." "Oh!" She looked at him sharply. "Am I to arbitrate?" "Quite so, quite so. A very well chosen word, arbitrate." He chuckled heartily, and adjusted his pince nez. "And the joke, Mr. Hall?" "It might almost be one, Duchess. So preposterous is the demand of this man. He refuses to reveal the whereabouts of his Grace unless, prepare yourself for a surprise, unless he is set free." "Now then, Duchess," Mr. Hall threw himself back in his chair, and flung open his frock coat, "is that not preposterous?" "I can't see it myself," replied Leah, coolly. "He seems to be a very sensible man." But he ought to be punished." "I fear he would not agree with you there. Is this what you have come to see me about?" "Yes. All attempts to find the Duke have been made in vain. The resources of civilisation are exhausted. Only one thing remains, to accede to the prisoner's terms. I saw the Reverend Lionel Kaimes, and he agrees not to prosecute. Now I come to you to ask me not to prosecute." Exactly, exactly. The man attempted to blackmail you and the Reverend Mr. Kaimes. If neither one of you will prosecute, the magistrate will be obliged to dismiss the case for want of evidence, and then Captain Strange, that is his name, isn't it, will send Jim back. I question it. I question it. Once free, he may again attempt to blackmail. That is, he may refuse to surrender his prisoner without money being paid." "I do not agree with you," said Leah, mendaciously. "The man has had a fright, and will not trust himself again into the lion's mouth. Besides, even if he did try to blackmail, we could refuse, and he can't keep my husband for ever on board his dirty little boat. A prisoner who cannot be ransomed would be expensive to keep. Jim has an enormous appetite." Hall smiled at the aristocratic jest. "True, true. You put the case concisely, very concisely, I may say. The question is whether it is right to set the man free, and trust to an honour which I fear he does not possess." Leah thought for a few minutes, playing her part to perfection. "It appears that Captain Strange very wisely will not open his mouth so long as he is shut up. If set free, he promises to be amenable to reason. Of two evils I choose the least, as Mr. Kaimes has done." "That means you will not prosecute?" "Yes. Let the man go, and probably my husband will arrive within the week. How can it be done?" "Very easily. To morrow or the next day Strange can be brought before the magistrate. But as neither you nor Mr. Kaimes will appear, the charge will be dismissed." "And then?" "Then, my dear Duchess, he will vanish into the world, and we shall have to trust to the honour of an admitted blackmailer. It is really a terrible dilemma," cried the lawyer, dismally, "and forms such an evil precedent. Oh, a most deadly blow at justice, I assure you." "Not at all," contradicted Leah, coolly. "We can say that Captain Strange turned King's evidence." "But, my dear Duchess " "What's the use of talking?" she snapped impolitely. "I've told you what to do. Go and do it." "Really " "Pardon me if I am rude, but I am not fit to talk," and she hurried out of the room, glad that she had settled the matter thus. Hall departed to London, reflecting that the rudeness of the Duchess was quite explicable under the circumstances, but resenting it all the same. To punish her, he had a great mind to delay the return of the Duke until his good sense, or his avarice, told him that this would be a costly price to pay for a petty revenge. In this way Captain Strange triumphed, as most people can, by simply holding his tongue. As no evidence was forthcoming when he presented himself before the magistrate, he could not be committed for trial, and after a few formalities walked out of the dingy court a free man. Hall followed him as quickly as was consistent with the dignity of a Lincoln's Inn Fields solicitor, but stepped into the open air to find his bird had flown. Nor did inquiries at the third-rate Strand Hotel result in an interview. The buccaneer, warned of possible danger, never reappeared to claim the carpet-bag which held a few shirts and oddments. He disappeared, apparently into the air, as did Macbeth's fortune-tellers. Hall was vexed, as he had intended Strange should be shadowed by detectives. Of this the astute sailor might have been aware, as he gave no chance to the bloodhounds of the law. "And we have to depend upon his honour about restoring the Duke," thought Hall, with anguish. It might have eased his mind had he known that the dependence was really to be placed on £6,000 being paid within a stated period. But of that he was ignorant, and Leah did not think it necessary to comfort her legal adviser in any way. Indeed, she needed comfort herself sorely, for when a week passed and Jim did not reappear, she began to think that Strange was contriving some new villainy. Perhaps he was about to put up his price, and Leah was determined not to ransom Jim at any greater sum than that she had already agreed to. The newspapers were filled with astonished paragraphs about the inexplicable conduct of the authorities in connection with Strange's acquittal, and some kind friend sent the most spiteful of these to the waiting wife. Leah did not read the opinion of cranks, set forth in inferior English, and was much more taken up with a letter from Katinka Aksakoff. It was not easy to answer such a letter, yet she would be compelled to reply. Mademoiselle Aksakoff wrote indignantly, saying that she did not believe the statements of the papers concerning the conspiracy of Constantine Demetrius. She denied that such a noble man would act in so base a way, and reminded Leah of their conversation on the terrace at Monte Carlo. "You then said that you did not love him," complained the letter, "and insisted that he did not love you. But if he kidnapped your husband so that you might be free to marry him, he must love you, and you have lied. But I cannot believe that you would break my heart in this way, nor can I credit so honourable a man with such conduct." Katinka then went on to say that Demetrius had not been seen since he crossed to Paris. Where was he? Did Lady Jim know? If so, let her tell the writer, or else. Then the epistle ended with a vague threat about hunting out Demetrius and learning the truth. "And when I do," ran the final line, "your conscience will tell you if we are to be friends or foes." This challenge, as it truly was, came from Paris, where Katinka was stopping at the Russian embassy. It had been registered to ensure delivery. A most unpleasant letter. Leah felt inclined to tear it up. But some instinct told her that Katinka Aksakoff was a persistent girl, with much obstinacy in her character. If no reply came, she would probably hasten to Firmingham for an interview, and Lady Jim did not care about having the second honeymoon of herself and her restored husband spoilt by the scene which would surely take place. After destroying several sheets of note paper, she produced a concise reply, saying as little as ever she could. Nevertheless, she was forced to say much she would have preferred left unsaid. "Captain Strange," said Lady Jim's reply, "declared that Demetrius had so conspired, but he had been set free and had disappeared. What he said might be true or might not. Nothing could be known for certain unless Lord James returned, and up to the date of the letter he had not put in an appearance. Demetrius certainly had come to Paris, not to see the writer, but to interview M. Aksakoff about a possible pardon. At the Henri Trois Hotel the doctor had been seized with a fit, and a Dr. Helfmann had taken charge of him. Since then," wrote Lady Jim, "I have not seen him. However, I enclose a letter which he sent me on the day I left Paris. It would seem that he has gone to Russia." "And I hope Katinka will follow him there," said Leah, after adding a few Judas words of endearment. "Aksakoff might keep her on his Volga estate. She'll only make mischief if she comes to England. I'll warn her father of that." And she did, for M. Aksakoff received a letter which hinted that his daughter might prove to be a possible firebrand, and so the matter for the time being ended. But Jim had not yet arrived. 7 days passed, and the 8th night since the Buccaneer's release closed in. Leah felt the strain terribly, and hardly ate or slept. Hilda did what she could to cheer her up, but not knowing the whole truth, could do very little. Lady Jim declined to take drugs, as her last experience of these had shown her how they aged people, though that might have been her fancy. All she could do, and did do, was to keep a tight rein on her emotions, and beyond looking pale and a trifle haggard, no one could have told that she was in any way disturbed. Joan was a great comfort to her in those days of strain, and so was Lionel, with his prophecies that all would yet be well. But Leah had no one to whom she could tell the whole shocking truth, and it was desperately trying to a woman whose nervous system was almost wrecked to hold her tongue. These still waters were running very deep. She found a certain relief in motion, and while Hilda wept and wailed that the bodies of her dear husband and his father had never been cast ashore for Christian burial, Leah's motor car tore round the country through storm and sunshine. She would not even take a chauffeur, but engineered the machine herself. Providence, or the fetish that stood to her in place of it, watched over her escapades. She met with no accident, not even the most trivial, although in her reckless driving she did her best to reduce the car to matchwood. Like a witch on a broomstick, she flew round the country, frantic and insistent, as though she sought the enjoyment of some wizard's Sabbath. The motor flung mile after mile behind, with a buzz and a hum and the speed of a destroyer buffeting a rough sea. Leah, with her hand on the lever, swooped down narrow lanes, spun furiously along the King's Highway, crashed through scared villages, and raced the setting sun to the verge of the astonished lands. It was the extreme danger of these flights which delighted and strengthened her, and if she had a large bill to pay for breaking every known law in the county policeman's note-books, it was easy for the Duchess of Pentland to pay for such frolics. The thrill, the dash, the knowledge of power, the governance of a flying bombshell, these things were worth double, treble, quadruple the money. She was inebriated with danger, exalted by the constant nearness of death, and like a she-Satan, defiantly self-sufficient, scorned both God and man. Of woman, needless to say, she took no account whatsoever. Then came one memorable night, riotously wild with wind and rain, with gleaming lamps at top speed, facing the wrath of conflicting elements, battling under a stormy sky. She drove her machine roaring up the avenue. A quick turn of the hand, and she stayed it, fuming and whirring like a live thing, before the porch. Contrary to custom, the door was open. Against the light she saw Lionel, and in a moment guessed the inevitable. Leaving the chauffeur to attend to the monster, this Mrs. Frankenstein sprang up the steps and dragged Lionel under the glare of the electric lamp. A look into his face redoubled the beat of her heart. There, sure enough, she saw what she expected to see. "Take me to him," she breathed, still retaining her grip on his arm. "But are you quite prepared? He is in the library, and—" Leah flung the curate away so forcibly that he staggered against the wall. She was out of the hall, she was at the library door, she was in the library itself, and all in two quick drawn breaths. "Hullo, Leah," said a well-known voice, in a well-known manner. She did not answer, but stared with a bloodless face, possessed entirely by the devil of hysteria. Then she dropped without a cry or a word. Like a blood mare she had held Chapter 30 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 30. There are periods in the growth of a tree when the sap, unable to circulate freely, coagulates into knots and protuberances. Leah had heard some empirical dabbler in science say as much, and recognized it as a truthful symbol of her existence for the 12 months following Jim's return. There was certainly a knot in her life, for somehow, in an unaccountable way, things seemed to be at a standstill. Before intermeddling with criminal matters she had indulged her senses in every possible way, and now that she had receded within the legal limits of action, she was prepared to indulge them again. To her surprise they did not respond, and she discovered that the nursery stage of enjoyment had been passed. That intermezzo of fierce endeavour, of scheming and fighting, of dancing on the edge of a precipice, and of wandering in perilous ways, had ruined her for untroubled days and comfortable nights. While battling with desperate fortunes, she had detested the storm and necessary stress of the encounter. Now she longed to set her forces in array once more, and dare the worst. The salt had lost its savour, and her vitiated palate demanded pepper, red pepper, hot and biting, to flavour the good things ready for her eating at life's banquet. But Leah found, as many had done before her, that desire is better than success, that there is more zest in striving than in attaining. She had longed for ample funds, and since she possessed full control of the Pentland income, this longing was almost, but not quite, satisfied. Nevertheless, her soul was hungry still. She bought everything she fancied, and scarcely cast a look on her most costly and attractive purchases. She travelled with the luxurious surroundings of a queen, and only felt bored. She stopped at home and yawned incessantly twice round the clock. She would have willingly remunerated the inventor of a new pleasure, but, like Xerxes, she could not find so imaginative a man. It was truly lamentable to think that she should possess the moon she had cried for, only to find it was but a used-up world. Jim, on the contrary, flourished healthily under his strawberry leaves, and this best of all possible world satisfaction added to his wife's exasperation. Daily he grew stouter and more plethoric. Daily he made the same stupid observations, and daily he indulged in the gross material pleasures dear to his infinitesimal soul, which was being smothered in superabundant flesh. "You are like a pig removed into a new sty," his wife scornfully informed him. "Not a bad sty," answered the Duke, looking round the room. "Good enough for middle-class people, but not for us, Jim. We are desperately poor as Duke and Duchess." "That's so, Leah, but you spend most of the income." "I have a right to. Don't forget what I have done for you." "You give me no chance," said her husband bitterly. "Every time we have a row you mention things that needn't be mentioned. And after all, Leah, you got me back for your own convenience." "I'm not so sure of that. I wish now that I had kept the 30,000 which we had to pay back, and had let you remain where you were." "On board Strange's odd job steamer? It wasn't so bad, though I was chained by the leg. I learnt a lot about engines there. Used to watch 'em when she was bumping through hurricanes. They were triple expansion, too. It was fun to watch the old Scotch engineer with his hand on the throttle valve, and hear him curse when the screw leaped sky high to race like a motor. I've had worse times, much worse." He spoke with more animation than usual, and Leah sympathised with his enthusiasm. She also would have enjoyed herself on a rotten hulk with doubtful engines, and an hourly chance of going down into the great green seas. The excitement would have been intense, and the death a clean one. Perhaps Jim had forgotten the softer emotions of man when the Tramp stormed north with every rivet in her hull straining for dispersion. She wondered. "I suppose you missed Señorita Fajardo, then?" "No, curiously enough, I didn't. There was too much fun in thinkin' what would come next to bother about her. I'm a bit of a philosopher, Leah, and when I can't get cake I chew bread. Now I've got the cake I'm enjoyin' it." "And eaten too much of it. Look how stout you are getting." "Respectable men always get stout when they grow old." "You are not old." "I'm a bit elderly. Somehow I don't enjoy larks so much as I used to," mused Jim thoughtfully. "Sign of age, I suppose. But I daresay I'll get some sort of fun out of life, and maybe we'll need old Jarvey Peel's money at 60. It'll be more than 30,000 by then." "Less the 6,000 you paid Strange," said his Duchess, cruelly. Jim winced. "Bit of a pull, that, eh? Nice fancy price I've had to pay for your fun, Leah." "It was to bring you back. To make you a duchess, you mean. One would think you were middle class, to hear you talk of titles in that respectful way. Who bothers about such things nowadays? I've been bored to death since Strange's blackmail turned you into a pauper duke." Her husband made a grimace at this very plain speaking. "I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Leah. Hang it, I thought you really loved me when you fainted on my return." "All acting, my good man," she assured him, annoyed by his recalling that 12-month-old weakness. "I had to impress the family somehow." "Then you don't love me?" said Jim, slowly. What a question to ask after nearly 7 years of married life! "But I'm respectable now," urged Jim, setting forth the contents of the new page he had turned over. "I don't race or bet overmuch, and never look at a pretty woman. I go to church, and sit in the Lords, and take the chair at charity dinners, and—" "You do that last because you love eating. All the charity funds are spent on the victuals, and the poor get about a penny in the collected pounds. Oh, you are quite a model, Jim, and so dull." This is but a sample of the few conversations the ducal pair allowed themselves, for they did not foregather with any enthusiasm. For propriety's sake the Duke and Duchess of Pentland were seen together at the few functions they could attend during the months of mourning. Their home life was outwardly harmonious, and the crying down of a grass widow, which had been heard during those weeks of suspense following Strange's arrest, had changed to crying up, when it was seen how very correctly the new Duchess behaved. Therefore they saw one another only officially, save on rare occasions. Leah found Jim dull, as she had frankly told him, and he winced always at his wife's tongue, which had lost none of its cutting power. Even his stupid brain grasped the fact that she was changed, though in what way he could not exactly say. She was certainly restless, and his bovine contentment with things as they are could not understand this phase. Also, she was dissatisfied, although she had secured all she had wanted by almost a miracle. "Rum creatures, women," soliloquized the philosopher, sauntering to his club. "If you gave 'em the solar system to play with, they'd howl for the universe," which was a high flight for Jim to take in the way of metaphor. Leah sometimes thought that the long period of mourning might have darkened her outlook on life. She and Jim were forced by a ridiculously particular world to live quietly, and she could not indulge herself to the full. A constant succession of black dresses palled on one fond of colours, and custom forbade her filling the various ducal residences with amusing people, who in any case were almost impossible to find. Then, as Leah stated, they were really poor, considering the title. What with regiments of servants, and the stately mansions which housed them, the horses and carriages and motors and rents and taxes, and unnecessary personal expenditure, and equally unnecessary charities, it was truly difficult to make two aristocratic ends meet. The Duchess of Pentland had to contrive and arrange almost as much as had Lady Jim. From 2,000 a year to 25 times that amount seems a large jump, but the title nullified the value of the estates. Leah ardently prayed that the fetish would increase the incoming and decrease the outgoing, but her Baal seemed to think that it had done enough, even for so devout a woman. "Am I never going to have a good time?" wailed Leah. Later she found that the wail was unnecessary, for the fetish pitied his worshipper and granted her prayer. Coal of the best quality was found on a Welsh property of the Kaimes family, and Hall prophesied that in a year or two the ducal income would be doubled. Leah took heart at this sign of grace, as one really could manage pretty well on 100,000 a year. But £1 a minute was Leah's idea of a moderate income, and then she would have grumbled that each hour only brought her in 60 sovereigns. However, she decided to spend what she had and what was coming along from the coal to the last farthing, and arranged when the year of sorrow was ended, as it now was, to take her place in the very gayest of society. She would be presented again this season according to custom, and then would see about exhausting the most advanced pleasures of a civilization that could not do enough for one of her greedy appetite. This she told to Lady Canvey. "That is a mistake," rejoined the sagacious octogenarian, who was a year older in body and a year younger in brain. "If you exhaust everything in this world, nothing will be left for you but to try the next. And I don't think you are quite prepared for that, my dear." "Perhaps not. I never set up for being a saint." "No, that is a pleasure you have not yet exhausted. Why not try it?" "Because I am no hypocrite. What is the use of pretending to be goody-goody when you are not? Saints are holy, not goody-goody." "It's the same thing." "It might be with you, certainly, but you are not the sort to be canonized." "Well, I don't know. A sinner is the raw material out of which a saint is manufactured. You can't be really good unless you have been really very bad." "That is useful information," said Lady Canvey, dryly, "and very encouraging to people like yourself. You might make an attempt at being Saint Leah or Saint Jezebel." "Lady Canvey!" "Oh!" The old dame chuckled. "Then you do know something of Scripture?" "Yes, but I don't quote it to annoy other people." "Your tongue is quite clever enough to do without such aid, my dear. And don't lose your temper. I'm only talking for your good." Disagreeable conversations are always prefaced by that remark. "Yes?" "I was thinking you might begin on your saintly career by endowing a church with this coal money. They build churches very cheap nowadays. You can have one of red brick, and—" "There are too many churches, and too few worshippers," interrupted the Duchess, with a shrug. "Besides, I propose to endow myself with the coal money. I daresay I shall give £50 or so to Lionel for his paupers." "You must not ruin yourself, my dear," said Lady Canvey, with affectionate spite. "I thought that Lionel, as a married man, and the Vicar of Firmingham, had nothing to do with paupers. There are none in the parish there. At least there were none in Pentland's time," she ended with emphasis. "I suppose you mean to hint that Jim is stopping his charities and putting on the screw. Don't distress yourself, godmother. Everything is as it was, save that our tenants and villagers are more gorged and much more impudent. Lionel doesn't appreciate the godliness of his heritage, because his parishioners pay their rents regularly and come to church without the whip. They are so pious that his occupation is gone. That would not suit an energetic Christian like Lionel." "It doesn't. He and Joan take pleasure trips into the Lambeth slums, and ask seedy ruffians to stay with them in the country. What with converted burglars and wives who assure you they haven't been beaten for weeks, the place is quite a Whitechapel paradise. Lionel preaches to the ruffians, and Joan listens to the wives with whole skins. I believe they join forces to wash the children. Oh, they have rollicking times at Firmingham Vicarage, I assure you." "Very meritorious times," said Lady Canvey, reprovingly. "Quite like the primitive Christian church." "Less clean, I fancy, and more ungrammatical," murmured Leah. "Don't mock, my dear. Lionel is a noble man." "I quite agree with you, and without mockery. Jim is also a noble man, in a different sense, if you will forgive the pun." "It is unworthy of your wit." "I cannot always be pyrotechnical. You need flint and steel to strike fire, and I find no flints amongst the idiots I have to entertain. Do you know, godmother," Leah stared into the fire, "I often wish that Lionel had remained the Duke." "And your husband had been really a corpse? How like you!" "Well," said the Duchess, cheerfully, "Jim might have been of some use if his what do you call those things? Oh, yes, if his vortices had combined with other elements to grow into plants and sheep and cows, and generally do the sort of things which vortices are supposed to do. But as a duke he is a failure." "I don't exactly know what you mean by your heathen talk of vortices," snapped Lady Canvey. "Dust we are, and unto dust shall we return." "Not Jim," protested Leah. "He would return to mud. He just looks as though he were made of sticky, clayey, stodgy mud." "It is not original to abuse your husband." "I know that, but you are too old fashioned to admire originality." Lady Canvey thumped with her stick vigorously. "Do not be so desperately sharp, Leah. You make my head ache. By the way, I have news for you about that nice boy you treated so badly." "I have treated so many nice boys badly. Billy Richardson, Algy Turner, Harry Askew." "The last. He is to be married." "I knew that a year ago. He left before Jim came home to make some Spanish creature his wife. Miss Mamie Mulrady does not sound like a Spanish name." "That girl! You don't say so!" Leah looked genuinely surprised. "I suppose Señorita Fajardo would not have him. Perhaps she is waiting for Mr. Berring." "Who is he?" "Oh, a friend of mine." She put up her muff to hide a smile. "I know that U.S.A. heiress. A nice girl, if she did not affect the Wild West, of which she knows absolutely nothing. No doubt she thinks it chic to let Europeans hear the American eagle scream in the vernacular. Fancy! And to Askew. A good match for him. I suppose he will call pounds, shillings, and pence collectively dollars, now that he is brother to George Washington." "I don't think so. Mrs. Askew will probably be more English than the English." "She might easily be that, since the English are mostly aliens nowadays. Well, I must go. Good bye. I have enjoyed my hour. I always do with you, godmother. Such a clever tongue." "I am not leaving you any money, my dear." "Please don't. Your grandson is finding that opera dancer expensive. Give Canvey your savings, and his lady love will dance professionally on your grave." "I am glad cats don't talk," said the old woman, addressing no one in particular. "One is quite enough." "Ah, they do talk, then," laughed Leah, and having got the last word, slipped away before Lady Canvey could rally her forces. The Duchess, well wrapped up in expensive furs, stepped into the crisp air, thinking of Askew and his triple dip into the matrimonial lucky bag, Lola Fajardo, Marjory the fixture, and Mamie Mulrady, not to speak of herself, whom he would have married had she cared to call herself by his unpretentious name. Certainly he was a man unfettered by prejudices in love affairs. Dark or fair, tall or short, and of any nationality, he adored them all in an entirely respectable fashion, which included a ring and a parson. "Though I don't believe the silly boy knows what love is," thought Leah. Passing into Piccadilly, she was walking for exercise towards the Park. But people of that ignorant sort always seem to land on their feet, like the cats Lady Canvey spoke of. "I have landed very comfortably myself. I wonder why I can't love any one. How is it that no man can stir me into experience of the grand passion?" Lately Leah had taken to analysing herself, with fatal results. It seemed to her that she was shallow, since nothing in the world made any difference to her, or could make her feel. If Jim had dropped dead of the apoplectic fit which was waiting for him, she would merely have shrugged her shoulders. Had the old Duke come back to claim the title, she would have had small regret in surrendering it. Everything seemed trivial and dull and vulgar. A remark made by Lionel occurred vividly to her at this moment. "You will never be truly happy," he had said, "until you are truly sorrowful." It was an unintentional epigram on the vicar's part, as he was dense, like all the Kaimes family, but it was clever enough to be true. Only, and here was the hopelessness of her life, she saw no chance of becoming sorrowful in any degree, since her indifference nullified deep feelings of any sort. "I suppose I shall have to run in this society circus till I die," she thought drearily. What a clown's destiny! The mention of one lover naturally recalled the name of another, and by the time she passed Apsley House, thoughts of Demetrius were running in her head. Not a word had she heard of him since his enforced journey to Siberia via Paris, Havre, and Kronstadt. Katinka Aksakoff might have supplied information, only that Katinka, for reasons which Leah guessed rather than knew, had disappeared some 9 months ago. According to Monsieur Aksakoff, she was ruralising on his Volga estates, and her health forbade an exciting life. The Duchess did not quite believe this smooth explanation, and yet at times she fancied that the diplomatist might have taken her advice regarding the shepherding of an infatuated child. It was then by one of those curious coincidences, perfectly explicable to the psychological mind, that the man himself glided to her side. He looked as tall and lean as ever, but his eyes were less direct in their gaze, and he did not seem to exercise his former self-control. Leah and he had met but rarely during the past year, owing to her retirement consequent on mourning observances, and when they did meet each had avoided mention of that memorable afternoon in Paris. But when he crossed Leah's path thus unexpectedly, and when her head was filled with Demetrius and with the woman Demetrius did not love, she resolved to learn the worst or the best. After greeting, she began to speak with unconventional abruptness. "Where is your daughter, Monsieur Aksakoff?" "On my Volga estate," he replied nervously, and from his averted eyes she made sure he was lying badly. "In Siberia, you mean?" He turned with a start. "How do you know that?" "I am right, then?" Aksakoff clasped and unclasped two restless hands over the knob of his cane. "I really cannot say. I do not know why you should make that observation after I have informed you of my daughter's whereabouts." "I make it because I am a woman, and being such, I know that Katinka's love for that waxed moustached creature will lead her, perhaps has led her, even into Siberian wilds." Aksakoff stopped under the Achilles statue and probed her mind with his eyes. "Do you really think so?" "I do. Does my thought confirm facts?" He resumed his walk with a troubled face. "I will be frank with you, madame. Since we both know that Constantine Demetrius left Paris on that afternoon en route to Siberia." "I know nothing of the sort," contradicted Leah, sharply. "Yet you have admitted that the man is in Siberia." The Duchess laughed carelessly. "All Russians go as naturally to Siberia as Cockneys to Margate. It's a kind of bank holiday with them, I suppose. Why not be frank with me?" "Madame, I rather think that I should ask you that question." "I never answer questions," said Leah, coolly. "It saves a lot of trouble. But I make statements, and one is that Demetrius and the woman who loves him are in Siberia." "Do you really think so?" said the diplomatist, repeating himself. "I do think so. But surely you know?" Aksakoff shook his head. Katinka refused to marry her cousin Petrovitch after the disappearance of Demetrius. She questioned me continually about him, and showed me the letter and enclosure which you had sent. A very diplomatic letter, if I may say so. I, of course, denied that I knew anything. She appeared to be satisfied, yet 9 months ago she left my house, left this country, to rusticate on your Volga estates. That was my excuse for her disappearance, and I beg of you, madame, to accept that excuse in society for the sake of her good name and mine." She nodded, and he went on gravely. "I confess to you, madame, that I do not know where she is. You suggest Siberia. It is possible." "I fancy so, seeing she is infatuated with the man. But how could she possibly learn that he was there?" Leah asked this question a trifle nervously, for there seemed to be something menacing in the strange behaviour of Katinka. "Very easily. You sent her the letter supposed to have been written by Constantine Demetrius in Paris." "What letter is that?" she asked obstinately. The Russian's eyes flashed. "You must know, madame, and you do know, that the letter was forged for your safety." The Duchess stopped abruptly, and became as ice in manner and speech. "You talk very strangely, Monsieur Aksakoff. My safety was never in danger, so far as I know. Your anxiety makes you indiscreet, and thinking so, I pardon the indiscretion." Aksakoff, knowing that she would continue to feign ignorance, even in the face of aggressive facts, apologized with a bow, since it mattered very little. In that forged letter, he was determined to stick to the word, was the name of Helfmann. "Dr. Helfmann," she corrected. "I gave him that degree, madame," said Aksakoff dryly. "Helfmann is one of our secret police." "Then you had no business to introduce such a creature into my rooms," said Leah, angrily. "Pardon, the crime is 12 months old. To proceed." Katinka knew the real business of this man, and may have learned the truth, or enough of it, to make her journey to Siberia. "Tomsk, yes, Tomsk." He leaned his stick on the ground, his hands on the stick, and stared vaguely at the leafless trees. "Assuredly, Tomsk. Is Dr. Demetrius there?" Aksakoff nodded vaguely. "I wish you a good day, madame," said he, and turned away abruptly without raising his hat. The omission of a usual courtesy either betrayed his absence of mind, or showed that what he truly thought of the Duchess of Pentland. Leah, having a tender conscience, chose to assign the latter reason, and resolved to cut the man if he should dare to speak to her again. "But what can you expect from the Russian bear?" she said, resuming her walk. It ended in Curzon Street. She and Jim rented the ducal residence to a wealthy American, and retained the smaller mansion on the plea that their happiest days had been spent there. This excuse was, of course, a lie, but every one believed it, and said how touching it was to see that a duke and a duchess could be so human. And after all, Leah really did like the cot of her humble days. It was pleasant to think that she had been Lady Jim of Curzon Street, and had taken her title in that way, just like a peer in his own right. Sometimes she regretted that she was simply a duchess, and not Lady Jim as of old. Then she had enjoyed life. Now she found it excruciatingly dull. And it was all the fault of Demetrius, who had taught her more exciting methods of passing time than by killing it. When in the drawing-room she recalled the conversation with Aksakoff, and began to think that there were troublesome days ahead. If Katinka had learned the truth through Helfmann, she was assuredly hovering round Tomsk in the hope of aiding Demetrius to escape. Should she be successful, as so determined a girl might easily be, the man would return to this island of refuge, breathing out vengeance of the direst. Leah had often contemplated a possible escape, followed by a certain return, and the contemplation invariably produced a shudder. Now that there seemed to be some ground that the man who knew all and would tell all might come to England, she was conscious of rising spirits. The feeling puzzled her. "I ought to be shaking in my shoes," she reflected, "but I feel rather pleased than otherwise. I am spoilt for a life of cotton wool and policemen at every corner. Danger is the sole thing which amuses me. That must be the explanation of my feeling jolly. I expect the heroes and heroines of cheap novels feel the same when they settle to a dull marriage after pages of hair-breadth escapes." She was perfectly right. Leah Pentland was a bad woman, mainly because she had been looked after too carefully. It required upheavals to bring the possible best out of her. She had behaved unscrupulously and basely in dealing with the insurance fraud, because that was the sole adventure which had come her way. But had the adventure been heroic and noble, she would have enjoyed it quite as much, and would have struggled quite as bravely. The reckless way in which she pulled the whiskers of death when throned on her motor car was characteristic of the woman. Given danger, and she blossomed into a heroine, good or bad as circumstances served. At heart she was no vapid society woman, and her fiery pursuit of aimless pleasures merely showed her restless and masculine temperament. Danger braced her. At times, during her first taste of it, she had certainly given way from overstrained nerves, but now she was steeled to the worst that could happen, blooded to the open trail, baptized in unholy fire. If Katinka and Demetrius returned to London to give battle, she was certain, absolutely certain, that she could beat them single-handed. Katinka, she felt, was the more dangerous of the two. Well, let her come, let him come, and victory be to the self-confident. Leah was so sure of her triumph that she did not even cast a thought to her hard-worked fetish. All the same, she kept the peacock's feather constantly in her pocket. "Jim," said the Duchess that night after a tete-a-tete dinner, when the pair reached the coffee stage, "let us sell up, drop our rank, and go to Canada." The Duke stared, as well he might. "Good Lord!" "Pooh! Why do you not say damn, as I feel inclined to do?" Jim still stared with infantile blue eyes. "You say such queer things," he objected, fishing for a cigar. "I should like to do them. Oh, why wasn't I born a real live man? I should have lived, lived, lived." "Well," said Jim, stolidly clipping his weed, "you live now, don't you? In a satin-lined, rosewood jewelled box, if you call that living." "I see what you mean," confessed the Duke, lighting up. "Same here. I was ever so much jollier aboard that dirty tramp. I slugged one of the crew, a Finn he was, a hulking Finn who thought I was a world crawler and no man. They carried him away in bits," finished Jim, with the battle light in his blue eyes. Leah looked at him curiously. "Jim, I really believe that we might understand one another. You and I are meant to be pals, and not a conventional man and wife. If you were only a backwoodsman, I should adore you." "And do the washin' and the scrubbing and the cookin'. I fancy I see you puttin' your back into that sort of work, Leah. Honey pots are more in your line." "I am as sick of honey pots as you are. All this dressing and undressing, and court functions, and paltry pigeon shooting, and skating at Prince's on sham ice, and yachting at Cowes, and a floating hotel. Oh, Lord, how it bores me!" "You're always bored," grunted her husband, unsympathetically. "Can you wonder at it, when I have to go round and round and round in a decorated ring like a trick pony? If I were a woman it would be satisfactory, no doubt." "Well," said Jim, obtusely, "ain't you a woman?" Leah sprang from her chair and flung out her arms with a deep chest breath. "I am a man." she announced in resonant contralto tones. "I feel like one, anyhow. Didn't some one say there was no sense in this grown-up business? Well, I am like that. Up to the time you went after Lola Fajardo, I did enjoy things all round. But somehow I feel as though the bottom had dropped out of creation." "Drop Lola Fajardo also, then," growled the Duke, colouring. "I never went near her." "Because you couldn't. The serpent in the bamboo, eh, Jim?" "I don't care anything for her now." Leah looked at him steadily. "I am glad of that, because you belong to me to me." "And much you think of me." "I think you are extremely selfish, and desperately weak with even ugly women, and quite a brute when you don't get your own pretty way, and, in short, you are a man, a glorious lord of creation." "Oh, drop rotten." "I am not rotting, as you delicately put it. Like myself, this sugary civilisation has spoiled you. If you had to earn your bread, I should respect you, Jim. I might even love you. Yes," she considered for a moment, "I daresay it might come to that." Jim was growing bewildered. "What does all this mean?" was his very natural interrogation. His wife bewildered him still more by acting in a way which made him gasp. She walked round the table, and, standing at his back, placed her arms around his neck. "I'll tell you, Jim. I have just found out by my very own self that you and I are cave people, pitchforked into the wrong century. We live 10,000 years too late. Just think of it, 10,000 years of life and death. Let us go back to the mud, Jim, and take up the life where we left it when you were killed, spearing that mammoth." "Leah!" His head was thrown back, and his eyes stared upward in alarm. "I know what you think, but I am as sane as you are, and 10 times cleverer. No." She loosened her arms from his neck and locked them behind her. "Look at me, Jim. Am I a doll?" The startled Duke wheeled his chair and stared at her brilliant eyes, no longer hard and cold, at her stately figure, her splendid red hair, her clearly cut face, flushed and animated. "You're a rippin' fine woman," said he, his sluggish pulses stirred. "So you think. So the world thinks. Yet I have to live in a wadded box like a wax doll. I want to get out of that box. It stifles me, chokes me. I am sick of the tents of Shem, and wish to house under those of Esau. You and I will take the privilege of rank, and be eccentric. As pals, we'll get on much better than as a Mayfair man and wife of the wrong sort beyond the borders of this horrid civilisation that is. Buy a yacht, Jim, a tramp hulk with those triple expansion engines you told me about, and let us make for the South Seas. There's a clear path down Channel. Let us explore. Let us venture into the naked lands, and exploit the fringes of the empire. I want to live, you understand. Oh," she cried almost fiercely, "can't you understand?" "No," said Jim truthfully, and as stolid as ever. "You have your rank to think of, and my name." The fire died out of Leah's eyes, the colour from her face, the ring from her voice. Even her figure seemed to dwindle from that of a tragedy queen into a conventional Belgravian wife. Then she laughed shortly, and in a way which Jim did not approve of in his Duchess. "I beg your pardon, Pentland," said Leah, using his title to mark the far recoil. "I took you for a man. You are nothing but a society gramophone." Jim would have resented this contemptuous description, but that she gave him no time to formulate an idea in his slow-thinking brain. With swift steps she left the room and ascended to her boudoir. There, after locking the door with a strength which disordered the lock, she flung herself face downward on the sofa and cried quietly, passionately, with that suppressed anger and grief and rage which rends the body and brain so terribly. Jim could not, would not understand. He was what he always had been, the sole Gadarene pig into which a devilkin had not entered. "Can I never put fire into that clay?" sobbed Leah, savagely. Only God could have done that. Chapter 31 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 31. Leah made no farther attempt to decivilize Jim. He was too engrossed in Egyptian flesh-pots to set out for the promised land of splendid adventure and Elizabethan enterprise. In his clay there did lurk a spark of that Promethean fire which, melting meaner aims into one passionate purpose to explore the world and exploit the world, has made England great. Unfortunately, it could not be fanned into anything resembling a flame. The cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, and the garlic of civilization appealed to him insistently, and even if he did betake himself to roaming unfenced wastes, he certainly would not number a wife amongst his luggage. Moreover, and this she knew by instinct, his basic qualities were markedly those of the homing kind. This being so, a few months of tent and road would be used by him as a relish to increased appreciation of the cedar chambers and painted halls wherein his cradle had been rocked. It was clearly impossible to make a silken purse out of this particular sow's ear, so Jim drowsed very contentedly beside the fire, while his wife, out of sheer ennui, chased Piccadilly butterflies, or sat in her ducal niche to be bored with social adoration. But one thing rendered life endurable to Leah Pentland at this juncture, and that was her coming opportunity to exhaust the enjoyable. Now that the days of compulsory sorrow were ended, she had plenty to do, and ample funds for the doing. At Firmingham, the new King and Queen celebrated Christmas, new style, with celebrants who were but doubtfully informed as to the why and wherefore of the festival. Certainly Jim and his Comus rout invaded church on the holy day, and yawned impatiently through liturgy and sermon, but this was a concession to county prejudices. Leah would tolerate no Santa Claus tree, no druidical decorations, and no modernized mumming of the Middle Ages. These out-of-date enjoyments were replaced by political and poetical tableaux, by amateur renderings of smart French and dismal Russian plays, and by the kitchen lancers, when riotous cake-walks palled. Imported musicians in an incorrect foreign uniform played Grieg's melodies, Tchaikovsky's weird sound poems, and that nerve-exhausting music of the present by Herr Wagner, which has now arrived at its future. For the uncouth carol of innocent Victorian days was substituted Sousa's clanging marches, comic songs, clean but inane, and catchy airs from the newest vaudeville, miscalled musical comedy. Out-of-door sports included skating on artificial ice, since it was a green Christmas, motor car races, attempts at golf and polo playing, riding, driving, and sauntering flirtations, while bridge circulated the guests' money at odd moments. It was truly wonderful to see how completely these nominal Christians had substituted a heathen festival of some sort for the orthodox pleasures of tradition. The participants in the orgy were all smart and all blasé, perfectly dressed and triumphantly selfish. With that careful avoidance of spoken appreciation which marks the modern trifler, they took leave of the Duchess with the remark that her notion of what Yuletide should be was not half bad. A week of dull Sundays, so to speak, had been got through capitally. "Nothing frumpish about the thing," pronounced Mrs. Penworthy, who had been asked to gratify Jim, and who had been found woefully wanting in snap. Every one was quite up to scratch. Leah Pentland did simply ripping off her own. The little woman was not talking an unknown language, for the latest successor to Algy understood her excellently well. She spoke the gibberish of those in a hurry, which she had taken some pains to acquire. The very few words in the dictionary used by the fashionable were dropped into the melting pot, and came out in ungrammatical lumps of misused adjectives and verbs, with a paucity of pronouns and prepositions. Mrs. Penworthy, whose sense of humour was strong, had proposed that Lionel should translate the Bible into this time-saving vernacular, so that its spiritual meaning could be arrived at by those who thought the verse of Milton and the prose of Bacon starchy. "Wouldn't hear of it," said she to Algy's latest successor, while munching American sweets in the up-going train. "Told him it would be spiffing to fetch the Psalms up to mark, but he didn't catch on somehow. Wonder the Duchess can stand him with his horrid correctness. She's fond of doing herself well." "Thought the Duchess had rather a shoppin' face," replied the man, meaning that his hostess had looked worried. "Don't know why she should. Got heaps of cake to chew. Might be she missed Demetrius." "Where say hang out?" "Don't know. Went prancing off on his own. Got a puff?" The inheritor of Algy's shoes provided the lady with a cigarette. "Fancied she cottoned to th'Askew chap," he remarked, striking a match. "Sure she did. Oh, rather. Aksakoff let on to me 'bout the boy jumping Paris to get fixed. British Embassy fixings, you know. Leah Pentland didn't bring it off somehow. Lucky for her, seeing Jim wasn't a goner. We really could not have received her," ended Mrs. Penworthy. Then, aware that she had lapsed into decent English, corrected her mistake. "Mean we couldn't have let her chip into our game." "Like the Duchess?" inquired her companion languidly. "Don't know quite. Saucy and swagger and all that. Freezes a bit. What? Talks like a book, you know. Awfully expensive rattle." The man nodded. "Thought she wasn't up to Dick. Dare say she'll spin along on her own freely when the hump's off." "Hump? She hasn't got the hump, or the needle either." "Very saucy hump," insisted the male linguist. "Quite birdish. Sorry the old Duke and Frith hopped, maybe." "How very unnatural," sighed Mrs. Penworthy, reverting to English in her disgust. "Quite too awful. To think how luck hooks on to her. Really makes one wish to be a bad woman to see how she lands the salmon," she finished more creditably. Algy's latest successor was right. For once in his life of mistakes, Leah was not entirely her own brilliant self, notwithstanding that successful inauguration of the new era. The early excitement consequent on the conversation with Aksakoff had died away, and again she felt the old haunting fear of the possible. But this absurd mood, she hoped, would pass away when the test came. Facing her enemies, male and female, she would doubtless fight like a cornered rat, and would conquer from sheer determination not to be beaten. Nevertheless, this period of suspense was trying to one who had no listener, and who could not talk herself into heroics by mere monologues. A confident but necessary only to the weaker part of her character, since her deepest feelings had advised her that pure strength must needs be solitary. She was an oak, not an ivy, and unknowingly agreed with Emerson as to the vitiating effects of comfortable circumstances. "Cast the bantling on the rocks," sang the seer of Concord, and Leah indubitably squirmed thereon, as Jim had informed her in his simple way in a conversation now apparently some centuries old. "Every month's a year now," sighed Leah, wearily. However, pending a possible fight for her social throne, the Duchess made the very best of the passing hour. After the pagan entertainment of the winter solstice, she endured the gorging Christianity of a few belated country houses, whose inhabitants were still eating in honour of a birth which had taken place some 2000 years ago, as a book they seldom read assured them. She went alone to these Vitellian feasts, as Jim was off the chain until such time as he would be needed to play Duke during the season. The aristocratic prodigal's reformation was but skin deep, and the late whitewash soon wore off to show the unchanged black fleece, since he began with the zeal of a newly uniformed subaltern to poach on various matrimonial manners. Mrs. Penworthy he had naturally grown tired of, as she preferred syndicates to partnerships, so he placed his tried affections on Lady Sandal, who was horsey and doggy and tremendously expensive on account of her betting craze. She and Jim talked kennels and stables, discussing their very unplatonic loves between times, and found each other kindred gutter snipes of the earthly sensual kind. Leah, speedily informed by a feminine side wind of this new amusement of Jim's 24 leisure hours, did not object, or even hint her knowledge of his backsliding. It kept him out of her way, and Lord Sandal, a Nero with limitations, who dwelt in a superlative glass house, was not likely to submit his wife's latest sin to the fierce light which beats upon the divorce court witness box. Nothing could be more satisfactory to a woman who wanted complete freedom, and Leah again thanked the agreeable fetish for making straight her very crooked paths. But all this time the sword dangled over Leah's head, and its menace became so insupportable that she wished the single hair would give way to decide brusquely for hit or miss. Her desire was gratified on the very night when she made her curtsy to the sovereigns. Having created an immense impression, the Duchess, with eyes as radiant as the family diamonds crowning her imperial head, returned at midnight to her home in the company of a purring husband. Jim really felt that Leah had upheld the family name with her insolent beauty, and moreover was quite the grandest looking woman in London, or out of it. When they arrived in their own drawing room, and she had emerged a royal court butterfly from the chrysalis of her cloak, he turned abruptly and took her in his arms with the hug of a bear. "Leah," he murmured hoarsely, "oh, Leah," and kissed her fair on the mouth with the kiss of Pan. But only once did he exercise that connubial privilege, for she released herself roughly with a sense of intolerable outrage. "Isn't it rather late in the day?" she asked, scornful and angry. "'Pon my word, Leah, I'd be a good husband to you if you would only let me." "Oh, as an over-married Turk, I am sure you would be admirable. I know you disapprove of monogamy." "What the deuce is that?" "Something that the Church encourages and society shirks. The Sandal woman can explain the objection." Jim winced at her knowledge of his latest love. "You said that I belonged to you," he reminded her sulkily. "Officially. May I ask the reason for this sudden devotion?" "You look so rippin'." "Thanks for the belated compliment. I am aware that your love is dependent upon the eye." "And what else should it be dependent upon?" "The heart may have something to do with it, you know. Or rather, you do not know. Since our conversation when I asked you to buy a yacht, I have given up trying to educate you in the affections." "I'll buy a yacht now, a dozen yachts, to please you." "Oh," said the Duchess, with a cold smile, "so that Epsom Newmarket woman has been nasty." Jim uttered a bad word under his breath, and flung out of the room in a pet. "I'll play at the club till all's blue," he called out, while banging the door, and a minute later she heard the butler whistle for a hansom. The deserted wife was perfectly aware that Jim's sudden admiration arose from pride of proprietorship, and objected to be cajoled into righteous matrimonial principles on such terms. As it was scarcely 1 o'clock, she seated herself to consider if it would be worth while to lift her uxorious pig out of the mire he loved. A footman with a salver interrupted these creditable meditations. "A lady called twice to see your Grace this evening," said the man, presenting a visiting card, "and has now called again." The Duchess lifted her eyebrows as she lifted the card. "At this hour?" "The lady says her business is important, your Grace." "What business?" Here her eyes fell on the card, and a swift alteration of expression changed her into a different and harder woman. "Ask Mademoiselle Aksakoff to join me here," she ordered abruptly. The sword had not yet dropped, but the hair could not suspend it much longer. Katinka was in England, in London, in her house. And Demetrius? What of him? Why had he not come also? Leah asked herself these questions with brutal directness, resolved to shirk nothing of the imminent danger. After the first dash of dismay, her nerves braced themselves for the ordeal, and she advanced to greet Mademoiselle Aksakoff with a conventional smile, meaning nothing and yet everything. This gave place to an amazed look when she beheld the haggard antagonist with whom she had to cross swords. "My dear girl, what have you been doing with yourself?" She might well ask. Katinka was no longer the demure nun, but a fierce, goated creature of the feline tribe. Dressed quietly in unrelieved black, hatted, cloaked, and gloved, she presented the appearance of one sorely tried in the fiery furnace of affliction, and less lucky than Daniel's brethren. That thin, worn face, those hollow eyes, the wry mouth, the dark hair plentifully bestreaked with grey. She was demoralised, uncanny, and aggressively cruel. In a flash the Duchess knew that this untimely visitor knew the truth, and was prepared to do battle. No quarter would be given by Katinka Aksakoff, and Leah, with a deep breath, braced herself for an Armageddon duel. The contrast between the dowdy Russian girl and the magnificently arrayed woman lay entirely in the garb. Otherwise they were cats of the wildest. Their faces took on a marked resemblance. A stealthy, cunning, sly, guarded expression effaced their ordinary looks. If Katinka's eyes gleamed dangerously, so did those of Leah. If Leah held herself like a pantheress about to spring, so did Katinka. In that splendid room two prehistoric creatures were about to fight over the male. Here indeed was woman, the female of man. Civilization was nowhere. "You know why I have come?" asked Katinka, in a voice as hard as her eyes, and those might have been fashioned of granite. Leah, with flattened ears, so to speak, professed ignorance. She did not intend to criticise until fully aware of facts. A shake of her head conveyed the denial, and brought forth one bitter word: "Liar!" The Duchess glanced towards the door, remembering that the servants had not yet retired, and might be within earshot. "Would you mind speaking in a lower tone?" she suggested between her teeth, for the insult struck home. "Sit down," ordered Katinka imperiously. "I prefer to stand," retorted her antagonist, fighting for the inch. Mademoiselle Aksakoff advanced one step, and her eyes probed those of the Duchess. Without words the situation was adjusted, and in Leah's favour, for the Russian suddenly sat down with a quick, indrawn breath. By that action the woman who had done the wrong knew that she was the stronger of the two, and a tyrannical instinct to bully the weak rose hotly in her breast. "What do you mean by coming at this late hour and misbehaving?" she demanded harshly. "You know well what I mean."
Pardon me, I never professed to understand the vagaries of a mad woman." At this brutal speech Katinka's hand shot into her pocket, but Leah did not move. "A weapon?" she asked sneeringly. "That would be quite in keeping with your blatant nationality. Foreigners are so fond of the melodramatic." The girl withdrew her hand quietly. "You are too poor a creature to kill, Lady James." Leah smiled at the old title, and passed the remark with a contemptuous shrug. "Later on, perhaps. Who knows?" "Who, indeed? It is impossible to foresee what an hysterical lunatic will do. Do you propose to shoot or stab me, or to blow me up? I understand that bombs are favoured in your happy country." The crude hostility of this speech was plainly intended to infuriate the Slav woman, but it missed the mark aimed at. Katinka looked at the mocker gravely. "How afraid you are!" Leah shrugged again. The remark was too futile to be commented upon. "Yes, you are," went on the other, a trifle roused, "else you would have me turned out by your servants." "Later on, perhaps. Who knows?" repeated the Duchess, using the girl's own words; then continued soothingly, "No, I shall not call the servants and make a scandal, since your father is my friend." "Your accomplice, Lady James? What an unpleasant word, and how very unsuitable." "For what you did in Paris." "I did nothing in Paris to deserve such a word. Perhaps you mean something else. You foreigners know the grammar of English, but rarely the meaning of words. I remarked the same defect in your father." "I have no father." "Indeed, I have not yet heard of his death." "Your misunderstanding of my meaning is pretence." "Ignorance, I assure you. And as it grows late, and I am tired, may I ask you to explain your business?" "I can do so in one word. Demetrius." Katinka rose to give full force of expression to the name, and her voice rose with the utterance. Leah remained perfectly calm, and indulged in badinage. "Demetrius? Oh, yes, that horrid little man with the waxed moustache. A doctor or a chemist, wasn't he?" "Your lover." "Oh, no, I have no use for that sort of person. If I had, I should certainly not pick one out of the gutter." "Demetrius?" "Yes." She went on musingly, but watchful of her enemy. "I had almost forgotten him. He went to St. Petersburg, didn't he? And you loved him, I remember. A queer choice, I thought at the time. Well, have you married him?" "It grows late, and you are tired," mocked Katinka, successfully keeping her temper, and thereby disappointing the Duchess. "We had better not waste time." Leah yawned. "It seems to me that we have been doing nothing else since you came in. Demetrius is in England." "Really? How very interesting. As doctor or prince?" "As an escaped Siberian felon." "No!" Leah's face assumed a skilful expression of mingled pity and horror. "Poor little man! He was mad to go to Russia. I thought so when I read his letter which I sent you." "The forged letter." "Don't be silly. One would think you were on the stage." Katinka bit her lip to prevent furious speech, and locked her arms behind her, as though she feared lest temper should engender violence. Leah noted her expression, however, and retreated towards the bell. "You are talking nonsense," she said coldly. "As much as I respect your father, I shall certainly summon the servants to put you out unless you go at once." "I shall not go, and you shall not order your servants to put me out," cried Katinka fiercely. "I defy you to press the button of the bell." With a feeling that the girl had scored on this occasion, Leah withdrew her hand, making the usual excuse. "For your father's sake, I spare you the indignity." "I repeat that I have no father, and I repeat that I am tired. What do you want?" "You must arrange with me to see Constantine." "Who is Constantine?" "You know. I do not. You do." Their eyes met, and this time Leah won the victory over a woman obviously worn out. "Constantine is Demetrius," explained the Russian in a fatigued voice, and closing her eyes. "Oh, my God!" She dropped into her seat with a low wail, and covered her face. Leah heard the clock strike the half hour through the sobs of her visitor. She was absolutely sure that Katinka was at her mercy, and wished to dismiss her, beaten and crushed. But first it was necessary to learn why Demetrius had not come also. Leah moved swiftly towards the broken creature, and laid a firm hand on her heaving shoulder. "My dear." She got no further. With the elusive spring of a wild animal, Katinka flung off the hand, reared, and struck out. The blow fell fairly on Leah's mouth, and she found herself mopping up the blood of a deeply cut lip before she had any clear idea of what had taken place. "Oh, you liar, you beast, you devil!" cried the Russian, with the savagery of a Kalmuck tent woman. "I could kill you kill you!" "Mad," mumbled Leah, with the lace handkerchief to her lips. "I am sane," retorted the other swiftly. "I know all. You lured Constantine to Paris. You sold him to my father to hide your iniquity. I saw Helfmann the spy. Do you hear, the spy? I bribed him. It took months to bribe him, but in the end I bought the truth. My father, shame to my father, drugged Constantine at your table, and Helfmann, as a sham doctor, took him to Havre, to Kronstadt, to Moscow. The Grand Duke Sergius," here she spat when mentioning the hated name, "yes, he, that beast of beasts, sent him to Siberia for life. Ah, for life! Do you hear, Judas, Jezebel animal that you are? I followed there. I followed the man I loved." "And who did not love you?" muttered the Duchess, rocking with the pain of her swollen and bleeding lips. She had seated herself by this time, and did not seek to stem the torrents of insults. "And why?" Katinka flung back her head, and her nostrils dilated. "Because you stole his heart, that he might do your evil bidding. But he loves me now, with all his heart and soul. He loves me now. I went to Tomsk to aid his escape. I followed to Sakhalin. I waited and waited, eating my heart out. Oh, my heart!" She laid her hand on her breast. "Oh, my breaking heart! We escaped. He did. I did. We escaped. Do you hear? You who sold him. There were months of terror and sorrow and cruel cold, but God was good. He was kinder than man, more merciful than you, who damned a soul to that frozen hell. God, the good God, whom I adore and worship." She fell on her knees, striking her hands together. "He aided us to reach the waiting ship of Strange and " "Strange?" Leah rose, shaken and sick. "Strange?" Katinka leaped up to face her. "The man you bribed with £6,000 to take your sin on his soul. I know all about your wickedness. Strange knows. Constantine knows. We will tell the world what we know. And you, shamed, disgraced, beaten, hounded out of your world, ah, down will you fall, fall, unless " "Unless?" Leah, gripping a chair and swaying, looked up. "Unless you come to Southend to see Constantine." "I refuse." "Then I tell everything. I go to your husband." Leah, in spite of her pain, laughed at the idea. "I go to your police. I tell " "Stop. I shall come, since you insist upon it." "I do. Constantine likewise. He is ill, very ill. His eyes are blinded by the glare of the snows whither you sent him. He is oh, my poor angel, my patient saint, he is " Stopping abruptly, she looked with an evil eye at the woman she had so shamefully marked. "I will leave you to see the wreck you have made of him. You will come?" The Duchess nodded. "But I can explain all," she mumbled. "Explain it, then, to Constantine," said her enemy contemptuously. "I go now. Meet me to morrow at Liverpool Street Station, at the barrier. We can go to Southend by the 5 o'clock train. Constantine is on board Strange's ship, which lies off Southend." "Ah, then you mean to " "Carry you away? No, you are not worth it." Leah's indomitable courage, quelled for the moment, blazed up fiercely. She forgot her pain, her disfigured mouth, and faced Katinka in a blind rage. You!" She clenched her hands and panted like a spent runner. "You have said all. I agree to all." The Russian looked at the wounded mouth with a cruel, calm smile, then sauntered deliberately to the door. There she smiled still more serenely, pointed a mocking finger at her enemy's wry mouth, and slipped away without a word and almost without a sound. Leah sprang to the mirror. Had this woman marred her beauty? The mouth was swollen, the lips still bleeding. There were wounds within and without, and a rather loose tooth. Leah could have howled aloud at the shame, the humiliation of her defeat. That she should be struck, beaten, mastered, she of all women. She, she cried, but softly, mindful of danger. Then the thought came to her that she would have to account for her damaged mouth, and with the thought came enlightenment. Passing quickly out of the room, she ascended the stairs rapidly to her room. Halfway up she stumbled and fell. The footman, hearing the fall, ran up and lifted her. He saw that her mouth was bleeding. Natural enough, oh, perfectly natural. Chapter 32 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 32. "Never knew you to tumble before, Leah," grumbled the Duke next morning when admitted into his wife's bedroom. "Accidents will happen," murmured the Duchess, rather lamely, and too much shaken to be original. "I can't talk, Jim. My mouth is still sore." "What can you expect if you go a mucker? And the season's startin', too. You'll not be able to show with that swellin'." "A week at Firmingham will put me right. Katinka Aksakoff is coming down also." "Heard she looked in last night. What made her call at so late an hour?" "She's worried about her father," lied Leah, prepared for the question. "Had an almighty row with him over that bounder doctor, I expect." Leah nodded languidly. "Monsieur Aksakoff has gone to Southend. I take his daughter with me there to make peace." "Southend, there's a hole. What's he doin' in that roost?" "How should I know? I'll reconcile the two if I can, and Katinka can be my companion at Firmingham." "Dull company," confessed Jim candidly. "She never could flirt." "That will be no drawback," said his wife dryly. "Go away, please." "What lie am I to tell about your sickness?" "Tell the truth, by way of a novelty. Or, if you prefer a lie, say that I have appendicitis. One must be fashionable even in diseases." "All right," said Jim, too obtuse to note the irony. "Sorry you're so ill. You've made an awful mess of yourself. Women will wear such confounded trains." "Good bye at present. I'll look in at Firmingham during your week of penance," and talking himself out of the room, Jim went about his ordinary nefarious occupations, feeling that he had behaved as a husband should. The Duchess turned wearily on her pillows and winced, not with pain, for her mouth, though still swollen, was much less tender. It was the prospect before her that hurt. In the evening a difficult interview had to be got through somehow, and her brain began to forecast the probable result. If Katinka could be believed, it would scarcely prove to be a pleasant one. Demetrius apparently intended to punish her by blackening an unsoiled character. Such a nasty, revengeful spirit, thought Leah, feeling ill-used and depressed. But after all, what could the man say likely to incriminate her, seeing that she had moved amongst the pitfalls of the plot as delicately as Agag? Demetrius had conceived and executed the entire scheme, and what could he say would only fit in neatly with Strange's confession, which the public already knew and condemned? Her hand could not be traced either in his Parisian journey or in the drugging of the tea. How was she to know that Helfmann was a police spy, or that the letter assuring her of the doctor's intended return to Russia had been deftly forged? Her surface behaviour, at least, was perfectly honest, and would bear even the scrutiny of an interviewer. She could, taking a broad view of unpleasant circumstances, defy the creature, but nevertheless felt instinctively that it would be unwise to dare him to do his worst. Such a plodding, narrow-minded, sneaking beast would ruin himself to ruin her, and mud, if thrown persistently, was apt to stick even to the whitest robe. What a shame that this animal should so persecute her! How hard on a kind-hearted woman, whose sin, as he called it, was merely an error of judgment. By the time Leah finished her reflections, her frame of mind was one of much injured innocence. Later in the day, when driving to Liverpool Street Station to keep her hated appointment, Leah half decided to call on Aksakoff, but second thoughts assured her that his intervention was quite out of the question. Were Demetrius to be arrested in British waters, the Radical press would howl, and nasty meddling politicians would ask unnecessary questions in the Commons. It would be wiser, after all, to fight alone and to the bitter end. If Demetrius thought she would give in, Demetrius was entirely mistaken. He had yet to learn that she could be as nasty as hitherto she had been nice. But he was horridly ungrateful, as all men were. In this way did the arch plotter salve her conscience and compose her mind. It was darkish when the brougham arrived at the station, and Leah, glancing about under the electric lamps, saw Katinka waiting at the ticket barrier. For the benefit of an inquisitive maid and an observant groom, she addressed her gaily, though it was not easy to speak with still aching lips. "You are punctual," said the Duchess, pressing an unwilling hand with ostentatious warmth. "Excuse my speaking much. I fell on the stairs last night after you left, and hurt my mouth." "I commiserate with you, madame," replied Katinka, sarcastically. "So good of you. I hope Monsieur Aksakoff will not expect me to chatter." "My father?" echoed the girl, staring. "He's at Southend, isn't he?" said Leah, impatiently. "At least you told me so last night. I have instructed my maid to go on to Firmingham while we travel straight to Southend. Such a cockney place, isn't it? Then we can get back, oh, about what time?" "Say 11 o'clock," returned the Russian, grimly. She now saw through the clever comedy which was being played. "You understand, Marie," said Leah, turning to her maid, who was all ears and eyes. "See that the brougham is sent in time. Come with me, dear. There's a reserved compartment. At least I ordered one. Curl, go and look." Thus prattling to deceive her domestics, Leah adjusted a very thick veil, which hid from the public a face whose expression was quite at variance with her sweet nothings. When the two entered the carriage and the train was moving slowly out of the station, Katinka burst into a harsh laugh. "I congratulate you, Lady James. You should have been a conspirator." "So your dear father told me. Compliments run in your family, apparently. Surely you do not blame me for putting things right with my servants. They might think it queer otherwise, and one cannot be too careful with such creatures." "I fail to see what good your exceedingly clever explanations will do. Constantine intends to speak out." "What about?" asked Leah, chafing and throwing up her veil to manage the girl more easily with her dominating eyes. Katinka, always fiery and with slack nerves after her Siberian experiences, almost lost what temper she had left. "Need we keep on your comedy, madame?" "I'm sure I do not know what you mean. One would think that I wish to deceive people the way you talk. And after what I have done for you, too. It's most ungrateful." "And pray what have you done, Lady James?" "Don't call me Lady James. Your stupid mistakes get on my nerves." "Done? Why, I pretended to fall on the stair to excuse the state of my mouth. Had I been a nasty, spiteful creature such as you are, I should have given you in charge for assault." "Give me in charge now," sneered the girl. "I might. Don't drive me into a corner." "You are inconsistent. If you have done nothing wrong, how can I drive you into the corner you speak of?" "Because you are a monomaniac," retorted the Duchess, angrily. "You seem to think that I am the cause of the doctor's exile. I, of all people, who would not hurt a fly." "You would hurt a dozen flies if anything was to be gained," snapped the other, irritably. "You betrayed my Constantine." I did nothing of the sort, as he will understand when he hears what I have to say. Hearing and believing are two different things, Lady James." Leah shrugged away the speech. "Of course you are prejudiced because Demetrius loves me." Mademoiselle Aksakoff fetched a long, deep breath. "Do not try me too far. Do you intend to assault me again?" "No. I even apologise for the blow. I told Constantine this morning of my interview, and he said that I was wrong. It is for him to deal you justice and punishment." "Punishment! Justice!" Leah laughed aloud in sheer rage at her inability to parry these insults. "And for what, pray?" "Constantine will tell you. In that case I do not wish a second-hand judgment from you." The two glared at one another, venomous and defiant. As usual, the younger woman's eyes fell first, and she retreated to the furthermost corner of the carriage, while Leah, pulling down her veil, tried to face this most disagreeable situation. Not another word did they exchange until the ducal servants branched off at Shenfield Junction, and they had to be publicly amiable. Then again silence reigned until their destination was reached. By that time Leah was more her old insolent self, and disposed to be unpleasant. "Will you drive or walk?" asked Katinka, coldly, when they alighted on the South End platform. "Walk, of course. I do not mind at all being recognised, since I have come to see your father on board this yacht. Captain Strange would be flattered by your description." The Duchess laughed contemptuously as they stepped into the street. "I am scarcely responsible for Monsieur Aksakoff's notion of a yacht. Foreigners are so ignorant." "They are not so clever as Englishmen or Englishwomen." "Except in trickery and blackmail, where they surpass them," retorted Leah, her petty rage insisting on having the last word. Katinka permitted her the gratification, and they walked the whole length of the High Street in grim silence. At a rude quay jutting from the beach of the lower town they boarded a disreputable boat, rowed by two pirates and steered by a third. The night was starry but moonless, comparatively calm, and noticeably chilly. Leah shivered as the boat made for a vivid green riding light, which shone, an emerald star, no great distance from the shore. But her shiver might have been an admission of dread. Katinka took it to be so, and smiled in a gratified way as her enemy climbed the side of the steamer, which was a veritable gypsy of the sea, untidy, dirty, and decidedly questionable in honest eyes. Strange did the honours, loud-tongued and raucous. "Guess it do my eyes good to see your Grace," was his welcome. "Hold your tongue, and don't use my title," she replied furiously. Strange's milk of human kindness turned sour on the instant. "I ain't highfalutin enough, I s'pose. Pity I ain't a dandy skipper of sorts, all hair oil and giddy gold tags." Leah turned her back without deigning a reply, and looked inquiringly at Katinka. The girl, with an enigmatic smile on her wan face, led the way down some greasy stairs into a stuffy stateroom, and opened the narrow door of a side cabin. Leah entered, and heard the lock click behind her. Evidently Mademoiselle Aksakoff did not think it judicious to remain. "But I daresay her ear is at the keyhole," thought the Duchess contemptuously. She was trying to preserve her self-respect by heaping obloquy on her rival, but scarcely succeeded as well as she desired. Then she said "Ugh" twice, and with emphasis. The interjections were not meant for the girl's possible eavesdropping, but to show Leah's disgust at the close atmosphere of the cabin. It was a nauseous, musky, sickly odour, which reminded her only too vividly of the monkey house at the Zoo. Neither light nor air entered the den, save through the round porthole over the bunk, which was unscrewed. But even the briny sea breeze, blowing softly, could not do away with that thick, tainted atmosphere which had provoked the visitor's exclamations. With her handkerchief to her mouth, Leah's eyes strove to become accustomed to the faint light. She saw dimly a heap of blankets, but no form was visible beneath, and no face was to be seen. Possible trickery occurred to her, until a voice came heavily through the fetid gloom. Then, in spite of its odd, strangled sound, she felt instinctively that Demetrius was buried somewhere under the clothes. "You will excuse the absence of a lamp, madame. My eyes are half blinded with the snow glare, and very tender." "How strangely you speak," remarked Leah, involuntarily. "A sore throat," was the hoarse reply. "Siberia, as madame must be aware, is not a summer climate." The wheezy sound ended in a kind of piping whistle. "I am sorry you have suffered," said the Duchess, at a loss what to say. "Ugh, the smell!" she thought, seating herself on a locker and feeling almost too sick to control her faculties. "Madame is too good." A dangerous pause ensued, while Leah wondered what was about to happen. The man assuredly was Demetrius, and Demetrius was assuredly extremely ill. It was within the bounds of possibility that he might spring up and kill her. The thought did not trouble her overmuch. So dangerous a business had to be faced undauntedly, and she kept down her womanly weakness with masculine strength. During those slow minutes she could hear the lapping of the waters on which the vessel rocked, hear also the laboured breathing of the sick man. This stopped for a moment, and then did she hear her own easy breaths. Demetrius evidently heard them also, and had paused to listen. He laughed weakly, softly, clucking like a fowl. "Madame is very brave." "I'm frightened to death," she assured him, to excite his pity. "Your breathing tells me otherwise. I am certain, madame, that your pulse beats regularly, and that your nerves are entirely in order." "Is this a consultation?" she asked coolly. "It is the farewell of two who loved," murmured the hard, thick voice, muffled by the blankets. "That is, madame, of one who loved and of one who did not. And therein, as Monsieur Heine truly remarks, lies the tragedy of existence." "Demetrius, Constantine," Leah felt that she must come to the point and get rapidly through the interview, if only to escape from the sickening atmosphere. "Katinka accuses me of betraying you." "Well, madame?" "I did not. I swear I did not." "Indeed? Mademoiselle Aksakoff is doubtless mistaken." "In a way. She wishes to save her father from blame." "As a good daughter should. Will you explain further, madame?" "Certainly. I came, of my own free will, to explain. Katinka told me how ill you were, and I could not bear to think you should die, believing me to be dishonourable. Madame speaks hopefully of my dying. It would please her, perhaps." "No. What do you take me for? I never loved you as you wish to be loved. But if Monsieur Aksakoff had not interfered and we had married, I should have come to love you." "You speak of what might have been." "I suppose so. Circumstances are altered. Marriage is out of the question." "Assuredly. And I am scarcely fit for a bridegroom." "What is the matter with you?" asked Leah anxiously. Demetrius passed over the question. "Besides, Captain Strange informed me that your husband has returned. Madame was doubtless pleased at that marvellous resurrection, so cleverly managed." "No," said Leah, honestly enough, "I was not. But circumstances made it imperative that Jim should return." "And for me to travel in Siberia?" "Blame Monsieur Aksakoff, blame Monsieur Aksakoff," she insisted. "I am innocent." "Be pleased to observe, madame, that as yet I have brought no accusation against you. Katinka acted as your mouthpiece." "You have not my authority to say that." "Then I gather that you do not blame me for your exile?" "How can I, with any truth, madame, seeing that you accuse Monsieur Aksakoff?" "I do," said Leah, resolutely. In that case, I regret that mademoiselle struck the wrong person." "You know that she struck me?" "I was informed of it this morning, and express my regret that she acted so foolishly. Did the blow hurt you?" "It was most painful. I feel it still." "Your lip is cut, then?" "Both lips, inside, luckily, so there will be no visible scars. But even now a very little would make them bleed." Such was the profound egotism of her nature that she expected further sympathy from the man she had reduced to such a condition. But the doctor's stock of polite phrases appeared to be exhausted. In place of a compliment came a hoarse chuckle, like the cry of an early starling. "You appear to approve," said Leah, ironically. "Pardon. I mentioned before that mademoiselle, in my humble opinion, was wrong. She was very wrong. I am not accustomed to deal with wild beasts. Spare me, madame. I owe her so much." "I owe her nothing except revenge for striking me. But I excuse that because she is ignorant of the truth." "I am also ignorant, madame." "You shall hear it now. Yes, the absolute truth." Again came the raucous sound, which might have been a laugh or a groan. Leah could not tell which. "The truth," murmured the sick man, adding, after a significant pause, "I am waiting, madame." "I went to Paris with Miss Tallentire," explained the Duchess, beginning anywhere in her hurry, "and Mr. Askew followed." "Followed you?" "Certainly not. I always detested the boy. So conceited. He admired Miss Tallentire, and his liking for me was the passing fancy of a shallow nature. To arouse your jealousy, M. Aksakoff put it about that Mr. Askew intended to marry me in Paris. The gossip, and it was merely gossip, came to Mrs. Penworthy's ears. That woman hated me then, and hates me now. To make mischief, she told you. You came over to Paris. There, you remember what took place. Not at our final meeting. My last memory of your face is seeing it across the tea-table. You had a fit of some kind, and M. Aksakoff called up a Dr. Helfmann, who took you away in a cab to be cured. Then I received a letter from you stating that you were going to Russia. As I fancied you might have settled with M. Aksakoff about your pardon, of course I quite believed it. And I think that is all." "Did you not know that the letter was forged?" "No." "That the so-called Dr. Helfmann was a spy?" "No." "That the coffee, or rather that the tea, was drugged?" "No. How could I possibly know that M. Aksakoff was using me as his tool? If the tea " "It was tea." "Well, if he put anything into the tea, I did not see him do it. It was M. Aksakoff who gave you into Dr. Helfmann's charge when you were insensible. Now, am I to blame?" "Your explanation is eminently satisfactory, madame." "And you believe me?" "It would be impolite to doubt a lady." Leah was nonplussed. She was manufacturing conversation, and his comments were trivial, if not ironical, as she shrewdly suspected. She could not quite arrive at his real meaning. He avoided answering leading questions, and would neither accept nor decline her asseverations. "I have no more to say," she remarked, with an air of one washing her hands of the whole affair. Again a deadly silence ensued. Again she heard the heavy breathing of the creature hidden under the heaped blankets. Again sounded the drowsy lapping of the water and the faint sigh of the wind. This time she resolved to make him speak. so that she might learn precisely what he thought. But the moments passed and no speech came. Finally it did come, in the unemotional voice of one who speaks in his sleep. He discoursed on a subject about which she had no desire to hear. "Paris, Havre, Kronstadt," said the slow, drawling, monotonous tone, "and then the weary journey across the Urals. Oh, the cold and the snows and the bitter storms of Siberia, chains and hunger, dirt and rags, and always, always the hopeless future. None loved me, none lifted me up, none spoke words of kindness. Loneliness and sorrow and the constant torment of painful memories." The voice died away in a sob. Leah, desperately anxious to defend herself still further, would have spoken, but her mouth was dry, her lips ached, tremors thrilled her body as the nerves twittered, jumped, and quivered. Over the low bunk she could see the rocking stars as the vessel swung to her anchor. What glimmer of light there was revealed faintly the piled blankets, and nothing more. The face was veiled by almost material shadows. And again, drearily and heavily, rose the thick, muddy voice, without variance in its tones, without the music of feeling. It might have been, and probably was, a voice from the tomb. As it surged sluggishly through the fetid gloom. "St. Petersburg," announced the toneless voice, "Moscow, and the farce of a trial, the waving of a white-gloved hand, and a courtly bow to dismiss me into pain and darkness and to a living grave. Nijni Novgorod and Mother Volga, who takes us convicts to her breast." Here came the dry chanting of a weird song, which made the listener's flesh creep and her guilty soul quail. Then again, slowly, wearily, Demetrius began to name the stations of his cross on the way to the cavalry of a final prison: Kazan, Pianibor, Perm, the bleak Urals, that prison wall of the exile, Ekaterinburg, Tiumen, the doorstep to the barren cell, Borka, Dobruna, Oshalka. The rough Russian names grated on Leah's ears: Yevlevoy, and the slow-flowing river, the prison barge, the black bread, the bitter, biting, burning, cold Tobolsk, with its deathly mists and clammy darkness of Egypt, the charity song, the weary, weary Miloserdnaya. He sang another line or two in a cracked voice, and broke out more humanly: "Then the warm sunshine, like the smile of the good God, and days of those gentle winds we shall never breathe more. The flowers and the winds, the sunshine and the laughing children, Samarov, Surgout, Narim." He paused to gather strength for the crying of a name which issued with a sob of heartfelt agony: "Tomsk! Oh, Tomsk!" Those long, long days of waiting for what was to be, the horrible mercies of the unjust. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison. She saw the convulsive movements of the blankets and knew that he was making the sign of the cross. After the crying to God and his Son came the protest against the cruelty of man. The weary prison of Tomsk, the road, the long horrible road to the ice-bound coast, Sakhalin, the island of pain, the hell of the innocent, and a human soul lost. Christe eleison, a loving, sinning soul, for which thou didst die. Lost, lost, lost. Leah's nerves ached and shook and shuddered as the account of the vile journey welled forth smoothly, like thick oil. With fixed eyes and fascinated ears, she took in the terrible Odyssey. After another sobbing pause, the broken creature was crying bitterly. The voice recommenced, droning on one note, until Leah felt that she could have screamed, if only to vary the sound. Demetrius spoke of the barren wastes of Sakhalin in the Gulf of Akatsk, where the freezing straits of Nevisky run between mainland and island. He told of obdurate Cossacks, of cruel jailers, of the treacherous Gilyak natives who prevent the escape of the mortal damned. A note of emotion crept into the voice, and in its level tones she discerned a faint hope, a smuggled letter, and the assurance that help was at hand. A corrupted warder, a bribed soldier, a black starless night, and a desperate escape over deserts of snow. Then came heart-rending relations of a drifting boat, of suffering and starvation and cold, which burnt to the bone. Leah heard of a brave woman. My love, said the voice tenderly, toiling with a bought Japanese fisherman to bring the tiny shallop to a haven beyond the grip of the merciless Muscovite. The weird tale took her through La Perouse Straits, northward amongst the Kurile Islands, and into the naked lands of Kamchatka. Here again, as she gathered, the fugitives were in danger of recapture, but they fled still further north, through the bitter cold and under a bleak, sunless sky, to herd with the Koryaks. The tormented voice droned ever on about these filthy savages, fish-eaters and hunters of the unclean. It shuddered through accounts of loathsome diseases and of smoky, defiled huts like the hells of Swedenborg, and the man wailed always, ever and again, of the danger of being retaken, of terrible suspense, of shattered nerves, and of the eternal strength of a pure woman's love. The tale ended with painful outbursts of joy at the sight of strangest tramps standing towards the inhospitable Siberian coast. Peace, plenty, warmth, food, safety, kindness, hope, love, chanted the voice, broken up into almost musical gratitude. Then a pause of infinite meaning, ended by a dry, clucking chuckle. And I lived that I might see you, breathed the man she had cast into the hell he had described. Leah's hair bristled at the roots. The speech was so terribly significant, but her soul still fought against the inevitable punishment, whatever that might be. Not my fault, she panted eagerly. Horrible, horrible, but not my fault. Oh, believe, believe me, Constantine. You have asserted your innocence before, murmured the sick man ironically. And now? Now? Her heart almost stood still, so intensely did she listen. We must part forever. But you. I devote what remains of my life to the woman who has saved me. to the angel who drew me out of the frozen deeps of hell. And you will say nothing? This boat leaves here tonight for a place which needs not be mentioned. I go out of your life forever, and silent. Oh, thank you, thank you. For what, madame, since you assure me of your innocence? Leah felt awkward. She had said too much. Katinka is so prejudiced that I thought. Her voice died away. The lie would not come forth in the presence of this dying wretch. You thought she would be jealous? Ah, no, madame. Demetrius paused and clucked again like a brooding hen. She permits you to kiss me with a last kiss. No. Leah half rose and fell again, recoiling with a cry of terror at the prospect of setting the final seal on her treachery, as did Judas in the garden. I beg of you, my first love, one kiss to dismiss me into the silence, to close my mouth for ever and ever. So he did doubt her. He did not believe. All her lies were discounted. All his conversation was merely ironical and make-believe. He held her in a vice, and release would come only when she submitted to a revolting caress. I will not. I dare not, she stammered, shrinking against the wall in an agony of physical fear from an object which a guilty imagination revealed as loathsome to sight and touch. You have no right to the right of love, said the weary voice. You have no proof. The cipher letters. And a lean hand held out a packet, drawn from under the discoloured blankets. For one kiss, madame, for one kiss. Ugh, groaned Leah, and snatched eagerly. Packet and hand disappeared swiftly, and the voice whistled in a jeering manner. One kiss, madame, one kiss. She still fought. My mouth is sore. I am one kiss, the last and the best. Or Leah, writhing against the wall, gasped soundlessly. In that last word there was the sound of a terrible threat. It was the knell of respectability, of ease and luxury, and of all that makes life worth living. A single caress would buy the evidence, a touch of her mouth, and she would be free for ever and ever and ever. One kiss, then, she muttered, and with all her soul crying strenuously against the horror, she tottered forward. One. Her lips sought the place where a mouth might be supposed to be waiting. Two arms flew up and gripped her. She could not scream, for the arms dragged her down, belted her like iron bands. Her mouth was on his lips were on hers. She writhed, silent and agonized, in the horrible caress, in the abominable embrace, trying to free herself in vain. Demetrius placed his lean hand on the back of her head and absolutely ground her mouth against his own. She could feel the wounds break and bleed, sanctifying the kiss of Judas. His arms relaxed. She flung backward, and the long withheld scream broke forth shrill and vehement. As if in answer to that terrible summons, Katinka tore open the door and entered with a smoky paraffin lamp. With one hand the girl thrust the shaking, sobbing woman forward, with the other held the lamp towards the face peering out of the blankets. "Oh, my God!" shrieked Leah, and sprang from the cabin, pursued by the cackling of broken laughter. She made for the deck, for the side, for anywhere to be out of the sight of that face which would haunt her till she died, strange, in silence, handed her, sobbing and whimpering, down the black side where the boat received her. She dropped in a heap, and beside her dropped from Katinka's hand a packet of letters. Above, from an open porthole, came clucking, cackling, chuckling laughter, insanely gleeful, and the silent Chapter 33 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 33. So Leah won after all. She went out with a definite purpose, and returned with that purpose achieved. Yet not fully, since what she desired had been flung to her as a bone to a dog. In the panic-stricken flight from the field she carried with her the spoils of victory, and something less desirable, the price of her good name, the security of her position, the entire triumph. These, as she well knew, had been gained by shameful self-surrender. Indeed, it could scarcely be called a victory, seeing that she had succumbed to the masterful brutality of her enemy. Nevertheless, and she derived comfort from the thought, it could not be termed a defeat. Her social glory yet flamed unextinguished. Her character could not be smirched, and she could yet hold up her head to flout the found out of her sex. But something bitter spoiled the flavour of these sweets. She had lost her belief in the fetish. Its spell of good luck was broken, her nerve was gone, and with it self-respect. All she desired was to hide herself amongst familiar surroundings, that their very familiarity might fence in her quailing soul from impossible danger, and that the danger could be so described by her intellect revealed a demoralized will. The cipher letters attesting her share in the conspiracy she destroyed by fire. They were genuinely those she had written, and the number was correct. So when their ashes floated up the chimney, Leah drew the long, deep, relieved breath of one whose chains had been struck off. Yet even at the moment of release she shuddered to the core of her being. The ghost of a futile crime was laid, but the ghost might return. Demetrius had truly parted with all tangible evidence, and his unsubstantiated story would be whiffed away as too romantic for belief. Moreover, M. Aksakoff, for the sake of his own good name and that of his government, would swear to her innocence of this gross intrigue. She was safe, absolutely, entirely, and wholly safe. The world would never know how she had capered on the verge of an abyss, or how nearly she had missed her footing. But something, her conscience probably, told her that an unseen judge was summing up her delinquencies, that she was being weighed in the balance, and would be found wanting, even though her kingdom did not pass from her. This judge, impartial, terribly quiet, severely righteous, might have been God. And he was God, although she refused recognition. Her tormented soul inspired her with a dread of an all-seeing and condemning eye, but she resolutely declined to admit the Maker, the Judge, or the Unseen in any way. Shadows should not frighten her, for these were not of the eating, drinking, merry-making world. All the same, shadows, elusive and unexpected, did strike terror to her guilty heart, and she reluctantly knew herself to be a broken woman. In those earlier hours of safety, this knowledge was very insistent. The week of her retirement passed pleasantly enough. She doctored her bruised lips, mended their torn skin, and argued occasionally with her shameful soul. The quiet life of silent hours in the midst of civilized balms partially restored her courage, but not as entirely as she could wish. Piecing her broken nerves together as best she could, she strove to remount the pinnacle of supreme and self-sufficient egotism whence she had fallen. But Humpty Dumpty could not be set up again, try as she might to replace him. During those brooding hours Leah recovered much, but not all. The week's end found her cured of the skin-deep blow, and outward the same insolent, radiant beauty of an adoring world. But she knew herself to be a changed being. The pantheress had become a hare, although less innocent. The sword of her tongue was still sharp, but the shield of self-righteousness was broken, and a keen-eyed antagonist, sufficiently assertive, could have reduced her to the same moral pulp that the interview with Demetrius had left her. Woe to the vanquished indeed! What remained but that she should receive the wooden foil of retirement from destiny, and leave the arena for ever? Her soul protested against this tame submission, so with indomitable courage she braced herself to further battle. With the world, that is, not with Demetrius. His abominable kiss had sapped her forces. She could face social enemies, she could defy the eternal, she could encounter the fiends of hell, but not the man who had flung her into the dust, who had trailed her, and was still trailing her, at his chariot wheels. Certainly he had steamed into the unknown, and she would never behold him more, but his black influence remained, and made itself felt at untoward moments. Jim paid his promised visit almost at the end of her seclusion, and was disposed to be disagreeable on the plea that his wife had lied unnecessarily. Being truthful himself, when there was nothing to be gained by swerving from the path of rectitude, Jim abhorred a wasted fib, and proceeded to condemn Leah for shooting an aimless arrow from her mental quiver. It was the most pensive hour of the summer twilight when Jim began his sermon, and he preached in his wife's sitting-room. Darby sat beside Joan, who lay languidly on a sofa. What a perfect and touching picture of connubial felicity! If only a reporter of backstair gossip had been present to describe this middle-class domesticity of these great leaders of fashion, Brixton might have learned an edifying lesson from Belgravia. "Now I do call it hard on a fellow," complained the Duke, "jolly hard, that you can't talk straight, Leah." "If I did, you would scarcely feel flattered. What is it now?" "Aksakoff says he was never near Southend. Swore till all was blue that he'd never set eyes on that girl for months and months." "A sad deprivation for so affectionate a father." "Well, then, he wants to know where she is." "How should I know?" replied the Duchess indifferently. "She chose to remain at Southend, and I returned here alone." "What were you doin' at Southend?" "That is my business, Jim." "Mine also. You said something that wasn't true." "Really?" The accuser of the brethren in the pulpit with a vengeance. The Duke stared. "I don't know what you mean." "I am quite sure you don't. Stop talking, please. I am too ill to be worried." "Rats," said Jim elegantly. "You look like a picture." "Then permit me the privilege of one, and do not ask for replies." The Duke strolled to the window in a huff, and surveyed his property with sulky looks. Leah sat up on her sofa and pondered as to how much she should say, and how much leave unsaid. Jim had always been under the impression that Demetrius had done his dirty work for money, and the truth would not probably strike him as amusing. Leah could easily have conceived and told a pretty fairy tale, as she was always resourceful in the way of fiction. But the sight of his pink, fatuous face filled her with rage. Why should he be a beast with women, and she a vestal with men? Was not sauce for the gander sauce for the goose also? She determined to tell him the whole brutal affair, with certain reservations concerning the betrayal of Demetrius. Jim had few moral scruples, but what he had would be averse to the betrayal of an accomplice, however dangerous. Yes, she would tell him enough to annoy him and shake him out of his aggravating complacency. Also, she wanted some one in whom to confide. But how to bring up the subject again without pandering to her husband's desire to be master? He gave her the chance immediately. Like a bulldog, Jim never let go of anything he had once gripped. Into his thick head had crept some idea of a mystery connected with Southend and with his wife's visit thereto. Therefore he stared out of the window until he thought she was more amenable to reason, and then came back to his seat with the old question. "Why did you go to Southend?" he asked doggedly. Leah, not yet ready, fenced. "I told you why I went." "No, you didn't. Aksakoff says." "Of course he does. Did you ever know a diplomatist who told the truth?" "Ha! That comes well from you, considering." "I never knew that white lies were political privileges. Besides, Aksakoff is too ashamed of Katinka to tell the truth." "What's she been doin'?" asked the Duke alertly. He had the soul of a knitter in the sun for gossip. "Rescuing Demetrius," answered Leah, curtly. "What?" Jim turned white and purple and red and green like a rainbow, and spluttered at the mouth. His wife, eyeing him coldly, did not think this exhibition of genuine fear a pretty sight. He'll tell," gasped Jim, gulping down an extremely serviceable word, which better fitted his feelings than surroundings. "Of course. It's a question of money, I suppose." "No, it isn't. But you told me what I chose to tell you. I always do." Was there ever such a trying woman? Jim gulped down another out-of-place oath, and strode noisily up and down the room. He halted at intervals to tell his wife precisely what he thought of her. As the room was isolated, and there was no danger of eavesdropping servants, he indulged in a raised voice and a flow of language which revealed his very limited vocabulary. Leah, with her chin on her knuckles and a round elbow on the sofa cushion, listened unmoved, and looked as though she were having her photograph taken. Jim might have been executing his dance before a graven image for all the emotion she showed. "I've had enough of this," shouted his Grace, maddened by a disdainful silence. "Just you explain, or why, hang it, I'll forget that I am a gentleman." "It seems to me that you have forgotten." "Oh, you would drive a saint mad." "Lionel is perfectly sane, and he is the sole saint I have met." "Ain't you afraid of my striking you?" demanded Jim's bulldog nature. "Horribly afraid. Can't you see how I tremble?" Poor Jim! He was quite at the end of his resources. Mrs. Penworthy always quailed when he was in his tantrums. Lady Sandal fought fairly and squarely, slang for slang. But this calm, smiling she-fiend only sat like a dummy, waiting for him to do what she very well knew he would never dare to do. "I wonder if you're a woman," groaned the Duke, returning beaten and baffled and completely exhausted to his chair. "I wonder, too, seeing what you have made me put up with." "Come now, I've always treated you well." "And other women better." "What other women?" growled Jim, on his guard. "You know very well." "I don't. I know nothin', not even why you're bullyraggin' me. I swear," cried Jim pathetically to the ceiling, "that it's uncommonly hard for a cheery chap like me to be tied to a woman who Here words failed him, and he gasped. "Go on. I admire your descriptions of my personality. They are so extraordinarily vivid and true. Who ain't what she ought to be?" Leah's opportunity to break the ice had come, and locking her hands together, she gazed pensively at the Duke, who wriggled uneasily on his seat. "How did you guess, Jim?" "Guess what?" demanded the tormented man. "That I am not what I ought to be." The Duke stared aghast. "Then you ain't," he shouted. "Dr. Demetrius might say so." "Leah!" He sprang up with clenched fists, and his face took on a direfully black expression which rejoiced her heart. "Jim, I believe, really I believe that you have some love for me after all." "Oh, hang your fine talk! Demetrius?" "I have kissed him." "He dared to kiss you?" "I dared to kiss him." "You devil!" He suddenly raised his fist. Leah never winced, although he towered over her with his mouth working and his eyes animal in their unconsidering passion. It was impossible to strike, although his heart cried out that she ought to die. With an oath he came out savagely. This time the fist dropped. "I'll have a divorce," muttered Jim, and plunged for the door. "Because I kissed a man? Nonsense." "Kissin' don't stop at kissin'. Not with you, perhaps." "Leah!" He turned and reclosed the door, which his rage had wrenched open. "I know you've got a beastly tongue and all that, but I could have sworn that you were as pure as my mother." "Well, and so you can." "What? After you confessin' that you kissed Demetrius?" "Ugh!" Leah shuddered, as a picture after the style of Wiertz rose to her mind's eye. "I kissed a thing which was once Demetrius." "Is he dead, then?" "Better if he were. Ugh! That kiss was the most horrible thing I ever had to do in my life." "Why did you do it, then?" "I was forced to," she said faintly, and nausea made her place a handkerchief suddenly to her lips. The Duke returned for the third time to his seat, and looked into her changing face with round, inquiring eyes. "There's something in this I don't catch on to," he muttered. Then, with gruff tenderness and a timid caress from which Leah did not shrink, "What is it, old girl?" The Duchess laughed. It was amusing to find her husband playing the spring bachelor. "I believe you love me," said she, recovering her colour. "You know I do, only you keep me at arm's length." "Have I not cause?" "You wouldn't have, if you behaved as a fellow's wife should," said the Duke, bluntly. "Drop skirtin' round the bush and plunge in." Leah admired and respected him in this peremptory mood, and for once showed no disposition to use her sharp tongue. Instinct told her that she had at length reached the end of Jim's tether, and that her easy-going bulldog was inclined to curl his lips. Therefore did she relate picturesquely and half truthfully all her doings since the beginning of things in the gallery. For the time being her story broke off with the return of his Grace. Jim listened with praiseworthy self-control. He certainly growled and scowled at the relations of that early loss which had bound Demetrius to the service of the woman who betrayed him. But her artless confession robbed the butterfly caress of half its iniquity. Sometimes he grunted admiration of her pluck during the perils of his absence, and grinned when she detailed the melodramatic interview with Strange. Most of the time his eyes searched her face to make certain that she was telling the truth. He believed she was, although she kept back the precise way in which Demetrius had departed for Siberia. But she laid enough of this particular blame on Aksakoff's back to make Jim swear. "The mean, dirty foreign hound!" cursed Jim between his teeth. "I don't pretend to be an angel, but if I'd dropped to that He shook his fist with a scarlet face. "And to think Aksakoff should dare to make use of your room. The rotten cur! I'll tell him what I think." "Better not, Jim. Let sleeping dogs lie." "Sleeping mongrels," muttered the Duke. "All right, but don't you ever speak to him again, do you hear?" He blared out the order in a regimental manner, and Leah nodded. "Yes, dear," she said meekly. "We must draw the line somewhere." Jim nodded and gloomed and rumbled something about Aksakoff that certainly was not a benediction. Then he harked back to his leading question, which had not yet been answered. "Why did you go to Southend?" "Katinka, who had rescued Demetrius from Sakhalin Island, made me go to see him. I had to obey, else there might have been trouble. The man was ill on board Strange's steamer." "Strange? Thought we paid the cad." "We did." Leah frowned at the recollection of the sum. "But he had some liking for Demetrius and helped him to escape. Worse luck." "Come now, don't say that. Siberia?" Jim shuddered. "Beastly place, Siberia." "Nonsense. The climate is quite decent, if you make up your mind. I don't believe those convict creatures suffer so much as they say." She told the lie without sign of emotion, but all the same felt an inward qualm at the memory of the doctor's terrible narrative. The Duke chewed his moustache meditatively. "And you saw Demetrius?" "Ugh!" Leah covered her face and rocked. "To live with that in my thoughts, and to think that I kissed it." "Why did you?" demanded Jim, furiously. "To get the cipher letters connected with the insurance plot," she replied, looking up, then detailed with necessary suppressions the greater and least repulsive part of her nauseous visit to the tramp steamer. The story sounded by no means pretty, and all her courage was necessary to enable her to arrive at finis. When she did, the Duke sprang up in a pelting rage. "My wife to be treated like that!" "Oh, the treatment was not so bad," lied the Duchess easily. "Of course my mouth was sore with the fall in the stairs, but I managed to touch the lips of that oh." "I'll go to Southend to morrow," announced the Duke, frowning. "I can't thrash Demetrius, poor devil, but I'll hammer the life out of that second-hand skipper." "You won't find the boat there, Jim. I made inquiries and learnt that it left, as Demetrius said it would, shortly after my visit, and we are quite safe." "That kiss " "Leave the kissin' alone," cried Jim, turning on her fiercely. "Of course I see you couldn't quite help it, but " "No but at all," contradicted Leah, sharply. "If I hadn't bought back those cipher letters in that way, the whole story might have come out. And then, Jim well, you know." I do," Jim groaned, and dropped on the sofa beside her. "Oh, what fools we were to go into that insurance business." "It was my fault, dear. Don't worry. Demetrius will die soon, and Strange has his blackmail. We are entirely safe." "Katinka?" "Oh," said the Duchess, with a flippancy she was far from feeling, "I suppose she'll sit by the grave of that man for the rest of her days. You're sure he's dyin'?" "Yes." She turned pale, and her voice quavered. "Such an object could not possibly live. It would be sin." "What's his trouble?" "I don't know. I can't say. I don't want to say. It's too beastly for words. Ugh! He looked oh!" Leah's mouth worked like a rebuked child, and she burst into tears, into real womanly tears of shame and terror and outraged modesty. "That horrible kiss oh, that horrible kiss!" she wailed, pinching his shoulder in her hysterical emotion. "Poor old girl," said Jim softly, and put his arm round her. For once she appreciated marital sympathy, and learned that woman was not made to live alone. Leaning her cheek thankfully against the rough tweed of his coat, she sobbed vehemently, a frightened and crushed creature. Jim felt that he was a married man after all, and administered gruff consolation.
It worried him to see this high-spirited woman break down so utterly. "There, there," said he, tenderly. "It's all right, old girl. You've got me." "Thank God," murmured the beaten atheist. Jim thought she must be going out of her mind. "What's that?" That she should thank a God she did not believe in, and for a husband whom hitherto she had always scorned, quite frightened him. "What's that, Leah?" he asked again. "Thank God for you," sobbed the Duchess brokenly. "Oh, my aunt!" muttered the startled husband, then proceeded to fresh consolation. "Well, then, I'll break the head of any bounder who dares to say a word against you." "Yes, but I'm afraid we're wicked, Jim." "Other people are as bad," said the Duke, stoutly, "though I don't suppose we'd get a Sunday school prize. Course it ain't much good racin' in blinkers. We're a bad lot, the pair of us. I've behaved like a rotter, and worse, while you're like something I can't think of. Seems to me, Leah, we've been runnin' awfully crooked. Let's make a fresh start from scratch, and go straight for the future. Tandem, you know," suggested Jim. "I'll be Wheeler as usual." "We must make the best of things, I suppose," whimpered Leah, drying her eyes, and still too much unstrung to realise her regeneration. "That's about it. We'll give sin a rest for a bit. I'll chuck that woman and be your husband. I swear, Leah, I'll be a Methodist parson sort of husband." "No, don't," said the Duchess, alarmed. "It's a mistake to overdo things." Jim laughed, and she laughed. "Well, I don't suppose I could keep on that game for long," said her husband. "But I mean that I'll be awfully square, and foodle after you round the town. It's the sort of thing good husbands do, you know. Give us a kiss, old girl, and we'll begin our married life all over again." Leah obeyed very contentedly, and nestled in Jim's strong arms like an innocent schoolgirl. She felt worn out and tired and drowsy from excess of emotion, felt also that here was a much desired haven for a worried woman. "Dear old Jim," she sighed, and Jim kissed her again. The light was dying out of the sunset sky, and the room filled with pale, warm shadows. The reconciled pair sat silently on the sofa in the gathering darkness, locked in a close embrace. The remorseful Jim felt that they were prisoners in the same dock, and anxiously paved a certain place with the very best intentions. Leah went to sleep, thanks to a less tender conscience. To the world these two were the prosperous and happy Duke and Duchess of Pentland; to themselves a misguided couple driven to do wrong by circumstances. But to God, what did they appear in God's sight? Remorse is not repentance, and remorse was the sole feeling of which they were capable. Leah's sleep was the slumber of the worn out; Jim's self-promised reformation the result of shame. Shallow beings, miserable creatures, they could not plumb the depth of their wrong-doing. To them sins were faults, and they were governed less by the Sermon on the Mount than by the laws of society. Indeed, it is questionable if either one of them was aware that such a sermon had been preached, but both knew to a hair how far they could go without being ostracised. Jim was the better of the two, for the cold, brutal story told by his wife made him hot with the public school shame of having done things which no fellow could do. The drastic codes of Eton and Harrow and Rugby and Winchester came to his mind, and he saw how he had sinned against the primitive laws of honour. Without oaths he swore to lead a better and cleaner life with Leah to help him. He would be charitable and a good landlord, and take the chair at public dinners, and speak in the Lords, and chuck Lady Sandal, who was too expensive, and drop gambling to a certain extent, and not swear more than necessary, and do what a man in his high position ought to do. It will thus be seen that poor Jim's ideas of reformation were crude.
He felt this himself, poor man, in his narrow brain, and, like the child he really was, looked down to ask his clever wife's advice. He had no time to consider the irony of the thing, even if it had occurred to him, for discovering that Leah was sound asleep. He wondered hugely. From the placid expression of her face it was very plain that her crimes had not followed her into dreamland. Jim whistled softly, marvelling that she could slumber so immediately after what she had told him. Laying her gently back on the sofa, he summoned her maid and went about his own business. This was to begin reformation without loss of time. "I must help Leah to be good," said the new groom. But first he had to reform himself, and set about the first step, or what he conceived to be the first step, with the enthusiasm of the very bad person made uncomfortable by remorse. The vicar of Firmingham received a visit from his patron just as he was about to enjoy a well-earned dinner. "Lionel," said the Duke, nervously, "I'm comin' to communion in a month. Could you get me whitewashed in that time?" Lionel Chapter 34 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 34. Were a purblind generation convinced of the invaluable blessings of sorrow, trouble will be robbed of its sting. Ignorance and fear make the unenlightened bemoan their burdens, or shirk bearing them as they should be borne, with the strength of hope. Chastening is the gift of the eternal love, and those happy few who know this submit with joy to the improving rod. But worrying is not submission, nor is grumbling a recognition of curative effects. To be manful, to be daring, to be so entirely wise from the learning of the lesson as to extract the sweet from the bitter, thus do we prove ourselves worthy of that suffering which God bestows in mercy and in pity. Troubles, if rightly understood, deepen the most shallow character, purify the most soiled soul. They begin in woe, but they end in joy. When the lesson is learned, then comes the holiday, or more precisely the holy day, of peace and gladness. Jim, in his simple way, understood that out of apparent evil great good had come to himself and Leah. Never before had they understood each other so well. Never before had they foregathered with less friction. The Duke's reformation was as genuine as his embryonic soul was capable of making it. He felt desperately ashamed of himself at the communion table, and shame of self, provided the physical ego be not considered, is the beginning of repentance, which leads to hope, which brings pardon and solace to the uneasy, sinful heart. Jim did not become a saint by any manner of means, but he tried by fits and starts to be a better man, and so, with true though faltering zeal, advanced towards the light. And it was much gained that so once self-satisfied a man should acknowledge himself to be at all in need of improvement. The recalled code of schoolboy honour helped him to amend the less drastic rules of the society man. Could Jim have only gone still farther back, and remembered helpful nursery prayers and childish faith, he might have seen even more clearly how to utilize his mistakes. But he was yet a spirit in embryo, and his receptive powers were not great. Leah did not keep pace with her husband on the upward path. When the danger was brought to naught and her nerves became more normal, she forgot everything with the alacrity of a hardened heart. The wind of the spirit had but troubled the surface of her nature. Its depths remained undisturbed. Within a fortnight her dear devil of egotism returned, and she tore out of her book of life the disagreeable page which she declined to read for the second time. Certainly she retained so much grace and memory as not to laugh at Jim's efforts to be good, and she was less ready than of yore to see and comment upon his obvious failings, but she secretly wondered that he should try to be pious when there was no worldly advantage to be gained by such dullness. Besides, Jim, with the zeal of the newly converted, began to preach in a stammering, shamefaced way about the duties they owed to themselves in particular and to society at large. He even looked up noblesse oblige at the tail end of the dictionary and quoted the platitude to Leah. On that occasion she had laughed consumedly, but truth to say, Jim's sermons bored her immensely. She preferred those of Lionel, who, as a professional guide to glory, knew his business, whereas poor dear Jim was hopelessly muddled. Therefore, while the Duke laboriously tried to be good, and succeeded but doubtfully, Leah was coquetting deliriously with the world, the flesh, and the many agreeable devils of her acquaintance. She improved her former extravagances into something worse, and revenged herself for being agreeable to Jim by letting both friends and enemies have the full benefit of her witty, cruel tongue. The few who did not come under its lash were in ecstasies at her sparkling conversation, and the many who did made themselves pronouncedly pleasant out of mortal fear. Leah danced and sang through the season with the insolent glee of a woman who knows her position to be unassailable. Jim wondered at her short memory, and tried to refresh it, but that she would not endure, and declined even to hear the name of Demetrius. Moreover, as Monsieur Aksakoff had been translated to Copenhagen, there was no need to smooth matters over between him and the Duke. Everything was safe, everything was ripping, and she felt that her latest pas de seul was being executed on firm ground. She had skipped in the very nick of time from that dangerous old mount which had erupted so feebly. And no one could say but what she did her best to be amiable. Late in the season she met and congratulated Mr. and Mrs. Askew. She told Lady Richardson how she admired her courage, underlined, in marrying that handsome pauper, Captain Lake, and forgivingly did she condole with Mrs. Penworthy when the unexpected death of Freddy from overwork left that evergreen hack a widow whom no admirer wished to marry. Lady Canvey was most tenderly considered, and Wallace, the globe-trotting cynic, on Leah's introduction, amused the stay-at-home old lady by special command. The sedate Hengists thought even more of the Duchess than they had done of Lady Jim, and she was often asked to bore herself in their protective company. She gave Sir Billy Richardson a smiling time at one of the ducal seats, and invited Joan Kaimes to Curzon Street for a week of shopping and frivolity. Also, bazaars and charity concerts and meetings about the unemployed aristocracy took up her attention. The fashionable congregation of an exclusive church beheld her regularly in its midst, and heard the audible admission that she was a miserable sinner, a most touching confession for a truly good duchess to make. Then she befriended a bishop who was not too strait-laced, and induced him to preach a scientific sermon in Lionel's church, of which Lionel very nastily did not approve. Oh, it was a merry time, when the grapes were ripe and the first fruits of her ducal harvest were being gathered in. The Duchess of Pentland won golden opinions even from the censorious. Things could not have been better managed by the discarded fetish, and Leah admitted that in this respectable orgy the birthday of her life had come. During this meteoric career it surprised every one that she should choose to retire suddenly. Fashion clamoured at her closed doors, society journals wondered and lamented, individual friends expressed themselves puzzled, and in print and conversation the freak of a duchess who chose to disappear was freely discussed. It was as though the noonday sun should set unexpectedly. Leah's radiant orb had blazed triumphantly for a few months, paling the lesser stars of society, and then had vanished. The Duke, when applied to for an explanation, stated that she had gone abroad because her health was hum. She crossed the Channel alone, too, which looked odd. People began to talk, and to invent reasons to explain the inexplicable, but not even the most daring hinted at a connubial disagreement. Jim would have stopped any such rumour at once with high words. Not that it could arise, seeing that he thanked God publicly every Sunday for possessing a wife whose price was far above rubies. But whatever had happened, whatever might be the reason, it was indisputable that the beautiful and wealthy and clever and popular Duchess of Pentland had retired from the world in her heyday of social success. Lionel was the first to hear of her when she returned unexpectedly to Firmingham after a month's sojourn on the Continent. One day in the chilly grey autumn weather he received a note asking him to call at 4 o'clock, and went unthinkingly to pass through what he afterwards remembered as the most painful hour of his life. He fancied when setting out that Leah merely wished to see him about the Duke. It might be that Jim, with the old Adam leaven still working within, had broken out again, and that Lionel was summoned to call the sinner a second time to repentance. But the Duke, as he gathered from old Colley, was vegetating at Hengist Castle. It was impossible that the old Adam could emerge from his penitential cell in so respectable and moral a neighbourhood. Leah received her cousin in the sitting-room of her Lady Jim days, where they had twice talked seriously. Later on, it appeared that she had a special reason for selecting an apartment sanctified by the vicar's endeavour to improve her into a moderately presentable angel. It was a charming and tastefully decorated room, and the Duchess was as tastefully decorated and as charming as her surroundings. She sat in a deep chair by a brisk fire, dressed with that perfect choice of colour and material which always distinguished her. The delicate blue of her frock and a selection of certain filigree silver ornaments matched marvellously with her splendid red hair and sapphire eyes. Lionel noted an unusual pallor, but thought that he had never seen her look more lovely. Apparently she had been reading, for she dropped her handkerchief over an open book on the small table at her elbow when she rose to shake hands. He mechanically wondered at the trivial action, and learned its significance later. "So very kind of you to come, Lionel," said the Duchess, pressing his hand cordially. "I know how busy you are with your parishioners." "You are one of them," smiled the clergyman. "At odd moments, certainly. But we globe-trot for our places of worship nowadays. Sit down." She indicated a convenient chair opposite her own. "Now tell me the news of your small world. Is Joan quite well?" "Could not be better, considering the circumstances." "I am so glad. When do you expect the happy event?" "In a month, please God." Leah looked pensively into the fire. "I hope it will be a boy." "I shall be more than content with a girl. Why a boy particularly?" "Why not, when an heir is so important? You succeed Jim, and a new Marquis of Frith. My dear Duchess, you and the Duke are young. There is little chance of my succeeding. I may be congratulating you some day." "No," cried Leah, almost fiercely. "Such a thing can never be, thank God." Lionel stared. "Why, thank God?" I hardly know. Of course, I should hate to be pestered with children. The nursery is an obsolete institution here, and will remain so unless—" she hesitated, "unless Jim marries again." "Duchess!" "Why not Leah?" "If it will please you. But why talk of Jim's marrying again, when you are in the best of health and spirits?" She shrugged indifferently. "One never knows. I might go first." "I sincerely trust not." "Does that imply that you wish me to be a real widow, after posing as a sham one?" "Of course not. But you talk so strangely." "And so honestly. Remember, I have always paid you the compliment of being plain even to rudeness." Lionel tried to read her face, but in vain, and could not arrive at the meaning of her apparently aimless conversation. The slanting rays of sunset made a radiant glory round her as she half sat, half reclined in the chair, and her beauty could bear even that merciless test. Youth, health, money, charm, loveliness. With these desirable blessings at her command, what else could she want? "I do not quite understand," said the perplexed man. "Understand what?" she asked absently, then became more alive to his question. "Oh, my chatter. You will before we part. I am no sphinx to propose riddles." "Every woman is a sphinx, without a secret. That is why you men find us so difficult to comprehend." "I confess to the difficulty at this moment." "What a complex mind I must have! Yet I am a very ordinary butterfly of fashion, something with wings at all events, though not entirely an angel." Her visitor laughed. "Am I to pay you a compliment, or rebuke you for frivolity?" "You can do both, or either. The sweet first will counterbalance the bitter last. But I sicken of compliments." "Even when genuine?" "They never are. Men say things they don't mean to women out of traditional reverence for the exploded idea of the weaker vessel. When you meet a child, your first thought is to give it sweets. When you talk with us, the same thought is translated into polite lies. And we never believe you, never," Leah assured him. "Plain or beautiful, vain or humble, we price the words directly. In no case have I found them to be of value." "You make us out to be fools." "One must be truthful at times. Of course, I always accept you, Lionel, as you are more man than parson." "Cannot I be both?" "Oh, yes, when miracles occur. Lately I heard of a parson who laboured, solitary and freezing, amongst the snows of Labrador for a poor £80 a year. He was emphatically a man." "And a parson," supplemented the vicar. "So you see miracles do occur." A warm colour crept into Leah's cheeks, and she looked piercingly at her companion. "Do they? Nowadays, I mean. I am not using a mere phrase, believe me. Honestly now, could those gospel miracles occur in this 20th century?" Lionel mused and considered a careful reply. "Our Master was given the Spirit without measure, as a man, because he was the Son of the Most High. By that wisdom did he work his marvels. But the Apostles, in his power, also prevailed over the apparently natural, showing signs and wonders to the glory of the risen Lord and his Father. 'With faith he can do all things,' said the blessed Jesus himself. Yes, Leah, I reverently believe that with purity, faith, and a humble trust in the Father, by the merits of the Son, and by the power of the Holy Ghost, miracles could take place to day." "Then why don't they?" she asked abruptly. The vicar, sighing, dropped into the high-pitched sing-song of the pulpit. "A faithless and perverse generation." "A scientific generation, you mean. I don't believe, I can't believe, and I won't believe. Prove that power of your Master. You have faith. You are good. You—" "No, no. You go too fast. I assuredly try to be good, but I am sadly wanting in many ways. I have faith, but how weak, how faltering. Who am I to claim that the Lord should select me to reveal his strength unto men? I can work no miracle, Leah. Would to God that I could, if only to convince you." "Would to God that you could," she echoed with something like a groan, and the faint flush disappeared like the dying out of a hope. "Why do you, a sceptic, ask about these things?" Leah, possessed by the spirit of the perverse, laughed maliciously. "Jim is trying to be good. Why should not I try also, since a wife is bound to follow her husband, according to St. Paul, who, by the way, was a bachelor? But," her mood shifted, "Jim has a tin-pot sort of faith, which is better than nothing. I have not, and so, like your unbelieving Jews, require a sign." Lionel became professionally interested, descrying intimations of a changed heart. "I believe that you will yet find the kingdom," he said hopefully. "Don't you make any such mistake," she retorted. "I have not yet set out to find it, and never will, unless I see some of those wonders about which you talk so glibly." "But believe me, I do, though not to the extent of Bible magic. You hypnotise yourself into crediting the impossible. I wish you could hypnotise me. Oh, I wish, I wish, I wish," she ended passionately. "Faith is not hypnotism," argued Lionel. The word grated on his ear. "It is, it is, it is!" Leah was vehement in her denial. "Science can explain everything. Why do you come here to prate of miracles, when you know in your own heart that such things never were and never can be?" "They were, and they can be, and they will be, while Christ reigneth," asserted the vicar firmly. "Nothing is impossible to God." "Then call upon him and work your marvel." "I am not worthy. You are not able, rather," and she taunted him, as did Elijah, the priests of Baal, their god. Kaimes wondered at her restless moods, and wondered still more when she abruptly left the serious subject they were discussing, and on her own initiative to talk most frivolously. "I've heard you preach," went on this weathercock, "and I'm no more to be persuaded than was Agrippa. You and your shadows." She whiffed these away. "Poof! Let us talk of real things," and a toss of her head dismissed the spiritual for the purely temporal. "I had such a ripping time this season," rattled on the nature set upon pomps and vanities. "Leah, Leah, how can you change so rapidly? Oh, my good man, I am a twirl-magee woman, ever seeking variety. Religious conversation is neither amusing nor convincing. It's much more fun to talk of one's friends and abuse their failings." "I decline to join in," said Lionel, dryly, and feeling nonplussed. "Because you have no sense of humour. What a dull time of it Joan must have, poor child." "She does not complain," he objected, stiffly. "Oh, Lord, what is the use of complaining? I never whimper about Jim, though his goodness is even duller than his badness. I have tried George drunk. I have tried George sober." She was quoting an epigram of Charles II. "And there is nothing in George." "You are unnecessarily personal," rebuked Kaimes, annoyed. "That's right. Tramp on your little corns, and you howl." He intimated that he desired to leave. "My time is valuable." "Oh, I know. You are a millionaire of seconds and hours. How disagreeable you are when I want to be amused." "You have just informed me that I'm dull," he reminded her, pointedly. "So you are. All honest men are dull. Why, I don't know, unless it is that honesty and wit match as ill as beauty and brains. Now don't look at your watch again. I have something to tell you that will make your clerical hair stand on end." What could one do with such a whirlwind woman? The vicar replaced his watch and shrugged resignedly. She was what she had always been, freakish and uncertain, but on this occasion more so than usual. An April lady, whimsical and irresponsible, decidedly rude and aggravatingly amusing. But Kaimes instinctively felt that at the back of these volleying drifts of small talk lurked something serious, which he feared to handle. Hoping that in time it might be manifested to his intelligence, he waited patiently while Leah scrambled on verbosely in her gabble of nothings. "You need a London month to pull you together. Dull country, dull man, awful bore. Get a parish in the West End. You'll have howling larks, converting Dives and Jezebel of the drawing-room." "I do not look upon conversion as a lark." "I do, especially with Jim. Oh, Lord, to think that he of all people should turn goody-goody. You are pleased, of course. The sight of the lost black sheep trotting home to fodder to the fold is—" "I really cannot listen to this talk," said Lionel, rising quickly. "Yes, you can. I'll shock you more before I've done." Kaimes resumed his feet blankly. "But your reason?" Leah jumped up as her visitor sat down, and addressed nothing in particular. "He asked for reason, and from a woman!" she exclaimed. "So like that lame Lord Esbrook. He always asks what he should not, and what he is never likely to get." "Reason from women?" "And from men, who have still less to spare. But that's his way. Have you met Lord Esbrook? Such a funny walk as he has. Dot and carry one. Wooden leg, you know. Dot and carry one. Just like this, only much worse." And Leah limped the length of the room, mimicking an extraordinary gait so cleverly that Lionel laughed openly. "Though you shouldn't mock at people's infirmities," he coughed. "Why not? Esbrook's a holy show, and with the spite of the cripple he spares no one's feelings. He's the cracked black pot, snarling at the kettles he can never hope to be, with his dot and carry one, dot and carry one," and back she came, swinging and grunting with provoking cleverness. In her gyrations it seemed from her imitations that Lord Esbrook gyrated. She overturned the table upon which rested the covered book. Leah pounced to pick up the volume, as did Kaimes, out of courtesy. When he had set the table on its legs, he could scarcely refrain from glancing casually at the book. Its exterior was familiar. "The Bible!" exclaimed an amazed man. Leah flung herself into the chair, laughing noisily. "Oh, what a face!" she mocked, pointing a jeering finger. "Look at yourself, do." "Were you reading the Bible?" asked the vicar, too astonished to note the poor attempt she made to force humour. "Why not?" said she, defiantly, but with flushes and quick breaths. "You only mock." "The opportunity is so alluring," was her reply. "There's such an awful lot of rot in that history of the Jews, and hundreds of impossibilities. Here," she seized the Bible and rapidly swept the pages. "What was I reading when you entered?" The thin leaves flew and flickered beneath her fingers. "Oh, yes, something quite too absurd in Matthew. St. Matthew. Mr. St. Matthew, if you will. There." She presented the book. "You read so beautifully. Really you do, without flattery." "I will not read for you to mock." Her face flashed into crude anger. "Read," she commanded harshly. The vicar would have declined again, but that his eye fell on the verses she had indicated. A memory of their earlier conversation, coupled with her unnecessary vehemence, made him obey without further hesitation. It might be that here was the key to the problem of her jerky speech. His mellow voice rose like the music of a solemn bell, and the glorious words rolled majestically through the room. "When he was come down from the mountain, great multitudes followed him. And behold, there came a leper, and worshipped him, saying, Lord, if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. And Jesus put forth his hand, and touched him, saying, I will, be thou clean. And immediately his leprosy was cleansed." "And immediately his leprosy was cleansed," breathed the Duchess, gripping the arms of her chair to lean forward. "Why not her leprosy?" Lionel laid down the sacred volume. "It was a man who came to ask mercy of our Lord," said he, obtusely. Leah threw herself back in the chair with the pettish cry of a misunderstood child. "Oh, you fool!" Something in her voice startled him, yet he was far from gathering her meaning. "What is it?" he demanded, entirely bewildered. There was no light in her eyes now. From luminous sapphires they had become pebbles, dull orbs of lapis lazuli. When she spoke, her voice creaked and wheezed. "If your master lived to day, I would go to Palestine," she said, looking very directly at him. "What on earth for?" he asked, blankly. "Can you not understand?" Her look was that of Medusa, and flickering lights came and went in her half lifeless eyes. Their glare, rather than the toneless notes of her voice, made him faintly understand. The chosen passage out of St. Matthew, taken in conjunction with her earlier chatter of miracles and her late reference to Palestine, engendered in his brain a horrible, a terrible, an impossible thought. And yet "What are you talking about?" he asked harshly. The cry of a soul on fire broke on his ears. "You brute! When I suffer so, does it need words?" "Does what need words?" She dashed her hand on the open page of the Bible. This oh!" He rose and sat down with cold hands and a white face. The meaning of what she meant crashed like the blow of a bludgeon, and his brain spun to the shock. "Leah," he heard himself say, in a far-away voice like a telephone whisper. Then he stopped to stare at the quiet woman who sat upright with rigid features and tightly clasped hands. "Leah," he muttered again, and some indefinable feeling made his hair crisp at the roots. "Yes." That was all she said, and her lips hardly moved in the saying. Kaimes looked aimlessly round the room and noted the pattern of the window curtains. Only the whistling of the coals, spouting smoke and jetting flame, broke the stillness. His eyes returned to her face, fair and stainless. "Impossible!" he jerked, his voice entirely beyond control. Then his nerves vibrated and his skin crept. 3 doctors in London, 5 doctors abroad, assured me that it is not impossible, unfortunately. They were like 2 pale ghosts sitting in the shadows. Said one ghost to the other, "But are you His tongue refused to form either terrible word. Leah unexpectedly flung up her arms with a scream, then brought 2 shaking hands across her mouth to stifle that wild note of human pain. Right and left, up and down, did she look, as though to be certain that no one was within earshot but the vicar. "It will never do to let the servants hear," said the rapid action. Lionel's benumbed brain could not yet take in wholly the appalling truth. If truth it was, the leper dropped her hands and looked at him heavily. "You lying devil!" said Leah, slowly. "What? What?" babbled Kaimes, incoherently. She groaned and rocked with hands palm to palm between her knee. "I will be thou clean. I will be thou clean." Over and over again did she moan the words, till they bored into the listener's brain. "God have mercy," murmured the man, trying to be a man. The creeping paralysis of the horror almost struck him dumb, but he managed by a violent effort to wet his lips with a stiff tongue, and made it form certain words. "Are you sure of this?" "Three doctors," went on the Duchess, rocking and droning as Demetrius did aforetime. "Three doctors, 5 doctors, 8 doctors in all. They said the same thing. Oh, such a beastly thing." It was the truth, though. Doctors never lie, like parsons. And that book with its falsehoods, that She lunged forward without rising, and grabbing the Bible, pitched it into the fire. Lionel snatched it from the flames. Leah struck it from his hands, and then ensued a silent struggle, uncanny, savage, in which some leaves were torn. All at once she relaxed her grip, and lay back, crying quietly. "It's a shame, a shame," she wept softly. "Just when everything was going on so well. And it can't be cured. All the money in the world can't cure me. I must die in bits." Her voice soared shrilly, and she crouched as though being beaten. "Ah, that kiss, that beastly kiss!" "Leah, how did you get this disease?" The woman took no notice, but sprang up as though moved by springs, flinging wide her arms and looking upward in wild rebellion. "I won't die. I won't. I refuse to give in. I refuse." She tore up and down the room, speaking in angry undertones, as one always mindful of possible listeners. "I have always had my own way," was her whispered argument. "Always, always. Why can't I have it now? There can be nothing up there. No, no, there can't be. If he does exist, he would not have let me go so long on my own. I am strong. I have never met any one stronger. I must win. I've always won. I will win." Her voice rose tyrannically. "I am myself. Who can be stronger than myself? And yet this thing," a strong shudder shook her into weakness, "this vile, vile oh! I believe there must be something. Can you tell me, you who assume to know the secrets of the stars?" She lurched forward in a frenzy of deadly fear, cannoned against Lionel, and dragged him down into his chair, clasping his knees and knocking her forehead against them. "Where is your master?" she whimpered. "Tell him I'm sorry. Really, I am sorry. He may cure me then, as he cured that man long ago. Gentle Jesus, the children call him so. He can't be cruel to me. To me? He can't be cruel to any one, so they say. Ah, they say, but how do I know? It's not true. It isn't true. And yet if it was, if it Lionel!" She broke off with the squall of a terrified child, hiding her eyes pitifully. "I'll be good. I'll be good. Only he will do this. It's a little thing, oh, a very little thing. And you said that he could, that he, your master, I mean. Oh, oh, oh!" With sobbing breath she unwound her arms and fell back, beating the carpet with open palms. Murmurings went rhythmically with the padding sound. "I want to be clean. I want to be clean. I want to be clean." Kaimes tried to lift her. "Let me summon help." With a bound she was on her feet, pushing him back. "Do that, and I kill you," she panted, clenching her hands and facing him furiously. "No one knows but these doctors. Yes, and Katinka and that fiend Demetrius. Strange also, if I had Strange here." She hammered with closed fists on the vicar's shoulders. "I would cut him into bits. I would blind him somehow. I would. Oh, what would I not do? Why couldn't he leave that infected beast to die in Siberia? Oh, the She poured forth a torrent of words which made the listener grow hot and cold with shame. Then again she collapsed as the chill of a deadly fear struck at her heart. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." And against the wall she rocked, with arms held crosswise over her eyes, swinging, ever swinging. The scene was like a nightmare, But by this time Lionel had the grip of his emotions. "Leah," he said firmly, and advancing close to the writhing creature, "you must tell your husband. You must." Out came her arms with a circular swing and struck him fair across the eyes. "Jim doesn't know. Jim must never know." He was almost blinded, but persisted. "Leah, something must be done." Her voice sank, and with it her rage. "Something must be done," said she, faintly. "Something shall be done, and soon." "What do you mean?" he asked, half under his breath, and half catching at her intention. She took no notice. "Sit down, please," said Leah, quietly, and Kaimes obeyed, since to summon assistance would only be to precipitate a still more dreadful scene. The Duchess looked into the mirror and arranged her hair. Also she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief and smoothed her wrist cuffs. When she did speak, it was in the smooth voice of a society hostess asking a visitor if he took sugar in his tea. "I have made a fool of myself, Lionel, but you must admit that I am rather severely tried just now." "Oh, you poor soul!" His tone and look were pitiful. "Reserve your sympathy till you hear what I have to say. But first tell me honestly, can Christ cure me?" "Yes, if it is His will." "Then let Him." "You must have faith." "Faith in what?" "In His power and will to heal." "How can I believe when I do not believe?" "He died for you on the cross." "He did not. That was purely a political matter, because the Jews feared the Romans." "I have read Strauss. I have read Renan. The four Gospels also. You can't puzzle me." "He was a good man, a very good man. Quite a saint, if you will, but the Son of God." She shook her head with a hard frown of disbelief. Lionel was at his wits' end. "Then you cannot be cured?" "No." She looked at him steadily, an awful smile curving the corners of her mouth. "I thought you would fail me at the last. But how can I " "You can't. So there is no more to be said." She sat down with a little sigh. "Dear me, how very hot this room is. Would you mind opening the window?" Kaimes did not move. "Leah, go to bed, and let me send for one of those doctors you consulted." "Useless, useless." She waved him aside calmly. "They have spoken. I know the worst. I am prepared to face the worst. Are you? Hold your tongue," she added peremptorily, as he opened his mouth. "Listen." From beginning to end did she relate the whole fraud, the sham death, the stolen money, the betrayal, and the punishment of the kiss. Her voice was perfectly calm, her posture easy, and her self-control admirable. The listener grew white and red, became nervous and angry, quivered with disgust, recoiled with loathing, as she unfolded the brutal tale of her sin and treachery. Leah spared him no detail, however painful. She even made herself out to be worse than she really was, if that were possible. From the buying of Demetrius by that butterfly kiss in the picture gallery, to the revenge of Demetrius in that stuffy cabin when she struggled in the arms of one who had been what she now was, she related the whole without a blush, without a tremor, in a quiet, level voice, unmoved and utterly shameless. The horror of her position seemed to remove her from the region of human emotions and morals. It was the unveiling of original evil. Lionel did not interrupt, but closed his eyes with a sick feeling as she drew to the end. "I first noticed that something was wrong when my hands burned as I washed them. I thought nothing of it at the time, but the feeling became so painful that I saw my doctor. He said, well, you can guess what he said. I consulted another and another, the same diagnosis. I went abroad, but the doctors in Germany and France told me the same thing. I knew it was true. I felt it in my heart. It was true. Oh!" She paused. "There is no cure. None, none." Then she finished with a nervous titter. "Pleasant for me, isn't it?" "Don't," gasped the vicar, leaning his head on his hand, and much too qualmish to speak. "Oh, you needn't look like that. I have to suffer, not you. I kept wondering how I got the beastly thing, and although I fancied it might be that kiss, I could not be quite sure. Katinka enlightened me. She was always a good-natured girl. After the death of that little reptile she returned to England and watched me. Seeing that I went to doctors, she must have watched very closely, and then abroad she wrote a letter, such a nasty, spiteful letter, but I always thought Katinka was a cat. Would you like to No, no. I have heard enough." "And you call yourself a man? Pooh! You must hear. I learned from the letter that Demetrius contracted well, what he suffered from amongst the natives of Kamtchatka. He intended first to show me up, but when that horrid girl told him how she had hurt my mouth, he knew that by a kiss he could He was a doctor, you see, and the skin being broken, it was easy for him, knowing what he did, to do what he wanted, the brute. That was why he kissed me so hard. And stop. It is beastly, isn't it? That's all, I think." She was examining her finger-nails when next Lionel stole a glance at her. He scarcely knew what to say. Her treachery and the result of her treachery were both abominable. That a beautiful woman, gently born and bred, should sin so vilely seemed incredible, for beautiful she was, sitting there calmly under the uplifted sword of Azrael, the angel of death. And vile she confessed herself to be. Yet he could hardly accept either the physical degradation or the moral turpitude. "You may be mistaken after all," he stammered vaguely. "Because I am not an object," she replied with a shrug. "How like a child you are to require proof! I don't intend to become an object, I can tell you." "But if there is no cure?" "There is another way. Of course it is disagreeable, but what is one to do in such straits?" The vicar guessed her meaning, and violently threw off the weakness with which her story had infected his manhood. "I forbid you to heap crime upon crime," said he, firmly and insistently. "I shall do what I like. Do not dictate to me, if you please." "But God—" "I don't believe in God." "You do. You must. Does not this shameful punishment which has overtaken you in the hour of triumph declare the anger of a great and terrible God?" "No." Her expression was mulish. "Woman, kneel and ask for mercy." "I won't ask for mercy when I'm being treated so badly. Never, never. Just when things were going so smoothly, too. The money coming in by the bushel, and Demetrius out of the way. I call it a shame. It's mean, spiteful, cruel. I intended to have such a jolly time, and now—" Her voice faltered and broke. She swung with a groan to one side of the chair, hiding her face and breathing heavily. That deadly fear of the inevitable would grip her, do what she would. "Leah," Kaimes' voice shook a trifle, "God is very good to you." Her eyes stared at him bleakly. "Very good?" "We are put into this world, not for the pampering of the flesh, but that we may learn through trouble how to become more spiritual. Our souls are of God, and to God they must return, rising through much tribulation to his necessary perfection. Sorrows are sent for the flesh to bear, not as punishments, but as lessons to be learned. Of our vices, says St. Augustine, we can frame a ladder to ascend heavenward, if we but tread them beneath our feet. This you have never known, and I do not know it now. From your dreadful trouble will come the knowledge. In this way alone can humility come. God, out of loving pity for your unbending pride, which prevents the Holy Spirit from entering your heart, has beaten you to your knees. On your knees, then, ask for mercy, for light, for purification of your unclean soul. God's staff, which he gives to all in life's pilgrimage, has changed into a rod. He gave you all things, and you used his gifts to glorify the flesh. Now in his infinite love has he sent trouble. I've brought that upon myself. For your amendment, it was permitted that you should do so. Out of your pleasant vices have you made whips to lash yourself. The wages of sin is death. You have sinned, and the wages, oh, Leah, Leah, bitterly cruel as it may seem to you, I rejoice that the wages should be so paid." "You are a Job's comforter, I must say," said the Duchess sullenly, "because I can see how this tribulation of the flesh can save your soul alive. God might have struck you dead in your wickedness, and with justice, for your wilful sin. Instead of doing so, he has given you a lingering disease, that you should be brought to acknowledge his power, and also have time to repent. There is nothing to repent of. Shame, shame! Even from a worldly point of view you have sinned grossly. How much blacker, then, are your deeds in God's sight? But they can be made white. The past can be wiped out by sincere sorrow." Leah twisted her hands above her head with a cry of impotent rage. "How can I repent when I do not even feel sorry?" "You will not ask Christ to help you. Repentance is a gift, as is faith. He will give both, and his undying love, if you will but confess your sin." "I have done so to you, who am powerless. Confess it to Christ. Weep, as did Mary, at his wounded feet. Hard as is your heart, he will melt it. Soiled as is your soul, he will cleanse it. Now, when human aid is vain, now is the appointed time. Repent and be saved." "If I try to, will he cure me?" "That question I dare not answer. His mercy is infinite." "You say that to me, knowing what I suffer." "I say it to you who suffer. In no other way could the Spirit have brought you to the mercy seat. He has not brought me now," she persisted obstinately. Lionel fell on his knees and caught her restless hands. "Oh, you poor sinful soul for which Christ died," he cried passionately. "To whom can you go but to God? Doctors cannot cure you. He can, if it be His will. He may even make your flesh clean." "Ah, and that question you declined to answer a minute or two back. Besides, you denied that miracles could take place." "I did not. No one ever came in vain to our blessed Lord when He walked the earth some 2,000 years ago. As was His power then, so it is now. He loved in those days. He loves now. Sitting on God's right hand, He is ready to succour the vilest. His arm is not shortened. His pity is not exhausted in mercy. He may even cure you of this dreadful disease, as He cured the afflicted man we read of. Only acknowledge that God is mightier than you are. Only bow to the rod. Only admit your sin. Only cry for pardon." "If He will cure me," she began, wavering. "That you must leave to His love and wisdom. Cure you He may. Permit you to suffer He may see fit. But save your soul He can. That much I can swear to. I want this horrible thing cured," she cried passionately. "To continue in your sins? To soil your soul anew? No, no. If I repent. Repentance includes submission. God may not see fit to cure you. It may be your punishment, and I think it is, to bear this woeful cross, which, if rightly borne, may lead you to the light of lights. The flesh, the flesh. You but think of the flesh, of the passing world, of the vanities of life, of the enjoyment of the senses. From these things God would lead you away to contemplate spiritual realities, and the appointed path has been made known. Bear your cross, oh my dear, bear your cross, and endure to the end, that you may be saved. Terrible as it may seem, this evil, whence good will arise, has removed you from temptation. If you live secluded—" "Dying piecemeal," she cried, in a frenzy of anger, and wrenched away her hands. "No, no, I will not live. I will die, die. At least I can do that." "As did Judas? Leah, if you cannot bear your punishment in the flesh, how will you endure it in the spirit? Live for Christ, and what matters the world?" "Everything, everything. I know what I am. I do not know what I may be. Here in this tangible world we are safe, safe." "From God? Can you say that, when His hand has struck you down? I tell you, poor sinner, that thus does He show His mercy. As is your crime, so must be your punishment. But Christ can pardon your iniquities, and Christ will, if you only plead for mercy and for grace." Leah rose, crimson with rage. "You'll drive me mad. I don't want your spiritual life, your next world of shadows and moonshine. Give me life, life, life." The cry of the flesh was so insistent, so futile, so blind in its desire, that Lionel shuddered. Still on his knees, he began a fervent prayer. The miserable woman walked rebelliously up and down the room, fighting against the conviction, now slowly being driven home to her understanding, that He whom she had mocked and defied was indeed the Most High God. But she still fought against a submission she knew well would have to be made. Beg for mercy she would not. Her heart could not feel, her intelligence could not grasp. But somehow she knew a dreadful thing had reduced her to impotence, and the ego could not battle against the something it had hitherto flouted, but now furiously admitted might exist. There remained but one thing to do, but one dark way to take. Do it, and take it she would. But Lionel more than suspected her intention. Lionel would thwart her, and she would be compelled to live on, an object of disgust and pity. "No, no," was her inward cry, as the imploring voice of the vicar rose and fell, and died away in a last tremulous Amen. For the last time, therefore, did she set her wits to plot for the ego. "Lionel," said she, hesitatingly, "will you send for Jim?" The vicar's face lighted up. He saw in this request what she meant him to see, a sign of yielding. "You will let me tell him?" Leah nodded. "There is a doctor in Vienna," she whispered, inventing recklessly with the cunning of one driven to bay. "He has found out a cure, I hear, if Jim will take me over." "I'll telegraph to Hengist Castle at once," said Kaimes, making for the door impetuously. "And come back to dinner," said she, following. "I can't pass the evening alone." "I shall come, but you won't frighten me any more with this religious talk." Lionel pressed her hand sadly. "I've done what I could, Leah. Only the Holy Spirit can bring home conviction to your heart. Try and pray." "Yes," assented the Duchess, submissively. "It is all that is left." "Then the better part, which cannot be taken away, is left." He went away quite deceived, since she had suggested the Viennese physician so calmly. He thought that she still hoped desperately, and for all he knew the hope might be fulfilled, seeing the present-day resources of science. Certainly he never dreamed how she had hoodwinked him, and so sped on his errand of mercy, leaving behind him a woman too broken to exult in the success of her final piece of trickery. It was all over. Man could do nothing. God would do nothing. As Demetrius had been smitten for the crime she had induced him to commit, so was she being punished for the evil she had called into being. Lionel had talked nonsense, of course, but he left behind him a feeling in her mind that the God he worshipped did exist. How the belief had come into her heart she could not say, but it was certainly there. Try as she might with all the strength of her brilliant intellect, she knew that never again could she be an atheist. God existed to her comprehension at last, but the newly conceived deity was not the Father of love and light. Rather did he appear an omnipotent tyrant who had driven her to bad courses by giving her tastes she was unable to satisfy, and who now punished her for acting as the nature he had given her dictated. She was like a mouse in the claws of a cat, and could no more escape than could the tormented little beast. Only to the height of acknowledging that something much stronger than herself existed could she rise, and her submission was as that of Caliban to Prospero. Wrenched violently from the egotistic wrappings of her soul, she, the true self, the immortal spirit, stood naked and shamed, yet defiant. She submitted because only submission was left, but all her flesh shouted furiously against its victor. Then again, as the tormented soul strove to overcome the lower material self, did she recall Lionel's words. God was love, he declared, and in love had God broken her shield of self, snapped her sword of desire. Certainly, now that this world could do nothing for her, she would be forced to seek the other. There she might learn how to rise from darkness into light. That the spiritual existed, she was now reluctantly convinced. That a study of its meaning would bring her peace, she could not be certain. Of course, it was early days yet. She had gained a great step by the admission that God reigned, even though he had proved it to her so cruelly. It might be that by endless striving she would learn something of his love before death ended her intolerable sufferings. God ordered her to fly. Was it worth while to trust to him for wings? The struggle of the soul, wavering between hell and heaven, might have ended in the victory of the latter, and Leah might have consented with bitter tears to bear the cross laid upon her shrinking shoulders. But while wearily pacing the room, a chance glance showed her in the mirror that beauty of which she had been and was so proud. Leaning her arms on the mantelpiece, she examined every detail lovingly and long. Could she bear to see that gradually disappear? Could she accept life as a thing and not as a being? Those blue eyes would grow dull and animal, that glorious hair would drop off, that complexion of cream and roses would, oh. No, no, no. The rebellious cry of the flesh ascended to the stars. It must never be, never. All that she knew herself to be revolted against the slow, wasting agony that would most surely come, to reduce that splendour of her beautiful body to the dust, dishonoured and shamed. To save herself from such infamy it but needed an overdose of chloral. Then in the pride of her loveliness she would pass away painlessly, without disfigurement, triumphant in a minor degree at least. With all the indomitable strength of a will that had been only thwarted by him who had created that will, did she resolve to snatch this one poor laurel leaf from the almighty victor. Turning from the mirror, she felt that her mind was steeled, that self was not entirely defeated. After all, her unconquerable will would win. "To-night," she whispered to her shivering soul, "when I go to bed, an overdose of chloral, and then, when I awaken——" She stopped, with the chills of death at her heart. "Oh," was her despairing admission, "you are the stronger." It was the cry of the flesh, making sullen submission. In vain did the soul piteously beg that its tabernacle might yet hold it a little while for the purging of its sin. The flesh would not hear. Beaten, conquered, shamed, tormented, its petty triumph could yet be obtained in this hour of defeat, and the terrified soul, sobbing unheeded, Chapter 35 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 35. We regret to announce to our readers the unexpected demise of the Duchess of Pentland at Firmingham, Essex. According to the Reverend Lionel Kaimes, who dined with her Grace on the evening of her death, she was in the very best of health and spirits. The unfortunate lady retired at a comparatively early hour, and was found dead in the morning by her maid. A brief examination proved that death was due to an overdose of chloral, which her Grace was in the habit of taking when suffering from sleeplessness. The Duke of Pentland, who was expected at Firmingham, arrived shortly after the painful discovery, to be greeted by the disastrous intelligence. The loss of this highly popular lady will be greatly felt in high circles. Her beauty and wit were exceptional, and only to be surpassed by her truly kind heart. It may be well said that she lived to make others happy. To the unfortunate her purse was always open, and to the afflicted her soothing presence was a welcome relief. Again and again did she sacrifice herself in the cause of charity, and in many ways, unknown to the public, did she do good by stealth. Her graceful presence will be much missed at various great functions during the coming winter season. But it is the poor and needy who will most keenly feel the loss of one whose large heart was ever ready to aid them in trouble. Much commiseration is expressed for the Duke of Pentland, who was most tenderly attached to his beautiful consort. A brilliant star has disappeared from the social firmament. But what is more lamentable, a noble, religious, charitable lady has gone, leaving a place which can never be filled. The funeral, which will take place at Firmingham next Tuesday, will doubtless be largely attended by those who loved her and knew her worth. The world can ill spare such a one, who illustrated in her conduct and qualities the highest attributes of womanhood. She was a great lady, a true, tender woman, a sincere friend, and a model wife. What words could better befit her untimely grave than that eulogy on Dorcas set forth in the Acts? This woman was full of good works and alms deeds which she did. Finis.